Hello, lab rats! Welcome back to the laboratory. Ooh, ow. Broadcasting to you live from a corporate black site in the outer solar system. How's everybody today? Hi, Jason. Hi, Highland Caliver. Hi, Daniel Callahan. Thank you for the follow, Varvaris. Hi, My Sky. Hi, Clublands. Hi, Jason. Hi, James. Hi, oh, yeah, I already said hi to Clublands. Fuck. Thank you for the follow, Invictus Ronin. He who stands alone in dead silence. Now that like, saying hi is out of the way. Holy shit, this week's episode of the new Gundam, G-Quux. Holy shit. I've been trying to, like, avoid spoilers when I talk about them, when I talk about, like, G-Quux episodes before my stream, but, like, holy shit, Bosk Ohm? Holy shit, the Psycho Gundam? What the fuck?
I came to laugh at you.
Oh my god, Varvaris, thank you for the raid! No, it's just Vivi, Cublins. Hi! Hi, everyone! Alright, Raiders from Varvaris. My name is Doc Vivi. I'm a mad scientist VTuber. And your favorite bratty science cat. I like streaming strategy games, horror games, and RPGs mostly. But really any game that gives me an excuse to ramble about science on stream because I'm also a scientist in real life. I study the field of bioinformatics, which is the study of biomolecular data through the lens of computational analysis. What were you up to before raiding, Varvaris? Reader Virus, thank you for the follow. But the goo. What were you all up to? Torching a friend of yours on Gmod? Oh, understandable. God, I played so many hours of Gmod as a kid. Yeah, I'm just doing my normal, like, little just chatting section at the start of a stream where I, like, ramble about random stuff while waiting for people to file in. And in this case, I was rambling about the new episode of G-Quux, the new Gundam series, and oh my god, Bosk Ohm? What the fuck? They brought back the Gas the Space Noids guy? Crazy. Alright, Jason, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm on my second playthrough of the game. Because the game gives you a bunch of, like, additional options on your second playthrough. I'm trying to not have things end tragically the way they did the first time. You finished it 7 times now, Jason? Oh my god. Hi, Kimia. Oh, I never closed GIMP. Well, obviously you can watch my stream, Cublins. I'm like thinking about G-Quux and I'm like, I'm pretty sure all the stuff they introduced in this episode, people are gonna die the next one. Oh fuck, yeah, I need to watch Andor. I still haven't watched Andor, despite having heard such good things about it. Did you hear that? I don't know why I've been so gassy recently. I've been paid in beer for menial manual labor. Interesting. Like an ancient Egyptian laborer. Got a specific kind of ADD where I gotta have something else going on while watching a stream. Understandable. I frequently like play Balatro while watching my friends' streams, just to keep my mind occupied, just to keep my mind active and occupied. It depends on the game and like how interested you are in the game. CFR virus. Yeah, Disney has released way too much, like, content for Star Wars. To the point where it's, like, lost any prestige as a brand. And it's just, like, MCU, but sci-fi. It wasn't that special. Other than, like, the effects for the era it came out in were really good. Because having all those space battles in an era before CGI was not easy. I need to watch Rashomon. I figure it's time to move to the game now. So... Huh? Oh, I know what is. I have, like, the animated background on in VTube Studio for some reason. Fuck. Let me fix that. There we go. Oh. Why is it not capturing? It should already... Oh, I guess it just hasn't caught it because I haven't tabbed in while the screen was up. There we go. Now it's capturing. So if you haven't seen I Was a Teenage Exocolonist before, it's like a sort of weird VN/deck building RPG about growing up on an alien world that is, like, really bleak, actually. In my first playthrough, almost everyone died in the end. Yeah, I have Disentangent on the main screen because I've maxed out the relationships in the playthrough. I saved the governor this time, yeah. Hi, Cyber Mermaid. Come on, Matt. We are what, year 16? We already have dismaxed. I wanted to max Tammy. We're very close to have organizing and biology maxed. Yeah, Tonin died this time because I, like, actually just forgot to go save him. So Tammy's an orphan. like every other death, it gives you like a, hey, something's about to go down warning. My mom didn't die in my first playthrough, actually. I solved the famine pretty quickly in the first one. Also, Dis has a scene. Saving her is way harder than saving dad. It is. And yet I somehow had the dad die and not the mom on my first playthrough. Well, until the end where everyone died because we betrayed humanity with Dis. And betrayed humanity to study beetles? Yeah. Yeah, I got the gardener ending the first time. Because I fucked everything up and I was like, fuck it. It was kind of my second ending. I did unlock Transcended Time before that, but I just reloaded instead of going to a second playthrough. Yeah, I want to actually get the negotiated peace ending. Anyways, Dis is relaxing in the back of one of the expedition vehicles, absorbed in a holo novel. You clear your throat, and he jumps and gives you an awkward but genuine smile. Hey, Solana, he says, pulling his legs out of the way so you can climb in beside him. It's getting harder to find places to be alone here, don't you think? I'd kill to be out exploring, but Utopia insisted we have a rest day. He rolls his eyes. I'm gonna become a plant person with my loner bestie. Well, he wasn't my bestie, he was my boyfriend in the first playthrough, and he's probably gonna be my boyfriend again in this one. But yeah. Actually, I'm not sure he offers to let you join the gardeners as well, unless you are in a relationship with them. Dis closes his holo novel and sighs. It's just so crowded here, and it's boring. I'd rather be out there with Sim, learning about this planet. Dis continues, looking wistful. He folds his hands over his heart. He's so interesting. I could talk to him forever, you know, like we really connect. Have you gotten much out of him? Yeah. Well, I mean, sort of. He still says there's stuff I'm not supposed to know yet, but I figured out a lot on my own. The biggest thing is that the planet is basically all connected, like a fungal network that's so old and complex it's practically a computer. And not just the mushrooms, the trees, the animals, even the rocks in the water. You gotta go find him after he bombs the colony. He didn't want me to know that one, but I guessed it. Remember how your dad got sick every year from the pollen and it was actually fungal spores? Well, I just started thinking from there, and yeah, it's like every year the planet refreshes its communication network with fresh spores. It's so cool. I knew that one. Really? Well, how about the fact that Sim is really old? Like, really, really old. Like, probably thousands of years old? Sometimes he talks about stuff from ancient history like he was really there, because he totally was. Dis laughs a little, but he still acts like a kid sometimes, you know? Like, he loves holovids and candy and playing tricks. I knew that. Oh, right. You said that you helped him get access to the holovid archive. Good job, by the way. Oh, and I've seen other gardeners. They don't look like Sim at all. They look like, well, they look scary. Whoa, no way. Okay, one more. The gardeners don't have clothes. Sim was naked when I met him. I had to bring him clothes from the colony. Whoa. What about you? What has he told you? Well... Sim's hair seems alive. Dis rolls his eyes. Well, duh. Anyone who sees him knows that. It's like moves, right? I thought I was imagining it, but it's kind of like how plants move to face the sunlight. That's all I know. I wish we could tell people about Sim. I feel like if people knew him like we do, they'd realize that what we're doing here is wrong. But I'm scared that if I tell someone, Sim will never talk to me again. He says we're not ready. Yeah, we can't tell anyone we know. I know, Dis mumbles, sighing as he thunks his head against the window of the cab. I don't want to mess up whatever plan they have. I just want to help, though, you know? I know. Dis nods and turns away, done with this conversation. Oh yeah, I remembered. We need to get Rex's relationship up. To, like, so we can build the bar with him. So I guess I'll give him my mom's flower. Oh, he won't accept that. Interesting. Okay, so I'll just give him a stick then. Give Tange a flower. So I have a lot of flowers, and I'm still trying to max her relationship. Hi, Millimacha. I'll just give Anemone a log, because I don't exactly have anything else that she wants to give her. Oh my god, Vase. Hey, it's Rex's little buddy. Get out of here before I have to send him a message about how I don't want his little gang of dickwits stinking up at my garrison. You're not going to like my choice of medium. Anyways, you can have a weird device, because I am trying to get relationship with you. This is that game I'm trying to get Nyar to play? Yes. I'm trying to get, like, all my streamer friends to play, because this game has given me brainworms. I actually, like, looked up fan fiction on this game to read it, and I haven't done that in, like, so long, just because I wanted more content. You find Vase in the garrison lounge, holding court with a small group of young soldiers, listening to him tell a story about his latest expedition. He's gesturing animatedly with his arms and snarling like a beast. And then I shot it out of the sodding sky. Bam, bam. 7 complete playthroughs and I've still only talked to Vase once. Some truly cursed Vase fan art? I could believe that. Vase finishes as you approach. The gathered crowd hoots and hollers for him, which he accepts magnanimously. Looking around, you see that it's mostly his Helio crew. You can tell from their uniformly close-cropped hair and perfect posture, but there are some faces you recognize from the colony. Anemone is here, and she shoots you a little wave. What is this? Option. You loudly boast that Vase's story is nothing, and walk right into the crowd of listeners. All eyes turn towards you, including Vase's, who is regarding you with a curious mixture of annoyance and interest. You tell him about the time you... Oh, I can talk about saving Professor Hal. I didn't kill a faceless this playthrough. I saved the governor instead. Fought during the fall of the Strato. Yeah, you tell the story of the attack that destroyed the original colony when you were 14, and how you charged bravely into the battle instead of hiding with the other kids. Everyone listens with rapt attention as you describe the pitched battle, especially when you really lay on the gore. Damn, Vase is clearly impressed. You must be the coolest person on this whole podunk planet. Vase's friends laugh while the colonists look at each other and smile awkwardly, already not wanting to disagree with Vase. All except for Anemone, who joins in and laughs the loudest of all. Oh, fuck, yes. Vase kicks out another stool from his table. Well, hero, come sit beside the king. You take a seat beside Vase. He crosses his arms and sits back, looking at you appraisingly. I didn't think this colony made them like you. I thought you were all farmers and hippies, but you I like. You've got a warrior's soul. The other heliopause teenagers look at you approvingly. The only thing this colony's good for is sport. I can't wait to get out there and shoot some aliens, Vase says. He bangs it on the table with his fist. Those Knoll shits aren't going to know what hit them. I flirted with them last time, but I'm just going to say, you think you're a real hotshot, huh? Vase raises an eyebrow at you. He gestures to as well, all of himself. Obviously. What do I have to be humble about? One of his friends punches him in the arm, and Vase takes it with a cocky grin. You and Vase talk a while longer. Well, mostly he talks while you and his friends listen. Eventually, the little crowd breaks up as people move on to their other duties. Vase says goodbye to all of the heliopause soldiers by name, and some of the colony ones too. Anemone lingers a little longer than the rest, catching Vase's eye. He reaches out to her and they grasp forearms. It's good to have you around, Anemone, he says. For a colony brat, you're pretty legit. Thanks! You're pretty cool too! Anemone scuttles away quickly after that, her face is red. Eventually it's just the two of you left. Vase stands up and puts his hands on his hips, surveying the garrison, his kingdom. All we did on the heliopause was train for this exact moment. We were literally made for this. We're the best of the best. He leans into your space and fixes you with a wolfish smile. Well, which makes me the best thing to happen to this planet since it started shitting out oxygen. Don't you forget it. Yeah, Vase, we get it. You're a huge fucking asshole. What is Nomi Nomi's birthday again? Mid-dust. Have a crystal. Prototype, thank you for the follow. And Femiemi, thank you for the head pats. Probably surveying the rich? I don't know if it really matters what season you go. That's understandable. I need to add a few more redeems, I think. I thought I saw something over there, which is why I went. Thank you for last perception perk, letting me just walk past path blocking events. So I get to pick and choose which ones I do. Hi, Mr. Alien Man. What does it mean to make someone an offer he can't refuse? Utopia event. Utopia, that's the geologist one. Share your findings on the crystals, help them work. I see the geologists are out here licking rocks. Tasty rocks. It's like the thing you'd think is like just a joke, but like no, I've like actually seen geologists like pick up a rock, lick it, and be like, I believe this rock to be composed of these minerals. And it's like, what the fuck? Utopia's given you clearance to poke around the ruins in the secret valley. Stars, this place is neat. Diz thinks so too. At least we didn't have to climb back down again, he mutters, but you can tell he's excited. The buildings are arranged in a spiral formation around a central point. They're made of that oil slick obsidian, something that looks like petrified bone, and if parts missing where some other organic material has long since rotted away. It's all overgrown with vines and buried in shifting sands. You follow the spokes of the streets until you approach the center of the valley, where a large pyramid-shaped building sits surrounded by thumpers and a variety of other smaller buildings. Take a look at the thumpers. Yeah. Investigate the other buildings. Yeah, nah. Check out the pyramid. And looms hugely in your dream memories. Huh. I'm probably gonna fail this. I don't have a wild card, unfortunately. Or like a 6, either. I think we just do this. No 5, huh? But I have plenty of logs, so I can just force it. Wow, that's not enough. Okay. I guess I'll spend even more logs to force it. You walk in, Diz close behind, and suddenly the iris closes. The floor lurches and you're moving down an elevator. The elevator squeals and grinds away like it hasn't been used in literally thousands of years. It doesn't go far, then grinds to a halt, and the iris opens to reveal a large room with obsidian walls. Like all convergent domain spaces, it's more cave than room, with stalactites everywhere and giant lumpy mounds of fungus. You wonder if the obsidian stuff they built with melts over time, running and dripping in extreme slow motion. There are consoles on all the walls, like this is some sort of kind of control room, maybe. Most of it is long, dark, and covered with a thick layer of dust, except one device with 2 weird bony sticks. Touch stuff. Grab sticks at random until suddenly you cease to be yourself. You're like a visual, audio, and weirdly tactile representation of something vast. You have a feeling of being in a large and complex space. No, like you are the space. A digital space, like a computer system. As if you were sucked inside a 3D representation of the HoloNet. And you could see files and processes and whole worlds of data, but in alien formats that speak to you more in sensation than logic. You let go of the sticks and the console room comes back. You grab them again and understanding fills your head. It feels not at all that different from your bouts of deja vu remembering. Like of memories being inserted into your mind and you suddenly just know how to use this interface. You just think where you want to go or what you want to know and away you go. The word array comes to mind. A network of computers hosting millions of data nodes, information on every part of the planet, from weather to soil conditions to individual creatures. Not just computers, but entities that feel intelligent, and also digital artificial consciousnesses, like your ship's AI congruence. They're processing all that data and triggering subroutines to make minute changes on the planet's surface. Then a booming voice enters your brain and obliterates all else, speaking more in abstract thought than words, but loud. What are you doing in Wormhole Observatory Array Console 5? You nosy little creature. Then an explosion in your head and you're thrown backwards and out of the array. There must have also been an explosion in your hands, which are now singed. The console is blown out and dead. You're shaken. Something didn't like you poking around in there. Whatever the array is, whatever lives in it has been watching you, probably ever since you landed. You have a feeling Sim has something to do with this. He's either in league with the array or he's a part of it, but knowing Sim, he won't tell you anything until he's ready to. You tell Dis about the array and the voice saying Wormhole Observatory. He looks around, impressed. The Convergent Domain was sure up to some shit, he says. And now you know about the array and how to access it. That could come in very useful if it turns out to be a danger to your colony. You decide to call it a day, yeah. Hi, Sim, have anything to tell me about the array that's new? Or like anything new to tell me now that I've accessed the array? When he's removed some of my stress with your weird hypnotic alien magic. I am overall only going to bother with a few of these events because I would like to train like toughness and combat. You just skip that because you've already seen it. That works. I'll actually literally just play this one for this. Wait a second, I have an idea. Then instead of that, we put the wild one here. that becomes, so that is effectively 4. That actually only barely passes. Yeah, most of these events are just things I already have maxed, so there's not much point in staying beyond doing the boss event and talking to Sim a little. I am. Yep, in the month. Oh, birthday. The suns rise again after glow, heralding a new year. It's your 16th birthday. You wake in your nude quarters, blinking into the watery sunlight. Dust motes float through the air, and you take a moment to enjoy the perfection of your bed while you listen to the sounds of the colony waking up outside. So much has happened in 1 year. Just a few short months ago, you thought your life was over, and now it's better than ever. There's plenty of food, and the colony is safe. You even have your own bedroom. You're considering snoozing until your parents wake up when your reverie is interrupted by someone sitting on your balcony. It's Dis. He's on your balcony. He's starting to act more like Sim every day. You're finally awake, Dis says, slipping off your railing. I thought you were going to sleep away your whole birthday. Happy birthday, by the way. You watch the sunrise in companionable silence. You look down from the balcony and see Tammy and Cal walking hand in hand across the colony square. When they get to the lounge, they embrace. Wait, are they kissing? No way! Well, it was only a matter of time, honestly. So Tammy and Cal got together. Woo! Of course. That's cute. Your parents wake up shortly after that, and you order up your traditional birthday breakfast feast. Your dad gives you a big squeezy hug and tells you he's proud of you. Oh, Tammy wants to talk. Tammy beams when she sees you like there's nothing better in the world than the sight of your face. Happy birthday, Solana! She exclaims. She comes in for her annual birthday hug, throwing her arms around you and giving you a great big squeeze. I'm still using kind of kid voice for her, even though she's 17. Here, I got you this. She steps back and reaches into one of the many deep pockets of her dress, producing a little paper box. I made you this, she laughs, opening it to reveal a little snack-sized cake. Yeah, this is the same every time. So I want to get some combat and toughness, I think. Animals, interesting. Okay, over in geoponics. My reasoning is still quite bad, I'm realizing. Even the farm is biology and toughness. Sure, I'll work on the farm a little and then do defense training next month, I think. It's a proud day for your mom. You're finally following in her footsteps. She meets you at the gate to the gardens. Hello, Sprout, she says, sounding chipper. Come on, we've got a lot to cover before you'll be able to keep up with the rest of us. Finally, some real farming. Your mom shows you around the fields. You'll probably split your time between working in the fields and working indoors with the hydroponic crops. We've got things pretty under control now since the Helio landed. A good mix of native and earth plants. Wow, there are some native crops mixed in with the ones from Earth. Incredible. You spend the rest of the day pulling weeds and watering plants. You're dirty up to your waist by the time you're finished, but it's good, honest work. You're proud to be able to do something that helps out the colony. Cal gives you a high five and invites you for a cool drink in the cafeteria. All the other agriculturists join you. Of all the places in the colony you've worked, geoponics is the most like a family. Maybe because they've always been your family thanks to your mom and dad. Oh, I didn't realize this was a thing. Yeah, because we found out the weasels were like predators of dwarf's moss, and dwarf's moss were causing problems with food. You play the recording of the squeaking bounce weasels for your mom and Cal. You're sure this is going to work? She asks when it's done. It sounds annoying. You swear it will work. You saw it while you were exploring. It might not sound like much, but the huge dwarf's moss are terrified of the little bounce weasels' hunting calls, and with good reason. You set up the speaker system and play the recording all night. The next day, there's no sign of the dwarf's moth. Your crops are completely safe. I think it worked, Cal says, sounding relieved. Solana, you're a genius. You're just glad all your hard work isn't going to feeding those pesky moths anymore. More food for the colony. Making your wife paint the AC? Interesting. I don't think we can do better. Oh, we could have gone 41, damn. There, first toughness perk. I still haven't figured out when the fuck your birthday is, Cal. You can have a flower. I'm trying to get a good relationship with everyone this time. When is Rex's birthday again? Early pollen. We also want the first engineering perk, but we still have the buff to physical stat gain, so... Defense training. Security Chief Rat interrupts your afternoon training to address the group. Anemone perks up. This seems important. Since the original colony was destroyed, we have needed every skilled security officer we can find to defend our home. And now with Governor Lum's blessing, age is no longer a requirement. We are looking for young recruits to join the ranks of the defense squads. Yeah, casual child soldiers. This is a serious job. He punches his hand for emphasis. You'll be soldiers, not little kids learning self-defense or peering down from the safety of the walls. You will be in danger. You need to be brave and know your way around a weapon. Step forward if you think you have what it takes to defend our colony. Bravely step forward. But do you have what it takes to survive? Define what it takes. Oh, I don't have high enough combat. Red shakes his head. You're a greenhorn, kiddo. No shame in it, but I won't enlist someone who can't handle themselves in a fight. Okay. Wait a second. Kine, thank you for the follow. Lots of extra combat, not quite enough to level it up though. Enough that I could sign up for guard duty. Have a flower. Have a stick. Oh, I got an event with Cal. You had plans to hang out with Cal today, but when you arrive at the geoponics dome, it's worryingly dark inside. You fumble around in the red emergency lighting until all the lights come back on with the heavy ka-chunk of a breaker being flipped. You blink into the sudden blinding light until the figures of Cal and Chief Engineer Instance resolve themselves in your vision. Absolutely no more of that, young man, Instance scolds Cal as he cradles his hoverboard in his arms. The power grid is not your plaything. I understand, Auntie, Cal says. I'm sorry. Instance mutters to herself as she passes you. Honestly, all of this over a toy. Hey, Dudette, Cal greets you. Sorry, I meant to meet you outside after work, but... He looks down at his hoverboard. My board wouldn't start, and I figured it was maybe out of juice. But when I plugged it in, it threw off all these sparks. And then the whole power grid shut down. Don't ask how, but I know how to fix it. I was going to ask Dr. Instance to take a look at it, but she told me she doesn't have the time to fix a dumb toy. No, I'm going to fix it the normal way. I have enough engineering. Well, okay, Cal says, slowly handing over the lifeless hoverboard. I guess you are pretty good at fixing things. You open up the hoverboard and poke around in its guts for a little while. After about 20 minutes of fruitless prodding, you have to admit defeat. You're like 75% sure you know what's broken and 0% sure you know how to fix it. In fact, you think you might have made it worse for trying. Aw. A piece of old technology needs to be retired, but Cal seems to take this one harder than most. He hugs the hoverboard to his chest and excuses himself, not wanting to hear your goodbye. Aw. Gridlink, thank you for the follow. I guess I need to hire engineering to actually fix it like I did in the last playthrough. Have a flower. Give Rex a hug. And also give him a stick. Oh, this was his birthday. I didn't realize. Oh, did I finally start the bar event chain? Yeah. You find Rex in an empty space outside the lounge, setting up a construction holoprojector and running through different projections of future buildings, taking notes on each. He looks up from his holopalm as you approach and bursts into a huge smile. Well, hey, Solana! What's going on? Rex jerks a thumb at his chest. You're looking at the newest member of the colony construction crew. I'm surveying the colony for places to build new private family quarters. People are going to want to raise families here soon. Isn't that real? Families? Yeah! Especially us Helios. We've been cooped up on a spaceship for too long, and, you know, when people get grass under their feet and fresh air in their noses... He bumps his hip into yours with a whoop of laughter. They get frisky. Get ready for a baby boom. Houses are gonna be in demand. Oh my God, Rex. Besides, I think I kind of got an idea of what I want to contribute to the colony. I want to build a bar. A real one, not just a canteen. Nice decor, a space for live music, cushions everywhere, fun drinks. Mars has been helping me with the details. He sighs dreamily. Can you imagine? A place where the whole point is just to relax and be with your friends. That sounds like a great idea. I think so too, Rex says, spreading his hands wide. People need leisure time. We need to connect with other humans. We're social creatures. We need our packs. All I want to do is help people connect with each other, you know? I love building things. I love cooking things. I love making people happy. Coming together to create something is why we're alive. He gestures around. And I don't mean buildings. I mean, they're all right, but what I'm really into is everything that goes into making a building. It's more than just walls and a ceiling. It's an agreement between people that we're going to form a society, that we're going to cooperate to make something bigger than ourselves, and then we're going to meet there in peace. Rex shakes his head, clearing his thoughts. Sorry, I'm just really passionate about this stuff. He laughs. This and hugs. We humans are also really good at hugs. Rex rubs his thumb across his chin, thinking, hey, actually, can you help me? Can you bring me any mushwood sticks or logs you find? I want to start stockpiling them. So when I get approval to start building the bar, we're good to go. Shouldn't you fetch sticks for me? Because he's a dog, right? Yeah, of course I will. Rex bounces on his heels and launches into a huge hug. Thank you. I really appreciate it. If you find any, you just bring them to me. Have a flower. Have a crystal. Mid-dust. Whose birthday is in pollen? Timmy is late pollen. Oh, right, it was Rex's birthday, and I gave him a stick. Nomi is camped out in the lounge, their holopad screen spread out before them like a drawing table. On another screen, there's a collection of photos of a manticore. Nomi looks between the two screens, their brow furrowed in concentration as they scribble directly onto the screen with a stylus. Well, Nomi replies thoughtfully, I wanted to write and illustrate a story about aliens like in Turbo Girl, Hyperjet Transform, except using the alien Xenos here on Vertumna, like manticores and faceless and stuff, but they can talk, and instead of attacking the colony, they help people instead. That sounds cool. Thanks, Nomi chirps, scribbling happily at their drawing. I got the idea from the second Turbo Girl Hyperjet OVA. You know the one where the Medusa demons show up and the aliens and the Turbo Girls have to band together to defeat their common enemy? I remember that part. Nomi looks up at you with a start. Oh, they exclaim. That reminds me. So I'm trying to brush up on my Xeno anatomy and I'm totally fine with writing, but they blow out a big breath, ruffling their bangs. I kind of haven't been here long enough to make sure it feels right, you know, to make it go pop. And I want to make sure I'm being, you know, sensitive about stuff I don't know a lot about. So I was wondering, could you help me with some of the world building? I'd love to. You spend an enjoyable afternoon helping Nomi with their story. When you're done, they give you a big hug and thank you profusely for your help. If you're really proud of what you've accomplished. Nomi is cute. And very, very dumb. I'm like at 73 for Tammy. Now, if only I had more eggs to give Anemone. I mean, yeah, they are. What if I give you a strange device? No? You don't care about that? Okay. I need my persuasion to be 40, so I can assist the governor. So let's grind some persuasion, I guess. Either that or I need really low rebellion, which is not happening. God, it's so hard to get persuasion. It's really annoying. Yeah, the code increases persuasion. Is there anything else that increases persuasion, actually? More than the code? Nyara! Oh my god, thank you for the raid! Hi! How are you? How are you doing, Nyara? I saw you were up playing Celeste earlier. I hopped into your stream. Thank you for the follow, Kismatane. Hi! If you haven't seen me before, my name is Doc Vivi. I'm a mad scientist VTuber and your favorite bratty cyborg cat. I like streaming RPGs, strategy games, and horror games mostly, but really any game that gives me an excuse to ramble about science like at length on stream, because I'm also a scientist in real life. I study the field of bioinformatics, which is the study of biomolecular data through the lens of computational analysis. Why did I stumble over that? I've said it so many times. Thank you for the follow, Mayina VT too. You was playing Ing Celeste. Hey Nyara, this is that one like VN I was trying to get you to play. I still can't apply to be a tutor because my reasoning isn't high enough. I think I'll go to humanities class for the first time in a while. You're doing creative writing in teams and you're paired with Mars. You wish you was Tange. She always does so well on these. The theme is Earth's natural environment. Mars takes the topic at face value and wants to write about how beautiful everything was on Earth, with blue skies and green plants everywhere, and huge oceans that went forever. It always looks gorgeous in the carefully staged movies you've seen on Holovids. Write about climate problems instead. Mars wants to write about Earth's lush forests and deep jewel-like oceans, but you stop her. Wasn't Earth basically on fire when your parents left? You decide you should spend extra time researching how things really were. You've heard the basics from Congruence, but what was it actually like? You ask her for all the information she has on the ecological collapse of Earth. Well, Congruence replies, first, carbon emissions trap the heat of the sun, which raised the global average temperature. You ask her to stop so you can look up carbon emissions, then she continues. So the polar ice melted and the oceans rose and became too warm to sustain life. Mass weather disruptions caused grassland to become desert. Then the bees died, and so did everything they used to pollinate. Food instability caused wars to break out. By the time your parents left Earth, everything was essentially either underwater, on fire most of the year, or irradiated. Learning all this stresses you out. All of that just because people wanted to drive in cars and own lots of stuff made in faraway places and have big families and keep their big houses the same temperature all year, and all by burning dirty mud they dug out of the ground? Could that happen here too? You're too bummed to present your findings, but Mars steps up. She's an excellent orator, although she does get some of the facts messed up. You don't get an amazing grade. Mars accepts this with grace, but still thinks you could have done better if you'd gone with her idea. God, yeah. Like $20, I think. Doesn't work. Eh. Just do this. Creativity and a little bit of persuasion. Okay. You're woken by the buzzing of your holopalm. It's a colony-wide alert. You rub your eyes and ponder the thickness of the air seeping into your bedroom through the open veranda door. It's an ominous but beautiful sight. The seasonal pale pink haze has turned to deep fuchsia, with scintillating silver sparkles floating through it. The shimmer. Thankfully, you've all been inoculated against the shimmer because this looks like a bad year for the airborne spores. To be safe, you stay inside and seal your door and windows tightly. You spend this time playing hologames with your dad. After a couple days, the pollen fog passes without incident. Damn, that's so different from what happened the first time around when I was on my first run. Yeah, it did. Because we developed the shimmer treatment before this happened and instead of after this time around. I don't know what the last creativity perk is. Wait, does anyone have a birthday that's mid-pollen? I don't think so. Unless, like, Cal does. No. Oh, this is a new one. You look high and low for Cal, but you can't find him anywhere. You're about to give up when you hear a curious sound from the gardening shed, followed by a trill of Tammy's laughter. You knock on the door that's been left slightly ajar, just in time to see Cal jump away from Tammy, who's seated on the work table. Tammy giggles nervously and smooths down her skirts, and Cal rubs the back of his neck. Oh my god, are they having sex? Hey, Solana! I was just showing Tammy this. He picks up one of the gardening tools and brandishes at you. Tammy goes around and tugs her ear, humming. Oh, that's so good. Oh my god. So I still need persuasion up. We walked in on Cal and Tammy, who were apparently about to have sex, and they tried to like lie about it. It was very funny. Where they're like, we find them in a shed in the garden and we knock on the door and like we hear Cal like cursing and then open the door and he's like, hey Solana, I was just showing Tammy this, and he holds up like a gardening trowel and Tammy's like and she's like fixing her skirt. Oh my god, it's great. It was great. Give me that shovel and have fun, yeah? We're gonna go to humanities course again. You're heading back to your quarters at the end of the day, and as you pass by the med bay, you hear shouts and scrambling from within. Several surveyors have come back with serious wounds, not the usual broken limbs and sunstroke. One of them is holding a towel to her own leg, staunching blood flow from a massive animal bite. Another looks nearly blinded from acid. It looks like chaos in there. Help in medbay. Gosh, it's a good thing you were here. Triaging and getting the most badly wounded into the medbeds is difficult, and the others need traditional medical attention while they wait. It's hectic, stressful work, but you're able to keep your head and provide assistance. Good work in there, Solana, Chief Engineer Instant says. You know, with how the colony's grown, I could use an assistant nurse. Someone I can trust to take care of things while I'm working in the lab. Come back next month and give me a hand if you're interested. I unlock nursing assistant. Neat. Wait a second. You've almost maxed out our creativity. Think it's Tammy's birthday? Give her a flower again. Hi, Pyro. Oh, we have this. What are you working on? Cal's looking a little sickly. Well, I found this really pretty flower growing in the garden. I've never seen it before. You take a look at it. Wait, you've seen this before. It's a rad plant. What? It's radioactive? Cal says, backing up quickly. Good thing you knew that. What do we do? You're not sure, but if you study in the geoponics lab, you might be able to figure out how to neutralize the radiation. Well, that would be a thing to do. I do also need to kind of learn empathy, like raise my empathy. I still get the most kudos from carrying the plant to take the lab. No, I'm not carrying it. It's just at the lab now. It doesn't like penalize if you don't go to the lab immediately or anything. I want that extra persuasion. To finally get 40 persuasion, yeah. Hal has been called away for a council meeting, so Congruence is filling in. She tells you that today you'll be learning about the history of capitalism on Earth. You mean why humans used to have nice things, and now we just eat mashed trippet and soy cakes? Mars says smugly. Please. Earth humans might have messed everything up, but at least they had style. Shut up, Mars. Ever patient, Congruence ignores Mars's contribution and projects a hall of it into the classroom. A solemn woman in weird clothes identifies herself as Haven Constance Odenheim, an educational designer for the Vertumna Group, and tells you that the following experience has been created specifically to teach you, the third generation of the group, about the largest contributing factor in the Earth's destruction, capitalism. You and the other students exchange worried looks. You spend the day in an interactive experience that covers the history of capitalism, from market feudalism to its transition to colonialism, then its major phases like industrialization, mass production, and corporatism. It ends with a discussion of how it collapsed in the late 21st century, as wealth inequality and environmental concerns finally weakened its hegemony, along with the planet itself. This is more weird cult stuff. I mean, we are in a weird cult, but this is right. Sounds horrible. The educational experience tells you that, despite being regarded by many as simply an economic system, capitalism had been responsible for more violence on Earth than any act of war. From its very beginnings as colonial powers spread mercantilism across the globe, it required a constant supply of people to exploit through any means necessary. It took centuries for people to realize how horrible capitalism was, once people could no longer hide from its racist colonialist history. You're partway through the lesson when Cal realizes the parallels. But we live in a colony, don't we? Aren't we colonizing Vertumna? Isn't that wrong? Of course not, dummy, Mars reasons. There aren't any people here to take the land from. Just a bunch of animals. She said, this game needs to leave my billionaires alone. Yeah. Yeah, let's kill all the dumb animals. What if there are other people? We know. It's not like you can tell everyone that you've met an actual alien, so you just sort of ask a leading question. Smooth, Solana. What if the moon is a giant soy sweet? What if the lakes are champagne and trees grant wishes? Hello. We've already done all the scans and stuff. If there was intelligent life here, we would know. Wait a second. I can do it like this. Yeah. That's better. Oh shit, that didn't quite work, but whatever. We'll put this here. Super goal. And we finally have all the persuasion we need. Right. Okay, so, no, open this. And equip. Oh, shit, I need to leave the building if I want to... God, that can't change gear in event is so awkward. Okay, now we can apply to be Lum's assistant. You overhear another meeting between Seek and Lum. It's not that you're spying. Again, you're just curious. They seem to be disagreeing on another administrative task that Lum doesn't want to do. Does he do anything around here? Just figure it out, Seek, Lum says. That's your job. Convince Lum you can help. You walk straight up to the two of them and declare you'd be the perfect governor's assistant. You can handle all this mindless busy work, freeing Lum up for his very important job of running the colony. Seek looks as annoyed with you as they are with Lum. The governor, however, is pleased by your audacity. He walks you to the bridge. Good, you can share that desk over there with Mars, he says. You've worked with Mars before, right? Good kid. Strong image. She handles my social media presence. Have a stick for the bar. Also have a hug. Yes, I am planning a coup. That was like the main thing that caused me to like give up on the colony and betray and join the Gardeners last time, was that I had like no fucking clue what I was supposed to do to actually get Lum out of power. Well, I know Mars can become governor. Want to make something? You know I do. You know I do. No, make sense. I've had this great idea in my head for months. I want to build something huge and I need your help. Nomi walks you through their plan to craft their biggest thing yet, a massive dilly pillar float that you can carry on your shoulders using mushwood sticks to puppet it around and make it look like it's dancing. It's a huge hit, especially for the younger kids. You get a workout and you get to make something beautiful. Aw, that's cute. Right, when is Anemone's birthday? Early dust, and right now. The only thing I know you like is eggs. By the diversity of the characters, it is really neat. Though, like, I've mentioned before, this game would not be interesting to me if it was just, like, diverse dating sim VN on alien planet where you do Stardew Valley farming stuff. It's like, it's the trauma that makes it really interesting to me. It's the fact that all this horrible shit happens and everyone dies. Ah. Oh, Mars wants to talk to me. You find Mars frowning over a textbook on her holo. She flips through the pages with growing disgust until finally she gestures angrily to dismiss the screen and then drags her hands down her face. Oh, she exclaims, people totally suck. You slide into the seat next to, oh my god, this is, yeah, her idea to like do capitalism so art would be promoted. Yeah, look, I told my dads about my plan to get the adults to adopt kudos as a way to encourage the arts, and they got really weird about it. Like, they think it's a good idea, but then they told me I should read up on about Earth's history. So I did, and you know what I found out? People suck! The whole reason we left Earth was because trading money for stuff was a bad idea. It made a few people rich and everyone else poor, and it destroyed all the culture and people fought and killed each other over it. By the time our parents left Earth, almost everyone worked super hard and was super poor, while like 100 people barely worked at all and owned private spacecraft. That's so dumb! This colony is the closest humans have come to income equality in thousands of years, but we don't have any passion. And Earth's history is full of people with passion who end up turning into supervillains, while everyone else starves. Mars says, crossing her arms, is that all we're capable of? Really? She looks at you intently and puts her hand over her heart. I'm a passionate person, Solana. Is being a despot all I am capable of? I love this fucking 16-year-old girl crashing out because she just learned about capitalism. Ah, this is so good. Thank you for the head pats, Bogmanus. Poor little baby, yeah. There's something wrong with passion. Oh, that actually lost friendship with her. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna actually reload that then. You're gonna have to work at it? Mars nods with conviction. You're right, Solana. I'm glad I can always count on you to remind me to be better. There has to be a middle ground between austerity and inequality. I don't have everything while everyone else has nothing. Like, yes, obviously I want to colonize this stupid rock. I want massive cities and glass skyscrapers and flying cars. I want to not have to fight off aliens every year. I want to pave over all these scungy pollen trees and kill the stupid bugs. I want air conditioning. I just want everyone to have everything, even the stuff that the adults think doesn't matter. We can't live like animals just because of the boogeymen of our past. One day I'm going to be running this place. Mars says, just you wait, Solana. I'm not going to let us fall into the same patterns we did on Earth. We have to take care of each other and master this planet. But we also can't forget what makes life worth living. Luxury. What do you think, Solana? Do you think I'm on the right track? How do we avoid past mistakes? Oh, that's not what I wanted to take from it. I'm going to reload again. I'm allowed to save scum. It's my second run. Yeah, I think so. Good, because I'm going to make it happen. We are stressed out, so I need to reduce stress. I'm gonna give a cake to Cal because that always, like, reduces your stress a little. Actually doing mega strip mines here, that would own. And that gives me a little bit of stress back so I can actually do something. Persuasion and organizing. Interesting. Now we drop that. I'm actually going to buy that because that's worth a lot more than the +5 empathy. No. All right, we got to do xenobotany at least for that, but we might as well wait until next month to do xenobotany. No, I saved the governor this time, actually. I guess I'll do some defense training to get the first combat perk. Oh, now I can apply for guard duty. You report to Security Chief Red about guard duty with the defense squads. Oh, you're back, Rhett says. He walks over to face you. Yeah. But you have what it takes to survive? Yes, I do, and I'm ready to serve. Okay, you're in. See you at dawn, recruit. Now I can do guard duty. Which gives me more relevant stats. Extra flat this run, yeah. You show up for orientation to guard duty. Face and Anemone are here as well, listening intently to Security Chief Red as he teaches you the specifics of the colony's defenses. There's the walls, of course, and the lookout towers and the robotic turrets. There are obvious weaknesses like the gates and less obvious ones like the pipes that divert runoff water away from the colony. And there are high priority targets like engineering and geoponics. You're surprised to learn that the living quarters are considered lower priority. Duh, Vase mutters. During an attack, everyone's supposed to be defending the colony, not hiding under their beds. It's a lot to learn quickly, and Rhett doesn't let you make mistakes. He drills you and drills you, first on your knowledge of the colony, and then on actual drills. Physical fitness and reflexes, loading and firing a plasma rifle, securing a dangerous situation, and combat tactics, both as a group and solo. If the lookouts on the walls see anything, you'll be the ones to shoot it. He says as you struggle with reloading the cartridge in your rifle. There might not be time to wait for backup. You have to be able to make and act on the right choice without hesitation. He looks you right in the eye. You're not only a guard while you're on duty. You are being charged with the defense of the colony itself. I expect you to be ready at all times to answer the call. Frustrated, you fumble the cartridge and it clatters to the ground. Rhett stops it under his foot. No slacking. Keep your mind and body sharp and ready for anything. Rhett leaves you to figure out how to reload your plasma rifle on your own. Vase is already finished, of course, but Anemone stops what she's doing to help you. There's a latch here, she says, flicking it with her thumb. If it's deployed, you can't click the cartridge in. Got it. It's easy when someone actually shows you how. I'll make Rhett proud someday. Anemone laughs and claps you on the back. Yeah, he's just a big teddy bear, right? She finishes her reload and shoulders her rifle, and then she and Vase leave together. He's such a bad influence on you, Anemone. I got on 44. But whatever. First combat perk. It's Vertinalia. Everyone's in high spirits as you decorate the colony square. The great tables are piled high with food, groaning under the weight of heaps of roasted and steamed vegetables, barbecued meat, stews, carafes of mulled cider, and cakes dripping with frosting and sugar bug syrup. You gather in the colony square for the usual speeches. Lum takes the stage to fanfare and applause. Hello, people of Vertumna, he exclaims over the din. Happy Vertumnalia! He takes a big theatrical breath. Do you smell that? That's the smell of victory. We humans have secured our hold on this planet, and now it's time to celebrate. Lum gestures to the sagging feast tables. Eat, drink, and be merry! The crowd cheers again. After the council members each give their annual reports, everyone starts clearing the square to set up for the Vertumnalia Games. You feel the pulse of a new holomessage in your palm and open it up to read. Happy Vertumnalia, there's a present for you on the table. XOXO, your secret admirer. You rush over to the feast table and spot a wrapped present among the roasted vegetables. Wow, you have a secret admirer? You unwrap your present. It's a data band. You snap it on your wrist and boot it up on your holopalm. It's full of all your favorite songs, videos, shows, and games. A collection curated by someone who must really know you. Now you'll always have your media with you, even if the net goes down, including all your favorite episodes of The Rise and Fall of Sanctuary Moon. Nice! You search the holopalm for any hint as to who could have made it, but you can't find anything. I know it's Dis. You'll have to ask around, but later, the games are about to begin. Bake Off. You join Cal and Tammy in the kitchens. They're standing really close to each other, like really close. Tammy adjusts her clothing and Cal coughs. Well, let's get cooking, he says. Time to get our bake on, right? This year's theme is multi-layered cakes. Yeah. Oh, first collectible use is free, so I'll just do this to get a head start. That'll become 5. +2 organizing. Your cake is an architectural marvel. Easily they're in the running for the best thing ever created on Vertumna for sure. It's 4 tiers and decorated with delicate hand-sculpted floral details and piped frosting. It's delicious, too. The best part is eating it, of course. After the festivities, everyone descends on the feast. You heap your plate with more food than you could eat in 3 sittings. When all the food is gone and the sunset has broken the heat of day, people break out their instruments. Everyone dances well into the night. Oh, Rex wants to talk. Oh, this is the secret admirer question. Right! Yeah, I know it's Dis, because he's my highest relation, so... And it was the same last time, so are you my secret admirer? So what if I was? It wasn't... Don't make a big deal about it. But I like you too. Dis stops and turns towards you slowly, like he can't believe your words. What? Why? I love that response. Oh my god, that made me laugh so hard the first time. I just do. Dis looks at you in shock, then looks away, breathing out shakily. Okay, he mutters, his cheeks turning pink. Cool, I guess. This is so awkward, it's so funny. You see why did I say Tambly? Tammy stumbling down the path from the depot, struggling to carry a large wooden box. The box looks to be stuffed with rolls of paper and other craft detritus. Give her a hand. You jog over and take one side of the box. Oh, hi, Tammy chirps. Thank you. You have bad taste. It's not heavy, just awkward, and together you carry it easily into the creche. Tammy sets the box down inside the lounge and smooths out her skirts. Goodness, she exclaims. There's more and more in this box every year. She reaches into the box and pulls out a floppy-headed puppet. Oh, kindness. They were always my favorite, Tammy says, stroking its long pink hair. Do you remember putting on Gratitude Day skits when we were kids? It's hard to forget. Once a year on the Stratospheric, all the adults would cook a big meal and talk about how grateful they were for things like the oxygen recycler working and babies being born. And then the kids would put on a puppet show about the beginnings of the Vertumna project. All the puppets had allegorical names like kindness or courage or curiosity. You remember some years you could get a little creative with the details? You've heard adults talk about how there used to be a similar feast day back on Earth, but whenever you've asked about it, all they'll say is that the way they do it now is way better for some reason. You nod, and Tammy smiles fondly as she pulls out more puppets. Oh, here's hope and resilience, too. Oh, that's ironic. Resilience needs a little bit of love before she's ready for the stage. Tammy runs her fingers over Resilience's loose button eyes. I think Anemone was the very best Resilience. She says thoughtfully, do you remember when she and Mars both wanted to play Resilience, so they drew blue straws and Anemone had to play Ingenuity? She was great at breaking stuff. It's like a horribly grim celebration, yeah. Oh my gosh, I thought Tangent was going to light Anemone on fire with her mind. She always wanted to be Ingenuity. Did you ever diss a song about Earth? He never sang the same lyrics twice. I was so sad when he stopped wanting to take part. I wonder what happened. His mother killed herself? Like, we know that? And when the puppet stage collapsed? Tammy guessed. And we all had to stand there and act it out like it was a play? Oh no, that was the worst. What's your favorite part? I liked working on the set and the puppets with Cal. She says, touching her fingertip to her lips. I was always too worried I would mess up my lines. Oh, those are fun times. Oh, for once I actually gave her extra confidence instead of nuking her confidence by accident. Tammy folds her hands over her heart and sighs. I'm so happy we still have all these old dolls. Some of the littlest kids don't even know what we used to do this. I can't wait to teach them. That's so cute. I'm gonna run to the bathroom while the ads run. I'll be right back. Oh, I accidentally snoozed. Fuck. No, run the ads. Run the ads. I also got a bunch of pings. Hold on. I am back. What do you say when someone likes you? I've known Cal literally all of my life, and it's so wonderful that... She giggles and hides her face. We've known each other for 17 years, and I don't know how to talk to him now. Aw. Someone had a mid-dust birthday, didn't they? Okay, so no opportunity to give you a gift, so it's presumably not your birthday. We are going to go work xenobotany because we have the radioactive plant. Research xenobotany. Back in the lab, you have all the right equipment to properly examine that radioactive plant you found. Maybe you can find a way to protect yourself from them so you don't need to drag a radiation-proof virus suit with you every time you go to that part of the planet. How confident are you in your ability to protect yourself? I need engineering 40. If I say I think I'll be okay, I know I get radiation poisoning and it's horrible. So not at all, actually. Good call. Maybe you can come back again later after collecting more samples, yeah? So I need higher engineering if I want to properly study it. Also, I really need to go forget some cards. Why haven't I forgotten that one? That's wild. That one's kind of shitty. And that's all I'll forget for now. We are going to assist the governor. One of your first tasks as an administrator is to format the monthly report to Earth. It's full of boring, carefully formatted data. Seek is very specific about it and makes you redo it 3 times until you get it right. Ooh. You drop off the report at the comms desk and realize you've yet to be told how to process any reply from Earth. You wonder if they reply at all. Investigate on your own. You sneakily read through the administrative HoloNet files you're allowed to access now. There's a huge backlog of messages, all dating from during the 20 years the Stratospheric was in space. You scroll through the preview text quickly, not wanting to draw too much attention to yourself. The majority of the messages are updates from the colony's allies in the Vertumna group, but every so often there's a message ordering the ship to cease and return to Earth, putting an end to their illegal immigration and return their stolen property. If the Vertumna group weren't outlaws on Earth before, stealing congruence in the gene tech definitely did the trick. These messages are angry. There are no messages from any time after the Stratospheric landed on Vertumna. Maybe nothing can get through the wormhole. Maybe the communication system was damaged, and it wasn't until the heliopause landed that communications could be restored. Or maybe both planets are just shouting into the void. It's impossible to say. Interesting. Yeah, that works better. That's the best possible hand. Okay. Lots of persuasion and organizing. I've almost maxed organizing. Early Wet, which I know is Mars' birthday. Give you a hug. Give you some mushwood logs. Give you a flower. This is a bobber fruit. I don't really have anything to give to you. Do you care about strange devices? No, you don't. Actually, like, I would have expected her to. Have a stick, because I don't have anything else to give you. Or a strange device. Have a crystal. Might as well max up creativity, actually. Help in the kitchens. Back in space, cooking involved programming ration machines and putting dishes in the laser-matic dishwasher because water was too precious to clean dishes with. But now you're growing more real food and trying to figure out how to cook with it. The cafeteria kitchens are bright and full of good smells. There's always something baking or boiling or frying. You take a deep breath in and just hold all the deliciousness in your lungs. Well, at that point, if you're like using a laser to clean it, why not just like literally put your dishes in an autoclave? Chief Steward Anne, known to the kids as antecedent, is in charge of everything in the living quarters. Running the children's crash, coordinating the cleaning bots, and of course, cooking for the whole colony. It's a lot of work, but she's good at delegating to all the kids she has raised here, including you. She's a big believer in learning by trying and doesn't mind if a few dinners are ruined in the process. Tammy waves cheerfully at you and Aunt Ann welcomes you with a big smile. Oh, look at you two. I just know you'll be a huge help around here. She shows you to the kitchen nanoprinters. Just press this button and the ration machine will spit out a freshly pressed cake of soy rations. It's not tasty, but it's nutritious. Then she shows you to the range. A large pot of brown stew is bubbling away. Here's where the real magic happens. Tammy claps her hands excitedly. And will we get to decorate cookies? Sometimes me and my dad used to decorate cookies together, and it's really, really fun. And I think everyone would really like it. We could do stained glass cookies with bobber fruit jelly. Let's make cookies. Aunt Anne chuckles. Cakes and cookies with fruit and frosting for 100 people? Why, you have quite an imagination, Tammy. She takes a ladle and spoons up some of the stew. We need to focus on large, hearty dishes that can easily feed many people like this stew. If things get busy, we can serve the soy rations as is, but it's much nicer to actually cook them with something else. Full tummies make for happy workers. Aunt Anne sets you and Tammy up with a few basic kitchen tasks and leaves you to it. If you need help, I'll be just around the corner. Or you can ask Congruence for advice. She has every recipe and method you could ever need, and she's an excellent teacher. You quickly have your hands full with the sheer volume of food it takes to feed 100 people. Workers from the canteen shuttle back to pick up trays of soy rations and pots of stew at regular intervals. Somehow you keep up. You poke your head into the canteen at lunch time to see what people think about the food. Seems like they like it. Maybe you're cut out to be a chef. Max creativity. Give gifts every month? Oh, that's really good, actually. I'm not sure I need it, though. Oh, it would be really helpful for Rex, because I need to give him enough sticks for the bar. You fall to the sounds of laughter and find Nomi and Rex playing catch. Or maybe the word for the game they're playing is more like fetch. Nomi throws the ball as far as they can, and Rex tears after it, climbing and leaping over anything in his way like it's not even there. Rex hands the ball back to Nomi, and Nomi winds up to throw it again. But at the last second, they palm the ball and hide it under their arm. Rex barrels off away from Nomi with his ground-eating stride and gets pretty far away before he stops and looks around confused. He looks back at Nomi, who waggles the ball at him and bursts out laughing. He really is just a dog. Nomi! He shouts, running back to them. He picks them up and hauls them over his shoulder, and Nomi shrieks with delight as Rex spins them around. Two Helio kids in their crisp uniforms pass by, glaring archly at Nomi and Rex. Rex sets Nomi down and then spots you over Nomi's shoulder. "Well, hey, it's Solana," he says, and Nomi turns around and gives you a stunningly bright smile. Rex slings his arm over Nomi, and Nomi lays their head on her shoulder. They're both breathless and beaming with happiness. "Did I miss something? Are you two dating?" Rex and Nomi look at each other and make twin sounds of disgust. "What? No, not at all," Rex exclaims. Nomi's practically my sibling." He tightens his grip around Nomi's shoulders. "I mean, I love them, I really do, but not like that." Nomi sticks their tongue out. "I don't like anyone like that," they add, "but I love Rex too. He's my best friend." "Aw, buddy," Rex coos and wraps his whole body around Nomi's smaller one. He kisses them noisily on the cheek, snuffling into their hair, while Nomi shrieks with laughter again. "We were always the odd ones out on the heliopause. People thought we were weird, you know? You probably don't see it because everyone is so awesome here, but compared to the rest of those smug, boring jerks, we've really stuck out. But I'd rather be different than be like them." He looks down at Nomi, who beams up at him. "And I got to be different with my best friend, which was awesome. We just hung out together and had our own fun while everyone else trained to be proper little soldiers." "Right, Nomi?" Nomi frowns. "Like Vase and all of his cronies," they say quietly. "It wasn't all fun and games." Rex shushes Nomi, strokes his hand through their hair. "I know," he says, "but that's in the past. We don't have to grow up to be soldiers. We're here now." "I would die protecting? Yeah, we're here now, and there's so many more people to be friends with, like Solana." "Yeah, I'm your friend." Rex smiles and holds his other arm out to you. "Group hug!" Rex gives really good hugs, and Nomi's no slouch either. They are indeed very cute. Oh, I have the alignment bonus because I maxed something. We're gonna go do xenobotany, I guess. To get more biology too, and like max our organizing also. Research xenobotany. Six. Wait, no, we have to do something like that. Wait, no, this forms two straights. Max organizing. Choose not to take new cards. And we're very close to maxing biology. You're browsing the colony bulletin board in your holopom over breakfast when you notice a new post from Nomi. It seems to be a short story. The title is Xenos to the Rescue. You open the story and read through it. Wow, it's actually pretty good. Nomi did a great job of grounding the unrealistic premise of talking manticores with relatable characters and a strong emotional story. With your help on some of the finer details, Nomi's written something that truly elevates the art form. Templar Knight, thank you for the follow. You get the notification through your holopom that you received some kudos along with a message from Nomi. Hi, Erythemus. Thanks for the help, Solana. Here are your royalties. Hey, have another stick, dweeb. Wait, does that mean I can hug him more than once this season too? No. It is your birthday, so I will give you this. You find Tange puzzling over a large holoscreen, making notes on her hollow eye and frowning over them. As you approach, she gestures to wipe the holoscreen clean and starts again. Ah, she sighs, taking a break to rub her temples. Okay, Tange, come on, think. You come up beside her and she startles. Oh, Solana, hello. She says, I'm in the middle of running simulations on genetic diversity over the next few generations. You're welcome to see. It will affect all of us, most likely. Tange pulls up the next genogram simulation, a family tree encompassing all the people in the colony, their familial relationships and genetic conditions. She scrutinizes it with a frown. We have an unusually high amount of hereditary heart disease, no matter how you slice it. She mutters, luck of the draw. We've lost quite a bit more genetic diversity than the original geneticists of the Vertumna Project anticipated, and that's not even counting those unwilling or unable to reproduce. She crosses her arms. It's possible to steer the ship out of it, so to speak, but it will take some purposeful breeding choices for at least for 5 to 6 generations. May I verify your data? Tange gives you a curt smile and angles the holoscreen towards you. It sounds crude, but the colony will need to accept a certain level of oversight in this matter if we intend to survive, genetically speaking. Artificial insemination of material from Earth donors, even in love matches, for example. You stare at the genogram until your eyes cross and shake your head. Tange laughs. It's terrifyingly complex, isn't it? Imagine, this process happens all the time naturally. Why, any sweating beast can squirt a child into the dirt. It's all just proteins and luck. But the end result is this. She waves her hand at the massive chart. It's beautiful in a way. On a long enough timescale, we can predict the genetic drift of a species. In the face of that, what do family bonds matter? It's not as if sharing genes with someone guarantees you'll be a strong family unit. Does anyone really like their parents? That sounds like cope over the fact that your mom killed herself when you were a kid, Tange. I'm gonna be real. It sounds a little eugenicsy. Tange looks affronted. You, what? She sputters. Solana, surely there's a middle ground between eugenics and everyone dying of preventable genetic diseases, especially in these first critical generations. That's a hell of a statement. I mean, yeah, though, but it is, isn't it? I mean, it contextualizes a lot about Tangentists that their mom killed herself. Cool motive, still eugenics, yeah? I feel no allegiance based on my blood. If I had no family at all, that would be acceptable. What about Dis? I'm ashamed we're even related. Literally all he does is go on expedition and talk to trees. Who even knows where he is right now? Don't you miss your mother? You mean the depressed drunk who died when I was a kid? No, not at all. If it wasn't for Chief Steward Anne, I probably wouldn't even still be alive. Do you want kids someday? Tange looks thoughtfully at the genogram. Truthfully, I'm not entirely certain I can bear children. There must be limits to my gene-engineered body. I certainly didn't experience puberty to the extent that Mars and Tammy did, for example. Besides, children would only distract me from my work. The chief engineer never had children, after all. I think that's admirable. Tange's gaze flicks over to where the chief engineer Instance is talking to one of the other lab assistants. In some ways, I'm the child she never had, and she is the mother I wish I did have. She says quietly, we became close when we started my gender affirmation process. It was so obvious then that we were kindred spirits. As I would come in for checkups and observation, we'd talk about the science behind the process. Of course, I showed an interest in it, and Instance fostered that in me. She supported me. Tange looks down at the ground. Unlike my own mother, who by that point had ceased to find joy in almost anything. What would I be without Instance? The only things I have in my life are what she gave me. Not just this body, but my passion, my hard work, my achievements. Without her, I would have nothing. I owe her everything. She sounds really important to you. She is. More than anyone. Someone is definitely acting from a place of unresolved trauma, going to some questionable rabbit holes. Yeah. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have our legacy to plan. I am going to rest. No, I need to rest during glow. That's what I should do. Yes. I'm actually going to go to engineering class of all things because I have the enlightened perk. Tange flags you down in the hallway. Oh, Solana, do you have a moment? You got on expeditions sometimes, right? At least far more than I do, or would ever wish to, so would you mind doing me a favor? Depends, what is it? It's a small thing, really, and I'm to understand it's not terribly dangerous either. I simply need you to bring me some Hawkeye eggs the next time you come across a nest out there. I would ask this, but, well, why? For science, obviously. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Just bring me some eggs. You know what? I'm not your errand girl. I didn't say you were. I didn't realize it was too much to ask that you actually do your job. If you change your mind and find any Hawkeye eggs while foraging, I do need them for my research. Yeah, no, I know what you're working on, Tangent, and I'm not going to help you with it if I can avoid it. That works. Engineering perk. Draw an extra card. Ooh. Check around for dialogue and stuff, and then we go rest. Relax in the park, I think. Oh, there's an item. I don't think Rex is out this season, so I can't give him anything. I'm gonna go relax in the park. And hopefully upgrade my pets. No, I don't want to forget either of those. You're laying in bed, staring at the wormhole through your window when you hear a deep thump resonating through the ground. Then a second one, quieter. The woven roof of your room quivers, unleashing a season's worth of fine glowing dust to sift through the air. You join the fray. You grab a plas rifle and report to the front, where a line of soldiers has taken up arms and is waiting for orders. The colony prepares to defend itself against the two building-scale faceless, as well as a teeming swarm of smaller Xenos that seethe towards you. Hold steady, orders Chief and Security Chief Rhett. Keep the line. No, Governor Lum yells, running from the front gates to the front of the defensive line. He elbows Rhett out of the way and waves his arms wildly. Bring them closer. Draw them in. Rhett stops himself from shoving Lum back, but just barely, you can tell. Are you serious? We can't let them any further into the colony. We're going to fight them on our territory, Lum cries, raising his plas rifle over his head with one hand. We have the walls. Let's use them. We'll let them come inside and pick them off one by one. We can't pick off a faceless, Rhett sputters from the sidelines. Lum smiles maniacally. You can see the gleam of his teeth from here. I have a plan. Just follow my lead. And with that, he turns and begins to run towards the approaching animals, roaring taunts and firing wildly into the fray to draw them close. At a loss, Rhett motions you to fall back and let the animals approach. The area just inside the gates becomes a swirling melee of smaller Xenos and plas rifle fire. Try to stay out of the way. That being locked in place is awkward. But oh well. Well, I could do something like that. Oh, if only I had one more. Card with a gem on it. There we go, super goal. You're not exactly a professional soldier, but you manage to hold your own against the Xenos, even though you still scream and retreat when something gets too close. You don't injure any humans with your plasma rifle, at least. Out of the artillery smoke wafting over the battlefield, Lum comes running. Here they come! Here they come! He shouts joyfully, and plies through the gates with the two faceless galloping behind him. It's without a doubt idiotic and horrendously dangerous. You can't help it. You hit record on your holopalm and film the ensuing chaos. You catch a glimpse of Chief Rhett putting his hands over his face and sighing. A squad of Helio soldiers takes up the charge and helps shepherd the faceless into the open area in the middle of the colony. You have horrible flashbacks to the first time you saw a faceless inside these walls. From the looks on the face of the other Stratos, you're not the only one. Then you're all thrown to the ground by a tremendous explosion. Fire engulfs the center square, roasting the two faceless in an inferno that blasts the sweat from your pores. Rocks and chunks of dirt patter all around you with the occasional thunk of burning mushwood. Those soldiers nearest the blaze all recoil in surprise. Clearly no one but Lum knew that the square had been rigged with explosives. You don't think anyone was caught in the blast, but it was close. Lum stands before the blaze, laughing and firing at the two tortured faceless as they roast to death. You raise your holopalm to capture the image, his silhouette dark against the column of flame and smoke. It was ridiculously dangerous and stupid, but it does look pretty cool in your recorded footage. People filter out of their hiding places, shielding their faces from the heat coming off the bonfire in the middle of the square. On the horizon, the first watery rays of quiet sunrise are struggling to make a dent in the hot orange glare. The colony's fire suppression system is turned on the square, revealing the charred corpses of the two faceless. Utopia walks up with the reclamation team hauling an industrial plascutter on a hoverlift. Did he use the mining explosives? Utopia says in awe. Might have bold of him. Those things will blow a hole in a mountain. Or creature, I suppose. She sighs. Wish we could have saved them from mining. That must have been the last of them, and I'm not sure we can, and we sure can't make any more. Then she and her crew are out of earshot as they pick their way down the blast crater to curve the faceless recycling. I mean, realistically, you usually use ammonium nitrate for mining, and there's no reason to use anything that isn't ammonium nitrate even in the future. And ammonium nitrate is really easy to make. Fortunately, the colony was well defended. You and the other colonists have been fortifying the defenses, putting security above all else. Tonight's defense was a resounding, if messy, success. But if Utopia is right, you don't have any more of those explosives now. You can't just nanoprint unstable molecules like that. What are you going to do during the next attack? And we have our adult forms! Because we're 17 now. God, Mars gets so hot. Oh, there's Tammy as an adult. Did you just add a little magnesium boosted napalm in there? Don't worry about it. Yeah. Also, Tan just gets really hot. And Anemone. Everyone gets very hot. Nomi is in their usual spot in the lounge surrounding, but there's a steadily growing collection of body pillows and stuffed animals. They're curled up with their arms around a giant plushy creature and seem to be scrolling listlessly through the movies available in the Colony Media Archive. Find anything good? No! Not since I finished Maid Stalker Ares. I can't believe it ended on a cliffhanger. I didn't know that the stratosphere had left Earth before the series finished airing. You have every episode except for the two-parter season finale. They bury their face against the plushie. No, we'll never know how it ends. It's just not fair that we'll never have any new shows to watch. This isn't about the show, is it? Nomi wipes their eyes and heaves a big sigh. Yeah. I guess that's kind of true. It just reminds me that they pick at a thread on their plushie, you know, that everything ends, and just sometimes it's a lot sooner than you expected. When I got here, I remember looking at your huge media library and thinking, wow, Galactic, I'm never going to run out of things to watch. It felt like the whole world was still ahead of me, ready to be discovered. A new planet, a new people, a new life. Numi digs their fingers into their plushie. Now it feels like everything's just on fire all the time, and everyone is always on my case about how I need to grow up. What's so bad about being innocent? Why does everything have to be so grim all the time? They wipe their eyes again angrily. And I don't get any more episodes of this stupid show I like. It's not fair. I get that. It's hard. Nomi nods, their chin wobbling as they try to keep it together. Yeah, they say, tipping their head up to the ceiling and trying to put on a brave smile. Thanks for getting it, Solana. Over the years, a lot of people have started wearing a lot less clothing than you remember from when you were growing up on the climate-controlled stratospheric. Definitely a lot less than in the holovids you brought from Earth. Rex, though. Rex has really acclimated to Vertumna's hot, sultry weather. Yeah. Dude, put a shirt on. Are you kidding me? He asks, throwing his arms wide. First, it's hot as balls out here. I work outdoors and hooey. No joke, I'd take off more if I could. He cranes his head up to the score. Second, I like the feeling of the sun on my skin. After 15 years in a sunless tube hurtling through space, I want to soak in as much as I can. It makes me feel great. Rex laughs and knocks himself into your shoulders. I think our bodies were meant to live this way. Don't even get me started about pants, bud. Oh. You spot Rex carrying supplies and big pieces of wood into the construction site at the end of the lounge. The future home of his bar. He waves at you, well, as much as he can, as a wave as he can do with his arms full of mushwood. Hey, La Solana, he calls out to you. Things are going great in here. Thanks to you, it'll be done in no time. You take a look at what you can see. Rex has kept it all pretty well tarped up and hates letting people inside to peek, but you can tell it's big. Perhaps a little too big? Ambitious, maybe, for a first solo construction project. But Rex has had a lot of help from his crew, and from the whole colony. He'd have to be able to find enough wood. I'd love to see it. Rex shifts from foot to foot. Well, he sighs, biting his lip, but you get the sense that he's dying to share it with someone. Okay, he says, but just for you. You follow him into the tent. It's chaos inside, littered with pieces of mushwood of varying lengths and covered in fine sawdust. Light coming from some gaps in the tent pick up all the little sparkling motes of dust in the air, making it seem almost magical. Rex spreads his arms. Well, this is it. Well, so far. We have a bar and a dance floor. That's all you really need. Might be awakening something in me. He is really hot. I will admit. He wipes open his hollow palm and starts playing some music, then shimmies over to the only clear spot in the mess. That must be the dance floor, you figure, because he starts wiggling and bopping along to the music, gesturing for you to dance with him. I'll dance with him. Rex cheers as you join him on the dance floor. He grabs your hand and spins you around, and you laugh and dance to the music coming from his hollow palm. Moving your body just for the sheer joy of it feels amazing. You can see the future of this place, a place where people come not because they're stressed and need to relax, but where they can really cut loose and enjoy themselves. Rex had the right idea. The males in this awaken things in me, yeah. Rex comes over to you and slings you into a one-armed hug. Just seeing you makes me super energized, he says. I can almost hear the music now. That's right, the bar's gonna have live music. You know anyone who plays an instrument? I'm gonna work double time to finish this place. If you want to help, bring me all the mushwood you can find. Yeah, have some mushwood. Things I'm not used to, except for Vase. Vase awakens my disgust and anger. I'm very used to those, yeah? Alright, I should hug Rex, too. I don't know why I gave her a crystal. She doesn't like crystals. Oh, I need to talk to Dis. I assume this will have his romance event since he's maxed and we're adults. Yep. You can't find Dis outside the walls, even though the duty roster has him working on the expedition vehicles today. After asking around, one of his crewmates points you to where she'd seen him disappear into the forest just 10 minutes ago. You thank her and set off onto the wilderness. You've picked up a few things about tracking after hanging out with Dis for so long, so you follow his trail into the nearby mushwood forest until you hear him speaking calm and slow. Shh, it's gonna be okay. Just let me help you. You follow his voice to find him kneeling on the ground next to a wounded Hawkeye. The scent of blood and animal fear colors the air. Dis's knife glints as he pulls it from his sheath. Don't worry, he says to the creature. I've got you. It won't hurt anymore. Real soon. A branch snaps under your foot, and Dis's head jerks up. His eyes go wide, but he doesn't greet you. Instead, he gestures for you to get a closer look at the Hawkeye. Its single leg is mangled beyond recognition from a hunter's snap trap, and it's bleeding heavily. It can only stare up at Dis, defeat in its 4 eyes. It struggles once more, then goes still from the exertion, wheezing miserably. They tell everyone they're humane traps. But humans lie, don't they? They lie all the time. The hunters won't be back to check the traps until tomorrow, Dis says, looking down at the Hawkeye with a grim expression. I have to put it out of its misery. It's the kindest thing you can do. Dis nods once and steels himself. With a clean cut, he slices through the neck of the Hawkeye. It tenses, twitching in fear reflex, then goes limp in his arms. Dis is quiet at your side for a long time, breathing evenly in through his nose and out through his mouth like he's meditating. It's better to die quickly than to suffer in a trap. But there shouldn't have been a trap in the first place, he says eventually. He clicks his tongue against his teeth. It's pointless. It was going to die eventually, but not here. It's not natural. It's not the death part that bothers me, it's our vanity. Humans are so afraid of extinction that they'll kill indiscriminately to avoid it. Dis takes out a cloth and wipes the Hawkeye's blood off his blade, his movements slow and reverent. I used to let it control me too. I thought dying meant that living was pointless. But now I know the truth. Life is short, brutal, and hard. It's up to us to fill it with as many experiences as we can. We're going to spend our lives cooped up in the colony, subjugating nature because it strikes fear into our animal brains. He smiles faintly. Or are we going to get out there and live the only life we've been given? He looks down at the corpse of the Hawkeye and lays his hand gently against his head. We're all going to end up like this in the end. There's no use denying it. We're letting the fear of it control our actions. I agree completely. You're probably the only other person here who does. That's why we get along, I guess. Dis lifts the Hawkeye's body into his arms and rises to his feet. The smell of death will attract animals right into the other traps, and I'm not taking it back to the colony to be stuffed into a recycler. We have to take it into the woods and give it back to nature. You and Dis walk further into the forest in respectful silence, Dis cradling the dead Hawkeye in his chest. Eventually, he tells you to wait while he finds the tracks of a predator and lays it down nearby, an offering the forest accepts without acknowledgement. He returns to you, blood-stained and solemn. It's done, he says. You begin the walk back to the colony, though it's clear Dis is taking his time. After a few minutes of walking, he turns to you and grabs your arm, forcing you to stop and look at him. Solana, he says, his eyes burning. Promise you won't let me end up like that Hawkeye. At your questioning look, he squeezes your arm to the point that it almost hurts. If I'm trapped here, just let me go, okay? Dis, you're scaring me. Dis releases your hand and takes a step back. I'm sorry. Never mind. Forget I said anything. I don't want to make him that promise because I know what he means by it. He stares at you for a few unnerving seconds, perfectly still, before jerking into motion and fishing a pendant necklace from his clothes. He unclasps it from his neck and holds it out to you. Here, he says, you should have this. I want you to have it. You turn and let him put it around your neck. The pendant is large, but surprisingly light. You recognize it as a fragment of Unisaur horn, its pearlescent color shimmering in the light. Are you flirting with me? Dis's hands pause on your neck. Maybe, he breathed, so quiet you almost don't hear. Is that okay? His voice is shaking. Is he scared? Dis, I feel the same way. You do? Dis says. You're not just saying that because you feel sorry for me, right? You turn around and shake your head. You've waited a long time for Dis to be ready, and he finally came to you on his own. A bird you had to let go to be free. Dis regards you with a serious expression. You're the only person in this colony that I've ever really cared about. I don't know why you bothered trying to be my friend when I was trying to push everyone away. His eyes drop to your mouth and linger there. I care for you so much, Solana, he says softly. It almost scares me sometimes. I've never felt like this before about anything. He cups your face and bends to kiss you, achingly sweet and slow. You can't imagine what I do to keep you safe. That's like so ominous, but also extremely cute. Like it's making my heart like tense up, but also it's extremely ominous. He steps away and looks down at the ground, suddenly evasive. Listen, I don't know how much longer I have left here, he says softly. I just want you to know that. I want to spend the time I do have with you. He is very cute. So starting Dis has also given me the event that like gives me extra social skill increases. So maybe I should do something that trains social stuff instead of going exploring right away. Acorn Picture, thank you for the follow. Interesting that you apparently can't do babysitting anymore at this age. Right, yeah. No one has had kids for a while, that's why. Vetrox Sierra, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna play sports ball for the first time in a while. You play a good game to get it, Day, yeah. It's your 17th birthday, but it's not just your birthday. Quiet is a time of new growth, a celebration of life and hope. Not for just this year, but for humanity's presence and Vertumna for years to come. You and your friends are the symbol of that hope. Quite literally, you are the future of humanity. As you're all beginning to take your places as adults in the colony, the council has decided to throw a party in your honor. The Vertumnan Youth Ball. Mars is organizing it, of course. You get an embossed invitation on real paper slipped under your door. Party, party all night long, yeah. You slip into some party clothes and head over to the lounge to celebrate, well, yourselves, and yourself specifically. It is your birthday, after all. The lounge is all decked out. The decorations look expensive. Must have taken a lot of nanoprinter credits. Your friends are transformed too. Everyone is dressed up and looking like the young adults you're becoming. You can hardly recognize some of them. Mars catches your eye and waves, her bangles jingling joyfully. She looks like a model from her holomags, every inch of her primped, painted, and perfumed. Solana, happy birthday. I'm glad you could make it, she says over the steady thrum of the music. Drinks are over there. Make your song request the congruence and take off your shoes. You look down at your boots, then back up to Mars skeptically. She rolls her eyes and does a little bounce. Sock hop, just like Earth, duh. At the refreshment table, Cal is stuffing his face with party food, and Rex shoves 2 glasses of punch in your hands. Gotta stay hydrated, he says, pouring himself another glass. We'll be sweating it out one way or another. He winks at you. Oh my god. Don't let them fool you, Tangent mutters, joining you. She smears a glob of something pink and meaty looking on a cracker. It's a well-documented phenomenon that people inexperienced with imbibing alcohol will begin to act as if they're drunk, even if they're completely sober. To Rex, she adds, I mean, of course, that I'm not going to suffer any bad behavior. Rex grins as he pulls a flask out of his vest and pours a healthy addition into his glass. Who says it's going to be an act? Let's get a little loose. Come on, it's a party! The music changes to something with a fast pounding beat. Rex throws his head back and howls. Woo, it's time to dance. I know that dancing with Diz goes disastrously, so just to hang out with your friends. Rex and Mars take to the dance floor, joined by Anemone and a reluctant-looking vase. You stay behind with the others to watch, still marveling at how mature your friends seem tonight. They've transformed like grotty little grubs into beautiful Dorbsmoths. Dish shows up late and skulks around the outside of the lounge, eventually coming to pick at the food at the table. He keeps his distance from Tangent. As the dancing wears on, Tammy comes out with a great big tray of appetizers. Cute little bite-sized things with strange colored paste and fancy garnishes. So grown up. That's a good thing you didn't go. You'd have missed this. Nomi, who's playing DJ with Congruence, spins up something a lot slower, more romantic. Grab a partner and pull them in close, they announce dreamily. Or whatever distance you both feel comfortable with. Everyone giggles awkwardly and shuffles around, feeling the intangible friction of teenage politics. Who dances with whom? Who makes the first move? Like I said, dancing with Dis goes really horribly because he can't dance at all. Let us hang out. Must one dance at a dance? Is it not enough to simply just vibe with your friends? Tangent gives you a nod of recognition as you both hold down the refreshment table. At least two of us aren't interested in making fools of ourselves, she mutters darkly, indicating Anemone and Vase all but climbing into each other's clothes on the dance floor. After the slow songs, Nomi spins Congruence's music library to something with a little more bounce to it. The dance floor once more floods with bodies ready to gyrate the night away, but the tunes are abruptly interrupted by Governor Lum's Hearspeak hijacking the feed. He strides to the stage, flanked by Security Chief Rhett. Everyone on the dance floor whines in unison at having some buzzkill adult stop the music, but Lum just raises his hands and smiles indulgently. Look at all of you, he says, young pioneers. I look at you and I see the future, not just of this colony, but of all humanity. You catch a few people rolling their eyes. You've heard this before. Rhett here, good man, a real good man, really. The best of the colony. Shared this poem from a great Earth poet. Lump continues. Now, I'm not one for poetry myself, but damn if it's not something I want to share with you kids tonight on the eve of something really big. He clears his throat and reads from his holopalm. We cannot tarry here. We must bear the brunt of danger. We, the youthful, sinewy races, all the rest on us depend. Down the edges, through the passes, up the mountain steep. Conquering, holding, daring, venturing as we go the unknown ways. Pioneers, oh pioneers. We primeval force felling, we the river stemming. Vexing we and piercing deep the mines within. We the surface broad surveying, we the virgin soil upheaving. Pioneers, oh pioneers. One hiss, this is bullshit. Red looks a little pained, but Lum continues. What do you think that poem means, kids? Yes, does it mean we should sit here in our colony, politely waiting for the planet to make a space for us? He clenches his fist evocatively in the air. No, he exclaims. It means we need to get out there. We need to grab Vertumna by the balls and make it respect us. He points to you specifically. I need you, the next generation, to lead the charge. This is your planet, and you're old enough now to defend it. I'm asking all eligible fighters to join the squads amassing at expeditions, to get out there and attack those monsters where they live. We're taking the fight to them. No more hiding behind our walls. To your left, Vase and Anemone lead the cheering that erupts. Lum and Rhett leave, and the music spins back up again. But only a few die-hard partygoers still want to dance. Everyone else has broken into small groups to discuss the announcement. You are angry? This is bullshit, Cal exclaims, causing a few heads to turn. They're not even going to try to figure out why the animals are attacking us. They're just going to kill, kill, kill. He waves his arms over his head. Aren't we supposed to be better than that? Dis clearly agrees, though much more quietly. They don't even know what's out there, he mutters. They have no idea what they're up against. The party fizzles as everyone drifts away from the lounge. You return to find your parents have stayed up to make sure you got home safe. They've never done that before. You've always been told the colony was safe. Now, you see their grim expressions, and you know that time is over. Rip safety in our own homes. Tammy wants to talk. Oh, she made me a cake again. Rex, have a stick. Oh, Cal wants to talk also. You're looking around for Cal when you overhear him just around the other side of the geoponics dome. For the last time, leave me alone. Doesn't sound good. You get closer and find Cal facing down Red and Vase. They've cornered him, their body language calm and relaxed, while Cal is so angry he's almost shaking. Cal, please listen to us, Red says, spreading his hands. We're not here to conscript you. I can't force you to join the army. All I'm saying is that I need good, loyal, strong young men like you out there on the front lines. Red smiles. You're a good boy, Cal. I admire your passion for peace and your dedication to fighting for it. That's why I'm here, asking you to help me protect the colony. Protect the colony? That's such a lie. You're not protecting anything. You're just slaughtering defenseless animals in their homes. It's disgusting. Hey, Vase retorts, taking a step forward with his fist raised. Show some respect. Cal squares up like he's ready to take the hit. For who? He asks, voice sharp. Psychopaths like you? Vase roars and looks like he's about to take a swing, but Rhett holds him back with one raised hand. Vase swings back to Rhett's side, glowering at Cal. I can tell you need a bit more time. I just wanted you to know that my door is always open if... Are they bothering you, Cal? Your mom comes up behind you, her presence smothering the encounter like a blanket over fire. I need you inside, she says to Cal, then turns to Rhett. My people are too busy filling your soldiers' bellies to listen to your war stories, Rhett. Don't worry, she adds, patting her artificial leg. He gets plenty of war stories from me. Rhett backs off. You're right, Flulu, he says placatingly. I've taken up too much of young Cal's time. Face looks like he's about to lip off again, but Rhett speaks before he can. All I ask is that you keep it in the back of your mind, Cal. When you come around, I'll be happy to talk about your options. With that, they leave. Face gives you a scathing look as they pass. Cal sits down heavily on a sack of fertilizer that must have been carrying before Face and Rhett cornered him. This isn't even the first time, he mutters, face in his hands. They're really dead set on getting me to join the hunting parties. I told them I don't want to kill anything, and Rhett was like, okay, it's okay. You can just tell us how to kill them. He looks up exasperated. Like, that's any better! I wish they would leave you alone. Me too. They have a real messed up idea of what it means to serve the colony. Like, who do they think grows their food? Ghosts? Cal picks at a loose thread on the sack he's sitting on. Man, this whole war is light speed stupid. Lum and his people come crashing in here and think they run the place because they have bombs and guns. And nobody stops to think, like, maybe we're the invasive species here. To live in harmony with nature. I'm glad you agree, Cal says. I just feel like we just showed up and plopped ourselves right in the middle of the food web. And we didn't even think for a second about the chaos that would cause on the ecosystem. We owe it to this planet to do our best to try to understand. Cal looks at the walls. Maybe the answer is out there. You go on expeditions a lot, right? Can you keep an eye out for, like, the answer to everything? Cal's shoulders slump in a sigh and he pushes himself to his feet. Man, I wish I could still talk about this stuff with Anemone, he says, slinging the sack of fertilizer over his broad shoulders again. You can see why Rhett wanted to get him in the defense force so badly. I miss her. I miss that we used to be so close when we were kids, but she's gone all human supremacist now, and I just can't stomach that, you know? You spot Tange heading behind the engineering wing and follow, only to find she's disappeared. Then you look up and see an access ladder leading to a maintenance platform by the engine turbines, long silent and starting to rust. You climb up to the platform. Tange is there, lying on her back and staring at the sky. A hatch beside her leads back into engineering. That must be how she knows about this place. She doesn't acknowledge you until you're almost standing over her, your shadow fighting the overcast light. She blinks with the sluggishness of someone who's only just remembered it's a necessity, and licks her lips before she speaks. Do they need me in there? You shake your head, and Tange doesn't sigh in relief exactly, although her eyes slip closed. Good, she murmurs. It's all too much right now, I thought. Her mouth switches. I don't know what I thought. I don't know what I'm doing up here. What's going on, Tangent? Tange huffs a small laugh and folds her hands over her stomach. You know, I think I may be burned out or depressed. In Earth movies, depressed teenagers would sneak out onto the rooftops. I confess I don't think I see the appeal. Maybe it would be better if I had alcohol or cigarettes. She shakes her head. Blanking out your mind with substances is what my mom used to do. Not me. Do you want to talk about it? Tange smiles, self-effacing, and doesn't look at you. I don't think so, she says. Maybe. Will you sit with me? You lie down beside Tange and watch the gentle revolution of the sky for a few minutes. You can feel the caginess seep out of Tange as you lie there in silence until finally she speaks. Do you ever think about humanity? She asks slowly. Humans are such glorious, beautiful, well, utterly self-destructive things. They only ever create by destroying, and in turn they hasten their own demise. Tange finally looks at you, her hollow eye lighting up her cheekbones. She looks gone. It was the belief in human supremacy and unchecked innovation that doomed humankind on Earth. She says, Does it seem we're going down the same path here on Vertumna? I believe we can do better here. Tange takes a deep breath and lets it all out. I think so too. I just don't know how. I don't know if any of us do. We're only human. Sometimes I wonder why we even sent humans to explore space. Given our track record, you would think perhaps an artificial intelligence would have been wiser. No ego to get in the way, no questions about ethics or morality. After all, we learned in Earth history that when human colonists traveled from Europe to the Americas, they nearly killed everyone who already lived there because they spread disease. Tange looks at her hands. I just can't help but wonder if we're doing the right thing. The hatch to the laboratory clangs open, and Tange jumps. There you are, Instant says, just her head and shoulders visible through the hatch. Have you finished recalibrating that strand sequencer yet? Tange scrambles to her feet and brushes off the seat of her pants. No, not yet. I was waiting on the results from BH4316, and Instance clicks her tongue against her teeth and raises a hand to interrupt Tange. They're ready, she says. I need that sequencer ready for the G14100 samples. Her eyes flick to you. If you're done, she adds icily. Yes, ma'am, Tange says, cowed, and slides into the hatch after Instance. As her head disappears past the roofline, you catch a fleeting hint of an expression on her face that you can't name. What do I do next? I want to try max bravery. So, play some sports ball. The sports ball pitch hasn't been the same since Calm Guide. Rhett's the coach now, but he doesn't care as much as Calm did. He's more concerned with getting sports ball players to sign up for the defense force. You show up for practice and spot Vase and Rex on the pitch, standing with a healthy distance between the two of them. Vase is surrounded by a group of friends, and Rex is bopping a sports ball on his head and chest. We are age 17. Anemone is here as well. She's wearing Calm's old sports ball jersey. Rhett picks her as captain for one team and you as the other. Who do you pick for your team? Rex. Popularity doesn't matter in sports ball, you think? Rex pops the ball under his arm and saunters over, ignoring the venomous look Vase gives him. Anemone chooses Vase right away. Right, and then I'll do this. Doesn't quite work. If only I had a wild card. That would super goal. That's the same score. Yeah, this is higher. You and Rex whipped the butts of Vase and Anemone and everyone else on their team. You cheated, Vase complains. Come on, Solana and the dog boy against Nemi? Against me and Nemi? How is that even a contest? He storms off the pitch, venting about how the game was rigged for weaker players because sports ball isn't a real game. Anemone comes over. I think you did well. Good work out there. Rex goes to give her a high five, but she looks towards where Vase disappears and shakes her head. Hi, Roboto Cherry. Yes, I am having fun. Hi. I wanted to get some bravery and toughness from that. I think now I'm just gonna go exploring. Explore nearby for the first time in a while. You report to the expedition's tent to find not just Utopia, but Security Chief Red and Vadis as well. I just can't spare any more of my people, Utopia's explaining to them. You've already pulled out almost all the foragers, and we're already running scant crews in the ridges as it is. There's one person you can spare, Red replies, turning to face you. Hello, Solana. How'd you like to transfer onto one of my hunting parties? Utopia tells me you're one of her best explorers. We could use someone like you. He indicates Vase. I need someone who can keep up with this one. Sure, I'd love to hunt. Rhett nods. Good, I'm glad to hear that, he says, then turns to Vase. But first, I need to make sure you know the basics. Vase, bring out the Vriki. Vase goes over to a town and brings back the Vriki on a long chain. It's sprightly and bright-eyed, some might even say cute, and comes up nearly to your waist. Vase looks proud of his duty as monster bearer. I caught this one myself. I'm adding it to the training zoo, so don't kill it. But feel free to give it a few pokes, then tell me what its weakness is, yeah. I'm not going to attack it, even if that would give me better stats. That doesn't quite work. We want to do something like this. No, wait. We need it to be 4. Fuck. Shit. That works. We could have gotten higher, but we got the super goal regardless, so. You studied the creature for a long time. Thank you, Robota. Yeah, I love my model a lot. Whatever, I'm gonna skip through the rest of this dialogue because it's literally just introducing that quest. That, like, exploration, being able to go hunting in the swamps. Sim would like to talk. Oh, monster math time. I see you're already key smashing. I tend to have that effect on people. You're enjoying a relatively uneventful second son of taking readings for one of Utopia's geological surveys when you get a sudden premonition. This situation feels strangely familiar. Oh, you need to move now! You jump out of the way just in time to see Sim come crashing through the air where you would have been, grappling with the skyfish almost as big as he is. In the ensuing tussle, they completely crush the delicate scanning equipment you just finished setting up. Utopia is going to be so upset. What the heck was that? You yell at Sim, who just shrugs helplessly while he holds the skyfish at bay. It's a whole damn mess. What's he doing bare-knuckle boxing with skyfish, honestly? The skyfish flops around pitifully, then springs back into the sky and flies away. See, Jason? Drilling in distress, it didn't even look dangerous, really. Solana, Sim croaks, and you turn your attention back to him. Blood is pouring from a wound on his chest where one of the skyfish's spines must have pierced his otherwise perfect skin. It's the kind of thing that will definitely leave a scar or worse. Holding the wound closed, Sim says sheepishly, I guess my future sight isn't always 2020. Yeah, you can say that again. I guess my future sight isn't always, he replies, then laughs. I know what you meant. And I'm sorry I wrecked your tools. Well, the skyfish helped. It really was going to hurt you, or at least it could have. I dreamed about it last night when I was when I was asleep. My dreams aren't always true, Sim says, wincing as he applies pressure to the wound. The paths branch and converge. Time is more like a web than a line, I think. He smiles weakly, but always in the center, there's you. Probably because I'm the chosen one. You are just joking, but he shrugs and says, maybe. Some gardeners have the ability to see between timelines and remember things that may happen in the future, but it takes hundreds or even thousands of years to develop. Unless I'm mistaken, you have the same ability, but you were born with it. I can't tell you how this future sight works. To be honest, I don't even know. But if you're curious, he's clearly grappling with something and not just the sluggishly bleeding wound in his chest. His voice drops. You might look for answers under the light of the wormhole and glow. You press him for more, but he begs you to simply leave him to handle his injury in peace. Yeah, please remove some stress with your weird alien magic. His friendship is maxed. Oh, there's a boss event here. My favorite place? Oh, bravery challenge, yeah. It's thrilling to get there. Yeah, just keep going. I think I'll just play this. Yeah, that's the max. That's the best possible hand. Bravery is almost max. You have to cross a fallen log over a deep ravine to get there. Today you make it across, controlling your fear and walking steadily without shaking. There it is. You're having an orchard of bobber fruit. The sweet citrusy smell wafts from the red fruit as it bounces enticingly up and down at the end of long branches. You check carefully for animals. You've seen a territorial butch bub here before, but it looks like the coast is clear. Woo, got some bobber fruit. Try to plant something, I guess. Our biology is almost maxed. I have no reason to do that challenge. I have no reason to do that one either because I can just walk past the path blockers because of my max perception perk. Help the float cow, I guess. Peek inside that hole. Looks dark. Look closer. Put your hand in there. Medicinal roots. Hike up it. Push the rock down the hill. Get some toughness. Yeah, and it crushes my back and it crushes my backpack. Lots of medicinal herbs. I really need to get reasoning up. It's really annoying to get reasoning up. And I'll do this one because I know it gets rid of stress. Hey, goblins. No, we want to use this one. Don't want to use that one. Someone else give you monster mouth? Yeah. Thank you for the reminder to hydrate and check my posture. I don't actually care too much. I mostly just want the reduced stress reward. $70 Fahrenheit to get coat off. Oh, it's probably hotter here in Texas. I'm like streaming in a tank top and panties again. As I have been like every day this fucking month. Oh, bravery challenge. This is probably enough to max bravery. If you're in upstate New York and it's that hot, yeah, wow. Wait a second. You've moved somewhere cooler than I've ever lived in. Gotham's enjoying it. Yeah. I think we just make the big flush. Bravery finally maxed. Drew an extra card. Yeah, it's just alien crickets. Phew. They're so tiny, but there are millions of them. They look like little blades of grass and rust their sides against something to make that shoo 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 noise. You tuck your pant legs into your boots and continue on your way. Bravery max, and that means we have enlightened, which means we should finish other things. Go home. Oh, Rex wants to talk. You're looking for Rex by the construction site, but Rex finds you first. Tackle hug! You turn to the source of the yell. Rex is barreling towards you, arms outstretched. You have about 2 seconds to decide how to react. Give him a big ol' friendly bear hug. You stand your ground and throw your arms wide. Rex almost knocks you off your feet with the force of his hug, but his strong arms don't let you fall. He smells so good, like sweat and dust and sunshine. I'm always happy to see you, Solana, Rex says, squeezing you tightly. You think you're starting to understand this strange Helio boy and his love of hugs. So, are you looking for me? What you need? Feeling really down lately. Oh no, Rex cries. He throws his arms around you again and rubs his hands down your back comfortingly. I'm sorry, Solana. Is there anything I can do to help? I just feel trapped, you know. What do you mean? I keep living the same life over and over, yeah? We're literally trapped on this planet. I had a life among the stars. Maybe you don't remember it, but having solid ground under your feet is way better than being literally trapped on a spaceship. I can't dip from work right now, but if you want, you can come see what we're working on, get your mind off things. Rex takes you on a tour of the construction site. I would love to throw Rex a ball and pet him and hug and... Yeah? He's very cute. And basking in his excitement is a pleasant way to spend an afternoon. When you wave goodbye to him so you can get back to work, you feel a little bit lighter. Tammy is actually almost maxed. I miss there being babies around. I know why we're all supposed to stay on contraceptives, but why are we even here for not thinking about raising the next generation? Understandable, Tammy. I know you love children. And that's like your thing, is that you love children. You like these? No, you don't. Tammy is like aspiring trad wife 100% from like the moment you meet her. If you hear my wife and I don't have one, my dad gets more angry. It's funny. Oh my god. Oh, I finally get this. You gulp and bravely dare him to tell you what's the deal between him and his sister. What about her? Dis scowls, digging the toe of his boot into the dirt. She's smart, and perfect, and everyone loves her. You wait patiently. Sometimes being brave means sitting in the silence. Eventually, Dis crosses his arms and shrinks in on himself. When Tange got her genome therapy, all anyone wanted to talk to me was about how I shouldn't be sad about losing my brother. Like they had to tell me that. I'm her twin. I knew she was a girl like 5 minutes after she did. She's always been my sister. She's always known who she is, but like, that was the problem. Dis says he picks at a loose thread of his sleeve. She's so mature, you know? And I'm not. So she treats me more like her dumb little pet than her brother, telling me what to do and acting like she's so much smarter than me. He rubs his face. I mean, she is smarter than me. She's smarter than everyone, even the adults. But that doesn't mean she knows what's best for everyone. Dis lapses into silence. You wait a little longer to see if he wants to share anymore, but Dis seems intent on just staring off into the wilderness again. Let's get out of here and have sex. I was just thinking the same thing, Dis says, giving you one of his rare smiles. He shows you a special spot. I know a place nearby, Dis says, his eyes crinkling mischievously. We don't need to take much. Just follow me. Dis leads you about half an hour into the wilderness, just far enough that the ever-present scent of smoke and manure fades away, and the forest opens up to reveal a small lake with perfectly clear jade-colored water and soft white sand. Dis kicks off his shoes and pulls his shirt over his head, revealing the well-hidden secret of his tanned skin and toned muscles. He shoots you a little smile. There's no one around for miles. It's just us. You rapidly divest yourself of your clothing and dive into the clear pool, swimming out far enough that the only sound is the water gently lapping against your shoulders as Dis pulls you into a firm kiss. Your legs tangle together as you tread water, dipping below the waterline and coming up sputtering, laughing, clinging together in your fantasy of being the only two people who matter on the whole planet. He is very cute. There's more exploring I want to do, but while enlightened, I want to go take engineering. You and Nomi are doing independent study after hours when they stand up from their beanbag chair and do a little victory dance. Yes, they shout, it worked! Look, Solana! They throw something to your holoscreen. The intro for the game, QQ Bishonen Kusetsu, comes up on screen, and Congruence's full-room holoprojectors decorate the walls with blue sky and rolling green hills. Peppy battle music filled your ears. Nomi claps their hands proudly. I installed it on the classroom mainframe! It's so much faster, there's no latency at all. Did they romance the first time? Dis again? Suddenly the lights go out. Nomi screeches and hangs onto you in the dark. The lights flicker back on, but only for a few seconds at a time before going dark again. The temperature drops. The holoprojectors no longer display the lush meadows, but instead a ramshackle wooden cabin with various horrible implements hanging on the wall. Hello, children. Oh no, Nomi moans. I must have installed it into Congruence's memory. She's being affected by the game's code. Congruence's holoprojection appears in the middle of the room. She's facing away from you, but when she slowly turns around, you're horrified to see that her face is smeared away and featureless. Do you want to play? Yes. An unnatural growling fills the room. Nomi squeaks and hides behind you, but it doesn't matter. The noise is everywhere surrounding you. Congruence's holoprojected form flickers and becomes a shaggy manticore with glowing eyes, and then it's gone. A howl echoes off the walls. The hunt is on. You and Nomi fight your way through Congruence's holoprojected nightmare, encountering beasts the likes of which you've only seen in books from Earth. They stalk you through misty forests and trap you in dank-looking cellars. They scream and moan and cry and howl. To do things right. I'm planning to do the things I did in the first playthrough right. You've never been so scared from a holo game. It feels so real. I didn't make this, Nomi says, their chest heaving as they look around for the next creature. This isn't even the game I installed! Congruence the Manticore reappears, a ghoulish apparition. Is this what you wanted? No! Nomi screams, Solana, what do we do? Apologize to Congruence. You repent profusely for hacking in and messing with Congruence's system files. Beside you, Nomi bows deeply to the hologram monster and promises to never do it again. If only it will stop hunting them and make the scary game end. The lights flicker back on and Congruence's holoprojection smiles cheerily. You solved my puzzle! She chirps and plays a recording of cheering and clapping. I thought simply telling you not to uninstall unapproved software would be boring. You'll certainly remember this lesson. Nomi clutches their chest. Yeah, for sure! I'm never doing that again! Oh, that's so good. Oh, Tange wants to talk. You bump into Tangent after a routine checkup in medbay. Solana, could you wait a moment? I'm almost done. Let's walk out together. Dr. Instance gives you a curious look as Tange hurries to catch up to you, but goes back to her work. You wonder if Tange needs something from you or just wants to hang out. Lately, it seems like she has less time for her friends, preferring to work late at the lab. Maybe she's lonely. Ah, nice weather we're having, Tange says as you walk outside. You look around. It seems pretty normal for the season. She clears her throat. It's so different here than it was in space. Growing up in a spaceship was so clean and tidy. Here I'm constantly sweeping pollen or dust or spores or what have you off of everything. There was a mushroom growing in the corner of the bathroom the other day. I kind of like it, honestly. Yuck. You can have it. You walk for a few more minutes. Tange clearly has something on her mind, so you let her sit with it until she finally steels herself. I am not very good at this sort of thing. So you know I've been working on a big project with the chief engineer? Yeah? You nod and she continues. Well, it's been going really well. I think we're finally over the last hurdle now. Governor Lum says it's going to change everything here in the colony for the better. Tange seems more at ease than you've seen her in years. Truly, I couldn't have done it without you. Tange says, a slight smile warming her usually expressionless face. I know I can be a hard person to be around, but I appreciate everything you've done for me, and ultimately for the colony and all of humanity. I know how horrible this project is, so what's really going on with you? It's nothing. I just think it's nice to take a moment to recognize when someone has helped you. I'm trying to do it more. If the last decade has taught me anything, it's that you don't want to wait until it's too late. Tange nods and shoves her hands in the pockets of her lab coat, apparently having exhausted her capacity for heartfelt conversation. Study engineering again. You're on break from your work in engineering, catching up on social media when Tange sits beside you and clears her throat. The frown line between her eyebrows is a permanent feature these days, but today it's out in force. I need to talk through a problem I'm having, like a personal problem? What? Of course not, a scientific problem, nullhead. Usually I would talk through a blockage with congruence. No, I'm too busy. You don't look busy. Yeah. I'm not helping you. I'm not helping you. I'm going to avoid helping you. We have 30 reasoning, which means we can do tutoring, finally. Apply to be a tutor. Apply for the job. I want to do one more thing, and then I'm going to go exploring next month. If I have one criticism of this game is that it's like depends way too much on like giving gifts for getting relationship. And I feel like the events should matter more than gifts. Oh, Vase has an event. Yeah, he invites me for a run and then says about how like I'm glad you guys are here now, just doing our duty for humanity. And then he complains about everyone lacking discipline. Yeah. I don't want to bother doing Vase's voice. Want to train together? And then he suggests you practice some hand-to-hand combat, then kicks your butt in the absolute most literal sense. Do you like herbs? No. But it was her birthday. It's a beautiful day, and you spot Tammy outside the lounge enjoying the sun. She waves excitedly as you approach. Solana, guess what? Dr. Instance approved me for artificial insemination. I can have a baby. You know that Tammy wanted to be a parent, but so soon? She's only a year older than you are. Seeing her sitting there, kicking her bare feet in the grass, you can't believe how young she looks. And how very happy just being from ear to ear, wanting to be a mother. Tammy gazes at the horizon. It's one thing, and it's maybe the only thing I've ever been really sure of. The funny thing is, I know I should feel scared, but I don't. I know I've been scared my whole life, but when I think about being a mother, I only feel calm, like I can be brave. I can do anything, as long as it's for my baby. Even when I was younger and I took care of children in the old creche, If they cried or were scared, that was the only time I wasn't afraid. Isn't that funny? Huh? It is a bit young. You describe how Hawkeyes will go nuts if you get near one of their nests, throwing themselves fearlessly into danger to protect their young. Float cows circle up with their calves in the middle of the herd. And even the completely tame bristle slugs on the farms won't let you near them while they're nursing. Cows gotten hurt by this bristle sometimes to know, don't mess with parents. I just wish my dad could have been here. I wish he could have met his grandchild. I think he would have been proud. He was always so brave, out there exploring. He worked hard to keep us safe, to keep me safe. Cal gonna help you? Tammy smiles shyly and ducks her head. We've already talked about it. Cal is perfect. He's going to be an incredible dad. Aw. Yeah, she is. I'll give him a cake for the relation and to... A very, very big breeding kink, yeah. Oh fuck, I haven't been giving Rex his sticks. And then you help him build the cookie thing. Oh, a holo projector, yeah. I don't want to read that out because it's the second time. I have hugged him. You're looking for Mars, so you just follow the sound of arguing until you track her down outside the bridge. I can't believe how short-sighted you're all being. Do you think we could just take this planet by force by killing everything that threatens us? It's like you've never thought about anything other than your own ego for 1 second in your stupid life. Who do you think you are, Lum roars. You'd all be dead in the ground if it weren't for me and my soldiers. We're the only thing standing between this colony and destruction. No, Rex is more twunk than twink. That's the problem, Mars retorts, sticking her finger in Lum's face. You only care about defense and not about growth. She gestures wildly all around here. This place is a backwater. There's nothing here worth protecting. We need to start thinking about economic and social policies that encourage growth and creativity, or all we're ever going to do is scrape by a miserable existence on this stupid fungus rock. What do you think we're doing? Lum counters. We can't grow until the enemy is defeated. There will be time for all your nice jewelry and fancy clothing when our work is done. You think you can just walk in here and tell me what to do, little girl? You don't know the first thing about what it's like to run a colony. You just play pretend. And Mars's shark look, he continues. Yeah, I know about you and your little club. You're a rich little princess playing politics. You should go back to what you're good at, looking pretty. Fuck you. Hey, that's not fair. I can handle this, Alana, Mars says, gritting her teeth. At least I'm doing politics and not just jerking off with my buddies about killing things. Mars spits. If every eye in the room wasn't on her before, it sure is now. While Lum is sputtering, Mars tosses her hair over her shoulder and smirks. See, it's not so nice being when other people do it, is it? Mudslinging politics is so old earth. But don't worry, I don't take your lack of class personally. Get out! Lum roars, and Mars turns on her heel and leaves command, grabbing you on the way out. Thank you for following, Urza-chan. Hi. We are going to explore next month. We're gonna explore next month. For now, I will tutor children. You're helping Tammy brush up on her math and chemistry. Auntie Seaton says I need to measure when I'm baking, but when I'm baking, I just go by how the dough feels or looks or smells, and it always works out. When I try to measure and think too hard, I get it wrong. She tugs on her ear. She told me that if I want to do it by feel, then I need to get better at chemistry, too. She showed me this long textbook about food chemistry and how proteins combine to form gluten, how acid makes things fluffy and soft. I didn't know any of that. Aren't acids bad? Why would I put them in food? Oh my god, Tammy. Go easy on her. She'll never learn if she isn't enjoying it. You gently encourage Tammy as you read through the food chemistry textbook together and work on some practice tests, even when she gets every question wrong. Though she'll probably never be a chemistry whiz like Tange, she blossoms with every compliment, slowly gaining confidence in her abilities. This isn't as scary as I thought it would be. Thanks, Solana. When the lesson is over, Tammy insists she bake you a cake to show what she's learned. She didn't really understand the lessons, but she has the confidence to taste it as she goes and adjust the recipe based on gut feeling, now informed by some solid book learning. Did she really learn anything about math or chemistry? Maybe not, but she's a better baker now, and that was her goal. Sure, she should be thanking you. She's so dumb. Okay, this is the month I go exploring. Contextualizing a difficult subject through something someone understands, yeah. I will give her some random object for her birthday. Oh, event. You spot an anemone halfway up a garrison watchtower, her legs wrapped around the scaffolding as she cranes to look over the fence through a pair of binoculars. You clear your throat and she peers down at you and waves. Solana, come up here. I want to ask you something. You clamber easily up the scaffolding. Anemone gives you a high five. Here, look through these. Anemone says, shoving the binoculars into your hands. You raise them to your eyes and look where she's pointing. A long ways out, much further than the expeditions are going, you spot a dark humanoid shape. So what? So what? He's going to get in trouble only if you tell on him. Well, yeah, but someone should. We're like adults, though. This event, I think, is supposed to trigger earlier. Stay out of his business. Okay, sorry, I'm on watch, yeah. We should get inside the watchtower, huh? Yeah. Got something random to give Vivi? So anemone is at what? 50. Okay, that's good, because that's the threshold for something important. Oh, Rex wants to talk. Solana! Just the person I wanted to see. You duck under the shade of an overhanging bit of construction. I wanted to talk to you about something, Rex says, starts with that preamble. I wanted to talk about us. What do you mean, us? Rex tilts his head at you, the corner of his mouth quirking up in a crooked fang smile. I mean, how can I say this? You're hot, and I'm easy. Why don't we put these two things together and see what happens? He brushes the backs of his fingers against your cheek. I know when someone's flirting with me, gorgeous. I can tell you're into this, pup. He laughs and ducks his head, running his hand through his hair. Sorry, I can't turn it off. Rex links his fingers behind his head and rocks back on his heels. I've never really dated anyone before. Like, I love people, and I really like fooling around with people, but those aren't always the same people, if you catch what I'm saying. It's like how I love Nomi, but I don't want to be sexy with them. And I've definitely hooked up with people I didn't really feel anything for, just because it was fun and we both wanted to. If you're okay with that, I think we could have a lot of fun and just see where it goes. Nope, I'm dating Dis. Rex gives you the biggest, saddest puppy dog eyes you've ever seen. Really? He whines, like literally whines. Then he stands up straight and gives you a big smile. Kidding. He says, I'm just pulling your leg. We're cool, for real. I mean, you know me. A dog's got a hunt. I've got plenty of friends I don't sleep with. I'm always happy to have one more. Rex slings a friendly arm around your shoulders. I'm glad we talked about this. There's nothing better than a girl and her dog, right? You have to agree. It's awkward to tell someone you don't like them that way, but you feel good about this one, and Rex seems as genuinely happy as ever. It's good to have a friend like Rex. How many more sticks do I have to give you? It means we are going back to the ridge. There are items over here. Oh, it's the bounce tweezers again. Back on the log hunt? Yeah, kinda. Tim would like to talk. You think you see Sim running through the trees up ahead near the edge of a cliff. You call out to him, but your voice is drowned out by a screeching roar that shakes the forest, a manticore. Oh, it's this event. You're feeling a remarkable lack of self-preservation today? So you holster your scanner and follow the noise through the trees. You find Sim fending off not one but 3 manticores at the edge of the cliff. His back to the fatal drop behind. He's bleeding profusely from his hairline, and his left arm hangs uselessly at his side. He doesn't even register your presence as he tries to calm the beast with soothing sounds. One of the manticores knocks Sim off his feet, and your heart lurches as a spray of stones clatter down the cliff. The beasts have him completely at their mercy. Save him. I know he dies anyway. We don't have anything that's 7. But I could do something that's 5. Wait a second. And do this. And we get some combat. Somehow, using all your strength and then more, you defeat the lead the manticore. The 2 smaller ones scatter, hissing their displeasure and biting at each other, with the death of their alpha negotiating their new pack dynamics to distract them for a while. Sim waves you off with the arm that doesn't hang limp at his side. I am fine, he gasps. I feel pain, but it does not control my behavior as much as it seems to in humans. You and Sim both collapse into the dirt, breathing hard. Your head is spinning with adrenaline, and a little bit of blood loss, to be honest, and as you look over at Sim, he looks similarly stunned. That was impressive, Solana. I had no idea you were such an adept warrior. It's thrilling, actually. I'm not going to kiss him this time. Yeah, the other manticore comes and attacks. And Sim dies. I'm just skipping past because I already know this event. And he's not actually dead, as we know. Oh, fuck, I forgot that forces you to go home. Oh, no. There's more I needed to do. Yeah, because this is just a disposable body he made. James, did you not learn what Sim actually is? Yeah, no, you randomly encounter him again next year. Oh, yeah, with the stress rock. Yeah, you learn at the beginning of the next year that Sim just sort of like fabricates a new body for himself. Hello, curious little humans. How's the archaeology going? Are you having fun digging up the secrets of the planet? Why aren't there more ruins? You the convergent domain? No. Did he kill the convergent domain? This asked about becoming a gardener? Yeah. I'm just skipping that. Ah, you got it like really late then. Yeah. You and Dis are exploring the ruined wormhole observatory again. It feels so familiar. You've dreamed about this place many times, and it's like you're just remembering it all now. This time the dream memories grip you. You wander as if sleepwalking down familiar paths. You look up and see the wormhole faint in the sky above. So you're trying to concentrate on finding the place. You approach the large pyramid in the center of the complex. Beside it is one of the smaller elevators, a little monolith with a round iris door. This is the place. Your head throbs with it. Even standing outside, you know there's something down there. Look for one of the elevator monoliths near the pyramid and find it, but it's overgrown with snaking vines and brambles with very large flowers all over. You push through them, but... Take a sample. Oh, that's gonna give me radiation poisoning. Oh, no, it just gave me stress. Okay. They're glyphs. Yeah, we know this. We can't do this. Not yet. We need higher reasoning or toughness. As I recall. When we get back, I'm going to study xenobotany for the kudos and maxing my biology. I don't want to play that. I want to play something that's also 6. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4. Yeah, it was the same for me. I did better than most people, apparently. Vertimnalia! Also, I have In Mourning, even though I know Sim's not actually dead. It's unfortunate you don't get, like, a thing, like a past life memory saying, wait, Sim's not dead. This year's Vertimnalia is ushered in with a big military band, horns and drums, supplemented by recordings of parade music from Earth. Governor Lum strides out of command on a grand red carpet and ascends the stage to raucous applause. Thank you, everyone. Look at you. Look at this colony, finally truly united. All it took was a common enemy. I look at you beautiful people, you strong people, you good, human people. And I see a fire in your eyes. I see courage in your hearts. I see a colony that's ready to win. I see a colony that's here to stay, Vertumna. Do you hear me? He raises his arms and roars. Do you hear me, Vertumna? We humans aren't going to hide anymore. Lum gestures for Security Chief Rhett to join him on stage and continues. The original fugitive colonists got it wrong. In Roman mythology, Vertumnus was the god of cultivation, not of rampant chaotic growth. We need to clear the field before we can plow it. Vertumna won't be safe for human life until the aliens are eradicated. Rhett crosses his arms and nods his agreement. Maybe there's more to this plan than Lum is letting on. Do it in a Trump voice? Yeah, I think a Trump voice is fitting for Lum, and I think that's what they're going for, but still. Lum descends from the stage and does a receiving line of handshakes and fist bumps. In the vacuum left by his presence, Chief Administrator C takes the podium and clears his throat. I want to announce that this will be the last year that the festival contest will be held. What? A sound of protest rises from the crowd, and near the front, Lum just shrugs theatrically and mouths, not my fault. Seek looks down at him pointedly, then continues, This war will use our colony of resources at a tremendous rate, including the most valuable, time. Hey, I've got some good news, Lum adds, jumping back up on stage. This one is going to really knock your socks off. The colony has its first pregnancy. The crowd murmurs in excitement, and Lum beckons Tammy to join him. Everyone give a round of applause for Spartamy here, Vertumna's first mother. Tammy is beat red all the way down to the tips of her ears, but she dutifully does a little twirl so Lum can show her off. Look at her, so vibrant, so healthy, just like our young colony. We're so proud of you, Tammy. Your child is going to join the ranks of the greatest species the universe has ever seen. Lum pumps his fist in the air. Humans, humans, humans. Let me hear you, Vertumna. Wait, Tammy's pregnant? Tammy descends from the stage into a gaggle of surprised and excited friends. OMG, is it really true? Mars asks immediately, taking Tammy by the hands. Yes, Tammy exclaims like the secret is bursting out of her. I'm finally going to be a mommy, just like Auntie Anne. You take a good look at Tammy. You haven't seen a pregnant person in years. Not since you landed, at least. Aren't they supposed to glow? Tammy looks radiant with pride and excitement. Looking more closely, you realize that her dress is starting to curve around the belly. Every baby born to the colony, and you and your friends, is a complex arrangement of inherited, donated, and altered genes, and sometimes not even related to their parents. If the council let Tammy have a baby, does that mean there will be more soon? Will they expect you to have a baby? Oof. Cal runs over from where he was standing with his family and sweeps Tammy up in a big hug, twirling her around. I'm so proud of you, he exclaims, then rests his hand gently on her belly. Sorry, too much spin? You okay, little hot eye? They look at each other adoringly. As you stand around and marvel at Tammy's news, the adults all start putting away the chairs and setting up for the games and contests. Mars puts her hands on her hips. So, what does everyone think about this war on nature? I think it's stupid. I know survival is important, but we don't have to kill things to survive here. Mars rolls her eyes. Duh, of course you'd think that. Personally, I think Lum is a total nullhead. He's not that much older than me. What is he, like 24? And everyone listens to him? They should listen to me instead. Finally, you're all called to participate in the games, the last ones, maybe forever. If this war on nature ever ends, you'll probably be an adult. As your friends all separate into their usual games, you realize that this may be the last time you get to just be kids. You skip the games. You head off to the wall. Dis is already there, having slipped away something during the speeches. I hate this colony. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. After the festivities, everyone is supposed to take a few days vacation. You and your friends relax, but the adults move around like a colony, like ants in a hive, fortifying the walls and preparing for the human offensive against the planet. Oh, Tammy wants to talk. Tammy is sweeping the front stoop of the lounge, humming a little song to herself. As you approach, you see her stand up straighter and rub her back. Now that you know, it's clear she's pregnant. You wonder how you didn't catch it before, Vertinalia. It's still mind-blowing that she's going to have a baby, the first child born from someone who is themselves born in space. It's hard to believe she's only 1 year older than you. Little Tammy, who cries when toys break and is scared to leave the walls. She's going to be a mom. Tammy looks up as you approach and smiles. Hello, Solana. It's so nice out today, don't you think? She always thinks it's a nice day, even when it's pouring rain. It must be nice to be so cheerful all the time. You look beautiful. She smiles and goes a pretty shade of pink. Thank you, Solana. That's so sweet. She does seem more centered and confident than you've ever known her to be. It radiates off her like a warm, glowing sun. When Lum had her up on stage, embarrassed in front of the whole colony, you kept thinking, wow, Tammy's really grown up now. Tammy leans on her broom with a dreamy smile. I thought about it for a long time and talked to Aunt Anne and Dr. Instance. I've always known I wanted children. She giggles and thought, lots of them, so why not get started now? Aunt Anne and I are going to run the new creche, so I'll have plenty to help raising them, the same way I was raised. I might not be the strongest or smartest person in the colony, but I'm going to be the best mom. I know I can do this. Do you ever want kids, Solana? Yes, I want lots of kids. I know this because I know it leads to a certain ending with this. Tammy smiles happily. Oh, really? That's wonderful. I can't wait to see them in the creche. Tammy goes back to sweeping in the stoop, adding little snippets of lyrics to her made-up song. I am privy to spoilers that Dis actually really likes it if you have a bunch of kids together. And it's like the healthiest possible ending for him if you manage to convince him not to leave the colony. Aw? You'll never get that ending because you're not attracted to him, or because you can't figure out how to keep him on the colony. Anyway, xenobotany. You don't like children? Having a single child would kill me. Right, this is +2 to cards with gems. Oh, it wasn't quite enough to max it. Oh no, fuck. I almost have Tammy maxed. Crystal. I forgot when your birthday is, Nomi. Oh, I fucking missed Nomi's birthday. Oops. We need more logs. Hi, Ogura. I see you lurking. How you doing? Oh, there's an egg I can give her. Oh, you mean out and around? Yeah. Shoot her children again. Why is this not triggering any events? I should flip those, I think. I haven't gotten the big test card. No. I'm specifically trying to get the event where you, where you find out about about fucking Tangent Instance's horrible project. You spot Rick sitting on the second floor of an unfinished building, his feet dangling over the edge. He waves at you and gestures you to come sit next to him. Hey, Solana, he says, shooting you a tight smile before looking back over the rest of the colony. From here, you can see the garrison soldiers marching around the formation with Vase at the head. Rex watches them with an uneasy expression. Was it did Nomi fall down the well? Rex musters up another smile. That's a good one, he says. You always know how to brighten my day. You have one more surprise up your sleeve, though. You open your bag and pull out the dust melon you've lugged over from the canteen. Rex brightens and makes grabby motions with his hands. Yes, my hero! Rex tears into the soft rind of the melon with his fingers and splits it between the two of you. You sit together and watch Vase bark orders at the other young soldiers. What a bunch of mindless drones. Not all of them. Some of them are pretty nice, but everyone on the Helio listens to Vase, you know? And he doesn't like me, so that means I've always been an outsider, whether I wanted it or not. They're friendly to me, I guess, but it's not the same as having friends, not like you or Nomi. It's fine, though. You don't have to like someone to hook up with them. I kind of like being the one everyone comes to if they just want to have a good time. What's the deal with you and Vase? Rex's mouth twists and he spits out a dust melon seed over the edge of the building. It's kind of a long story and not a fun one. I'd rather not drag it up, honestly. Give me the short version. Rex frowns as he scratches his nose, still looking out at the assembled garrison soldiers. The short version is that Vase isn't really the hero he tells everyone he is. He's just a bully. Everyone acts like they like him, but they're just afraid of what he'll do if they step out of line. That's the impression I get, too. Rex nods at the slow acceptance
I'm with the
of
science
someone.
team.
Thank you for the resub. He long made peace with their situation. Yeah, it sucks. It's just... Vase wasn't always like this. He used to be kind of like me, a small weird kid with a chip on his shoulder, who just really wanted people to respect him. He runs his fingertip thoughtfully over his left forearm, where a gnarled scar winds over the bone. Well, he got it, Rex continues. He looks like he might say more, but he goes quiet for a few long seconds instead. I wish it was different. I wish he was different. We could have been friends, maybe. Aw. SML Alexander, thank you for the follow. The garrison soldiers break from formation, and you watch Anemone approach Vase. He sweeps her up in his arms and swings her around, and you hear delighted laughter from here. Anemone and I don't know each other very well, probably because Vase is telling her all kinds of lies about me. But I'm a little scared for her, you know? She doesn't know what he's capable of. Rex straightens and puts on a happier face. I don't want to waste my day thinking about Vase, though. Not when there's friends to talk to and a whole world to explore and dust melon to eat. He splits off another segment of dust melon and eats it with gusto, laughing as the juices dribble onto his mostly bare chest. And bass to have, I guess. He giggles, wiping up the juice and licking with his fingers. Aw. Also, it's your birthday, I remember now. You are almost also maxed. It's interesting how Dis has to get, like, friendship to max before he'll date you. Study, yeah. But, like, Rex, I only have him at, like, 5 friendship, and he asked me out. I think I will work administration? And if Recon to ask if you want to bang? I mean, that was his logic when he asked. Is you're hot and I'm easy is what he said. Fix the robot, yeah. Unlock the engineering. There we go. Sneak into the lab. Checking to make sure the coast is clear, yeah. Search the computer. And yeah, it's the data on the engineered plague they're making, and that instance. An instance writing a doc called In My Defense Upon My Death, which is so ominous. Where she talks about how she was forced to do it. Already making a just following orders manifesto, yeah? Yeah, and then Tange is agonizing about it. I know about it. As your friend, please don't do it. I'll find a way to convince him. For now, I assist the governor. You pass the construction yard on your way to work. Rex waves you over. Hey, come take a look at this, he says, leading you over to where a portion of the heliosphere is being married to the old living quarters with the scaffolding of mushwood. Isn't this wild? It's like our two ships are actually becoming one. It's like a metaphor, get it? The colony and us from Helio, learning how to work together. I build our environment affects how we live, you know? You should come by and help me. Yeah? Sorry, I've got a job to do. I'm not gonna hang out with them this time. Oh. Have you seen my sister? No, she's just being weird. I won't tell him about it, because I know he immediately blows up the place. If you tell him about it, yeah, let's work hard. Unlock construction in command. Just engineering and toughness. Interesting. Honestly, I'm totally not surprised, and I'm very supportive of his domestic terrorism, yeah. However, I would like to find in one that doesn't, like, result in him having to leave the colony. And also doesn't destroy the med bay, too. That's a big problem. He destroys the med bay when he does this. Look something up. Guess we should have just killed Lum, or we should have pipe bombed Lum. Yeah, actually, it's like, it sucks that you can't like tell him that he like says, I'm going to take care of it, and doesn't listen to you, because you could tell him, no, don't blow up the lab, blow up Lum. He's the one who's ordered it. Tangent said she'd stop if Lum wasn't in like ordering it. You should actually max her out. Yep, max friendship. Assist the governor. Being Lum's assistant isn't the glamorous life of political intrigue you were hoping for. He's more of a soldier than a politician, and even then you hear he's not much of a soldier either. If he notices that people mock him, he doesn't seem to care. It almost makes him more boastful. Like he thinks the sole duty of governor is to soak up as much attention and power and wield it whenever and however he likes. Whenever he's questioned on something, he unleashes such a torrent of bravado and barely veiled threats that it's impossible to make your own point. And then he just pushes through what he wanted to do anyway. It's infuriating. Given that the colony's governance was based around the idea of communication and empathy, no one seems to know how to contain him. As for the Helios, they seem to have their own ways to get around him. They're grateful he's gotten into politics, because that means you're older and more experienced. Security Chief Rhett makes all but the largest military decisions. In fact, you think some of them enjoy that he's such a moron because they hope the colony fails. They think he's entertaining. Yet it's obvious Trump stuff. Mars is responsible for producing his social media content, which he considers an important part of his brand. They mostly consist of powerful sounding, but ultimately empty speeches about how great the colony is doing, and how proud everyone should be of their really, really, truly great work. Just fantastic, really. Usually while carrying a log of mushwood so he looks super strong. You and Mars are huddled in command, trying to avoid his attention while Mars scrolls through Lum's selfie roll, trying to pick the best one for social media. As a political strategy, it's not unheard of. Plenty of Earth dictators used it. I just can't tell if it's his official strategy or if he really is this vain. You hear footsteps approaching and Mars groans. Based from social media content creator. Lum claps his hand on her shoulder and smiles broadly. There you are. I was thinking in the next video, I think the colony is ready to see some of the footage from the counterattack I led against the enemy aliens. Oh, stars. You remember this. Lum plays the footage of the time you charged into battle and nearly got everyone killed with explosives. You cringe as you remember it wasn't your finest moment either. Can't believe this is the footage he wants to uphold as proof of his bravery and vision. This is great footage, Mars simpers. Just really great. It's actually perfect for Solana to practice working on her video editing skills. You shoot Mars a stinky look, but she just smiles. Lum agrees. With this great for material, you practically did your job for you. Try to make him look bad, because I am trying to undermine him. I love how making him look good is much harder. Yeah, I didn't say it out loud, but it's very funny. Wait a second, no. There we go. And with sick editing skills, yeah. We lost colony defense and kudos. You crack your knuckles and settle in to make Lum worse than a joke. You make him a meme. Mars cackles when she watches the video, then hits send. It's perfect. I don't care if he looks bad. Garbage in, garbage out, you know? She sighs wistfully as people start to react to the video. I would give you much better source material. All right, we go play in the park to upgrade our pets. That's what we do. That didn't work for some reason. Interesting. I'm going to remove that one, though. Join the colony's defenses. Yeah, this is the long, long siege. And then it's Noctilicent, which I haven't met before. The creature looks suspiciously like a person, at least from the waist up. Down below, it's a lumbering chimera vaguely reminiscent of a faceless, wrapped in tattered bits of flesh and bony protrusions. Something like hair flutters behind it as it turns to ends and looks right at you with an unnerving, malevolent intelligence. You rub your eyes. Yeah, it's still there. Go to hell, Noctilicent. You remember its name, their name. A gardener, part of the ancient alien defense system. One that doesn't know when to stop. They look at you in surprise and seem as if they're going to approach the wall and say something. Then an anemone puts a bullet through their chest. Noctilicent reels and falls back into the crowd of monsters. Interesting. What the hell was that? Never mind, I don't even want to know. The siege better end soon. I'm starting to see shit, Solana. I swear that thing had a face. Finally, after the 6th day of the siege, you look down the sights of your plasma rifle and see a curious thing. The monsters are retreating. I talked to it and the Nem called me Schizo, yeah? Together with the other soldiers in the colony square, your holopalm lights up with the priority announcement from Governor Lum. The alien attackers have been defeated! The siege has ended. Another year, another win! You're welcome, Vertumna. You're welcome, humanity. You're welcome? And you see Chief Rhett nearby looking livid. What did he do? Race out there like an idiot with his honor guard? Defend strategically unsound positions? Put himself in danger so we had to save his overstuffed ass? And when I actually needed him, taking his 12-hour beauty rest, while the rest of us slogged through endless shifts. The soldiers are exhausted from the siege, so the crowd in the square disperses quickly. Only a few Helios remain, covertly filming Rhett while he continues to rail against Lum. On the horizon, the first rays of quiet streak with the sky with lavender. You watch Utopia's reclamation crew head out through the gates to begin vaporizing xenocorpses for the component molecules. That night, you have terrible dreams. You imagine that you're sieging the colony, that you're a creature crawling in the mud on your belly, the ozone crackle of plasma rifle fire arcing overhead. With your talon claws, you rip into the walls like they're made out of clay, stuffing choking handfuls of it in your mouth. I'm going to turn the monster mouth off because it's been on for a while. Yeah. Year 18, where shit starts going down. This is the real endgame. A log to give a Rex. And also get a hug. Give Tammy a flower. Ooh, she's almost maxed. Oh, Tangent wants to talk. Tangent's working late in the lab this evening as usual. What's unusual, though, is the smile that brightens her face when she looks up from her microscope and sees you. Solana, oh, I'm glad you're here. It was just... No, actually, why don't you come over and see for yourself? Look at the shape of the spores. I've only seen this once before when we were studying the shimmer fungus, but this fungus isn't any of the ones we've identified as capable of spreading the shimmer. Just when I think we've got an understanding of something. Solana, this could change everything. If more species are capable of spreading the spores, then the shimmer response is more widespread than we previously thought. Possibly even a planet-wide phenomenon. I'd be honored if you named it after me. It's even later than usual for me. Time to pack up and get... Yeah. It's not so bad out there. Yeah. Yes, I am happy here. I envy your clarity of vision. Yeah. Do you want a hug? Yes, I do actually. Aw. You don't have to be alone tonight. You keep each other company. Yeah, it's literally just hanging out. It's Tange's like really long max friendship scene, which is really good, but I didn't want to read through the whole thing given I've already seen it. And this is playthrough 2. I want things that raise my physical stats, but I also need logs. I also need to go get logs. So I'll explore nearby just to find logs, really. Look, there's Sim. He's not dead. I'm gonna do that one event. Oh, there's some herbs I missed. Cut down the trees. Or some extra logs. Because that is what I came here for. Logs. Literally just logs. You're taking a sample at the base of a tree when you feel something patter off your head and fall to the ground. It's a nut? That's strange. The species isn't usually. You look up and your stomach lurches when you realize you've been watched this whole time. A pair of familiar eyes pierce down at you from the branches. It's the Sim? He grins down at you. Well, 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 if it isn't the little human. Have you come to visit me, Sugarbug? I saw you die, did you? You'd think I would remember that. If you did witness my death, I apologize. Sim continues. He leans down from his branch, his long hair dangling just out of reach. I imagine I didn't enjoy it much either. Can you just die and come back? It's a gardener thing. I make regular backups just in case. Yeah, no, that sounds normal. I guess I'm happy you're alive. I wish everyone felt that way. One of my associates seems to feel otherwise. One of the other gardeners, Noctilicent. They really don't care for you humans, I'm afraid, and they're aware I've taken an interest in you. With a soft whumph, Sim drops gracefully out of a tree and dusts himself off. I'd watch out for them if I were you. They're quite dangerous.
I came to laugh.
Lady Arania, hi! How are you doing? What were you up to? Someone give her a shout out. Yeah, what do you really do here? I'm a gardener. Yeah. More dialogue I've already seen because this is my second playthrough. Do this to get the stress back. Interested in YT article and more AC Odyssey, yeah? Ooh, this is a good one. Complete the challenge. Get the stress back. Event. Oh, it's the same one. Interesting. Sorry you had just rated, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick because I really gotta go. I'm gonna run some maths. if I say I like it because it's beautiful? Oh, that just gives me stress off, which is neat. Get inside that hole. Look closer. Nope. Something in there. Oh, this one. Push the rock down the hill, even though that stresses me out because it crushes my pack. It gives me some toughness, which I need. I do need toughness if I want to do that event. I don't need to care because I don't need the bravery reward. Take a closer look. Oh, that maxed out my biology, actually. That's if you want to help. Okay. You have a lot of yellow fives. +4 toughness. And I got some biology, which maxed my biology, actually. And I can finally get my extra enhancement, which I'm going to go do, actually. I'm just going to end this. I don't really need to do anything more out here. I grabbed everything, like all the items I could grab. No, I meant to go inside. I want to get calm temperament again. Tier 2 toughness upgrades your starting enhancement? Oh, you roll out of bed at noon because you're allowed to, because it's your birthday, but also because you're exhausted. You barely slept all night. You've been having these nightmares since the siege more and more every night, like they're trying to tell you something urgent. You can't make any sense of it. All the imagery is jumbled together, all these possibilities and timelines and things that might happen. Some nights you wake up in a cold sweat, a scream already in your throat. Or the surprise party. It was one of your dreams. You remember it because it's one of the few ones that didn't involve people dying or the colony being destroyed. Pretend to be surprised, yeah? All your friends are standing around wearing goofy hats and clapping. Naomi's holding a bunch of balloons larger than they are, and Rex is wearing a cute little waiter's outfit with a bow tie. You accept their hugs and birthday wishes, trying to hide your exhaustion and demurring with a few pointed, "All this for me? You shouldn't have." No, really. Oh my god, she had a baby. Cal brings over a holoscreen with a video call from Tammy. She looks exhausted but proud, and in her arms is a tiny little wrapped bundle of baby. "Look, Solana," she says, "Echinacea just missed your birthday by a day." You coo over the baby girl and wish Tammy a speedy recovery. She looks even more tired than you are, but everyone is healthy and happy. Except Cal. He takes the holoscreen for a few minutes after you're done so he can obsess over Tammy's new baby. Even though he's probably not supposed to be related to Echinacea, he's every bit the proud daddy. When he returns to the party, he's so happy he sounds like a total dork. He tells everyone about the new baby, beaming so proudly for Tammy they can probably take readings from Earth. Despite your exhaustion, you start to smile too. Your friends are so amazing, and they're all here because they care about you. Then you get some unexpected guests. The lounge begins to fill with Helio kids, mostly ones you don't know, the ones who usually keep to themselves and, well, don't much like you original stratospheric kids. Face and Anemone are with them. his arm draped over her shoulders. Anemone gives you a little wave of acknowledgement for your birthday, which earns a weird look from Vase. Hey, who invited you guys? But she's gonna have a new kid before the glow. Also stepping forward with his hands clenched. This is a private party. It's a public lounge. We can sit wherever we want. You say that, but she'd have to stop nursing to do that. And at least most women, while you're nursing, you can't get pregnant. Your body doesn't like start releasing eggs again. You guys think that just because you fell out of the sky, you're the wormhole's gift of Vertumna. We don't need you. We never needed you. All you do is make things worse, like this party. And he calls them fascists. Tell Anemone to make them stop. Hey, come on, guys, cut it out. It's Solana's birthday. Don't make it a big thing. They seem to respect her, so they back down, but not before a few parting libelous shots at Cal's parentage and alleged actions of the animals. She turns to Cal and pokes a finger in her chest. You provoked them on purpose! I'm not your friend anymore! Don't ask me to stick up for you if you're being an asshole! Well, Mars exclaims, clapping her hands. That was enough excitement, I think. Let's move on to the important part, cake and presents. Under Mars' skillful party hosting hand, the mood shifts back to festive. You enjoy your presents and your cake, but tension's boiling over like that is a bad omen for the rest of the year. Tammy has a conversation. Tammy beams when you see something like there's nothing better in the sight of... Yeah. Oh, it's the cake again. Oh, she has her baby with her. Have a flower. Rex. Have a stick. These kids pretty cute if you're into that sort of thing, yeah. I am going to the Ridges. I should have reduced my stress a little bit before coming here, but oh well. No. I'm not gonna bother with events. I'm looking for the events that reduce stress here. Alien solar panels, yes. That gave me engineering. Oh, yeah. Reduce my stress, please. That's the one with the geologist again, I think. Oh, that's not what I meant. Right. Yeah, okay, no reason to do that unless I want to tell them about the array, which... Or help them work, which I also don't really want to do. Wait, no, I do, for the engineering, right? Oh, there's the rock that reduces stress. Yeah. Lots and lots of glittering crystals. Try to explain it to this. Yeah. Keep going. Oh, I need higher stress. Fuck. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, and that injures me too. Fuck. Okay, that's not gonna work. I'll just do events here that hopefully give me perception or something. Take some readings. Find the source. It gives me a little bit of engineering. Oh, I totally forgot to apply my enhancement for temperament. That would have probably helped me a lot. Oops, I'll have to do that next month. More engineering. Ignore the eye fly. Climb up on its back. Yep, have to go back. I might. Oh, Rex has called a meeting. Oh, his bar is open. Rex has called a meeting for all interested partiers. His words to join him for the unveiling of his bar. He's amassed a huge crowd. By this point, everyone's heard about his mission. Nomi's here, of course, bopping around like they're about to explode with pride. Ladies, gents, and those who defy classification, Rex begins, winking at Nomi. The time has come for this colony to have what it really needs, a place to party! With that, Rex flips on the house lights. The crowd gasps and blinks around in awe. There's so much to see. It's an ambitious build. There's a stage and a dance floor for live music. There's a bunch of low tables with some cute little booths with red cushions. And of course, there's a bar fully stocked with various liquors. Rex must have been able to coax us out of someone's hobby still. Why is there a twink? No, I'm not. Shut up. He is very attractive. Get up on stage and sing. This is a holographic karaoke projector that scrolls lyrics to whatever song is playing. You could have some older favorites and take turns singing with Nomi. During the day, this place will be a quiet cafe where people can gather with friends or sit and study. At night, Mars is going to lead karaoke nights, and Nomi will make sure the dance floor is always jumping. And I'll just be happy that everyone has a good time here. It's great to finally have a place purpose-built for having fun. Thank you, Solana, for all your help. Rex has built the bar. Oh, she is maxed. Okay. I should get my ass up in Romance Rex. Yeah. So at least put a t-shirt on. I told it you get an event where he like first switches to this outfit and you're like, put on a shirt, and he's like, no way, it's way too hot. I am going shirtless. Anyways, we have enough stress back to do a job. No, he wants to talk. Right. Nomi collides with you in a catastrophe of flailing limbs and high-pitched squealing, sending you both sprawling to the ground. Oh my gosh! Nomi exclaims. They immediately get to their hands and knees and begin to collect the papers that exploded out of their hands when they fell. I'm so sorry. Sometimes my brain is off doing its own thing and I don't watch where I'm running. Ah! They exclaim, dusting off their piece of toast and shoving it back in their mouth. Gotta eat breakfast even when you're late. Oh my god. They're such an anime character. This one isn't super agility. It's a complicated subject. I actually don't know what my genetic enhancement is, or even if I have one at all. My parents decided to lock my medical files from when I was a baby because of this wild idea that they wanted me to grow up with a feeling like I had to be perfect. Think it's rude for parents to make that choice for their kids? It's not all cracked up. That's easy for you to say, Miss. I have cool superpowers. The rest of us have to get by on our wits and charm. Maybe I'm just like Galactic Cyber Prince Umiyama, and one day a talking Hawkeye will come tell me I have to defeat the Mecha Ultra Nether Beings. Nomi starts walking with you, talking animatedly with their hands. I know my parents just wanted me to know that I can be anything when I want to grow up, and I don't have to be super strong or super smart in order to be happy. They always told me nothing and nobody knows what's good for Nomi except for Nomi. I think that's true. Sometimes it does kind of feel like, well, sometimes I wonder if I'm only good at something because I have some kind of secret advantage I don't know about. Or sometimes I think the opposite, like if I'm not very good at something, I feel angry because maybe I could have been good at it. To the baby of the group? Yeah. It was really bad on the Helio because everyone is really good at something. Usually things like marching and shooting stuff. I thought maybe it would feel different here where there are people with all kinds of skills, but no matter what I try, someone is always way better at it. Everyone always sucks at first. Yeah. It's the first step to be good at something. That's from a show I used to watch, and I guess I don't suck at everything. I'm really good at Laser Fable. To get a shirt or I get him prego? Oh yeah, tinker with my DNA. Of course I want to. Calm temperament too. But I want anything changed, maybe. Oh, I want to work in construction. Actually. This month specifically. The mood is somber as Mars calls the secret Fun Times club meeting to order. Anemone won't be joining us today, or probably ever again. She told me she's too busy with training and stuff and she didn't want to do any more sneaking around. It's okay, because she's kind of a square anyway. But we need someone to replace her. Some of the Helio kids are pretty cool. They like clubs and stuff, right? We should talk to them and see if they want to join the SFC. Oh, and it's just the SFC now? The Secret Fun Times Club was okay when we were little, but we're practically adults now. What about the new governor, Lum? I know he's technically an adult, but he's fairly young. It would be beneficial to have someone with actual cut on their side. We already have someone important in the club, Tange, but thank you for your contribution. I mean, Lum's alright, kind of dumb, but like, you don't have to be smart to be hot, you know? I can't believe Uticott just let him be in charge. I've listened on some of his council meetings and they're total chaos. It's like he has no idea what he's doing. That's kind of mean, Mars. I'm sure he's trying his best. We should invite him over for snacks and tea. And see if he needs help learning how to fit in. And shouldn't we be trying to have fun, not getting involved in politics? Oh my god. We're going to invite Rex. You say you're going to recruit Rex, and Mars immediately invites herself along. What? She says when you insist you can do it yourself. He's hot, okay? You explain to Rex about the SFC. I'm in. Sounds like fun. I love group stuff, but Nomi has to come too. They're my best friend, and they hate being left out. If you want me, you gotta bring Nomi too. The black woman is March. I need to know which name to write on the marriage papers. Not a problem. Maybe you and I can meet up sometime and I can catch you up on what you've missed. Rex winks at Mars and said he loved that. You get the sense that maybe you didn't need to be here at all. Wait a second. Wait a second. There we go. New cards in the depot. Oh shit, right. That should include the one that makes everything wild, right? Working through the courtyard went for Rex when something moves quickly at the corner of your vision. Duck. You skillfully dodged the frisbee that had been heading straight for your head. The disc clatters harmlessly to the ground a few meters from you. Rex jogs over and picks up the frisbee. Hey, La Solana. He hails you. Sorry about that. I've been playing catch with Nougat and, well, she's got a hell of an arm on her. Guess she used to be big into sports ball. Good thing I'm so high energy, right? I've been helping Tammy take care of the kids. She told me you all used to raise the children together before the crash was destroyed. Oh, I would have liked to see that. You're so lucky. Growing up in a crash with a bunch of other kids sounds like so much fun. Just playing together all the time. That's like my dream. Hey, you hear Nougat yelling. Throw the frisbee, she pats as she runs up to Rex. Stop talking to your girlfriend. Girlfriend? What I do with Solana is none of your business, Squirt. Rex grabs Nougat around her middle and zooms her around like a spaceship. Nougat screams in delight, kicking and flailing until Rex sets her back down on her feet. It's your turn to run. Go on, get. Nougat takes off, yelling at the top of her little lungs. Man, kids, am I right? Rex is standing with his arms akimbo. They're great, though. I'm glad there's so many of them here. There's always someone to play with. And not just kids, but babies. Real planet-grown babies. Tammy's kiddo is so cute. I'm Tammy's #1 babysitter and Echinaccia's #2 uncle. Yeah. Red Robo Reggie, I would like to inform you, you can in fact date both Rex and Mars at the same time and form a polycule. How about you, Rex X? Do you want some kids someday? I want a lot of kids. Oh, that's great. I love that for you. How about you? Oh, yeah, obviously, yes. I want like 1 billion kids. Every kid in the colony can be my kid, absolutely. I don't even have to be their dad. You know, who cares about genetics or whatever? He looks over to Nougat, who's waving her arms agitatedly, waiting for Rex to throw the frisbee. Rex does, and boy, does it go far. Nougat takes off running again as it soars over her head. I just want there to be kids everywhere. Lots of kids. It means the community's healthy and everyone is at peace and people are optimistic about the future. Plus, kids are just so great. I love making silly faces at babies and crawling around on all fours with toddlers and wrestling with bigger kids and helping them with school and stuff. It's fun. On the Helio, we were kind of expected to stop playing so much when we started the education program. Any playing we did was supposed to be like sports and endurance, real future soldier kind of shit. Sometimes I wish I could get a do-over on it. Like, if I could go back to before everyone cared about their big guns and their big dicks. He makes a wanking note motion. Kids don't care about that kind of stuff. They're just innocent, pure of heart, you know? They don't have all these thoughts, I guess. At this moment that the frisbee reasserts itself as an equal participant in the conversation. Rex's attention goes back to it immediately, his ears perking up as he leaps up and catches it before it can menace you again. Haha, that was close. I'm gonna go back to playing with Nougat before she hurts someone. Nice talking to you, Solana. Oh, there you are, Solana. Tammy bounds over to you in a bright mood, her daughter Echinacea nestling at her bosom. Could you do me a big favor and come with me to the cafe? I need your opinion on the thing I've been making. With pleasure. Surprise! Happy birthday, Solana. What? Your friends jump out cheering. They're wearing knit party hats, throwing streamers and blowing noisemakers, and you're pretty sure cupcakes. Ah, she threw me a party. I know it's not your birthday, silly, but you've been feeling under the weather, and I wanted you to show how much we all love you. The others raise their glasses to you. They cheer happy birthday again, laughing at the joke. You can feel their love like a blanket wrapping around your shoulders. That's so nice. You're so special to us, Solana, Tammy says. Echinacea gurgles and lets out a warning wink. And Tammy bounces from side to side. I just want you to enjoy yourself. Go ahead and mingle while I put the finishing touches on everything, okay? What do you do? Talk with Mars, yeah? Mars has set up court in the middle of the room, holoscreen in front of her and glass of wine in hand. As you approach, she touches palms to transfer her files to someone you recognize from command. He skitters away into the crowd. Darling, Mars exclaims, standing up and breezily depositing air kisses on both of your cheeks. She smells amazing. Happy birthday! It's marvelous what Tammy can do with a little determination. A little rustic, but charming. I couldn't have asked for better. Your lack of imagination is tragic, but we can talk about that another day. Mars lets you try a sip of her wine. You're not sure what earth wine tastes like, but you hope it's better than this. Mars laughs at your face as you bravely swallow it. It's an acquired taste. Talk to Anemone. Hey, Solana. Heads or tails? Heads. Heads, 100% accuracy. Too bad you can't do that on the range. It's a challenge coin. The Helios soldiers have this thing where you gotta always have your coin with you because if someone wants to see it and you don't have it, they get to nail you in the arm. It friggin' rules. Oh my god. It's easy to find Rex. He's the loudest one in the room, and he's absolutely covered in children. Like a golem made out of smaller golems. They're climbing all over him and tugging on his ears, but he's taking it in stride. Everyone say idle Solana, Rex says, and the children all yell at you before releasing Rex and scattering like stink roaches. Rex laughs and takes the chance to stretch, swinging his arms over his head. Thanks, I was done for, considering a career change. I do make a good climbing gym. It's one of my many talents. Tammy had to bring all the kids she babysits here so that she could set up the party, so I figured I could give her a break. Oof, some things I can't help with, though. Talk to Tangent. You just didn't expect to see Tangent here, but here she is, sitting quietly at a table near the edge of the room, sipping water and watching the party unfold. She gives you a small smile as you slide into a seat across from her. It's not your birthday. This is patently ridiculous, yeah? Parties are an important bonding ritual. Tangent's icy smile warms a little. I'm glad at least you recognize that this is an exercise in cognitive dissonance, or I'd have to wonder who you are and what you did with Solana. The corner of her mouth switches up, teasing. Ah? Go talk to my mom and dad. Your mom and dad are chatting by themselves when they see you approach. Your dad cheers and scoops you up on a big hug. Your mom laughs. My little gooseberry. I know it's not really your birthday, but your mom and I think you're great every day, so why wait? Your dad puts his hands on your shoulders and gives you a serious look. I know things have been hard for you lately. I just want you to know that no matter what, your folks are here for you all the way. Your dad's right. We'll always be here for you. There's nothing you can't handle. Time to find Tammy. No. Oh, go enjoy your party. Echinacea squawks, pulling at Tammy's hair. She winces. She's nowhere I'd rather be than with you. Oh, that's so nice of you to say. Tammy flags down Nougat, who's been running plates back and forth. Could you please play with Echinacea for a little bit? Solana and I are going to get some air. Echinacea gurgles happily as Nougat takes her, and Tammy turns to you. Okay, I'm all yours, Solana. You and Tammy slip out the side door of the cafe and set off towards the garden. Tammy seems grateful for the break. She chats animatedly about the plans to build a new creche, but now that the second wave of colonists are beginning to realize the benefits of raising children communally, instead of saddling whoever birthed them with all the responsibility. I hope that means Echinacea will have lots of other creche sibs too, soon, just like we did. I just want her to be happy like we were. You both look over at the walls and the threat of danger they represent. Tammy doesn't comment on her use of the past tense, and you just let the air sitting between not awkward, just accepting. It's quiet in the garden at this time of day. Everyone's either at the party or catching some rest while the suns are at their highest. A garden hops by on its spindly bird legs. You and Tammy are alone. Even in your silence, Tammy senses you might have something to say. What's on your mind? I'm so lucky to have you as a friend. Tammy's gentle laughter fills the air. She slips her arm in yours and rests her head against you. I'm the one who's lucky, Solana. I don't know why you chose to be my friend, but I'm so grateful. Well, I didn't really choose to be your friend so much as you were one of the only kids around my age that I had ever met. You and Tammy enjoy a few more minutes together in the garden, cloud watching and talking about whatever crosses your mind. Tammy's simple thankfulness is infectious, from her excitement over a new flower to her steadfast love for you shining through her every word. You can feel your heart unburden itself with each step, dropping your troubles like stones to mark where you've been. Oh my god, that zeroes out stress? Eventually it's time to head back to the party. There's cupcakes to eat after all. Holy shit, that zeroed out my stress. I expected this to reduce it a little. Tammy takes Echinacea back from Nougat. But before you can rejoin the party, Tammy stops you with a hand in your arm. Wait, I have a present for you too. You protest that Tammy's already done enough, but Tammy's hearing none of it as she presses a book into your hands. The title reads 100 Reasons Why I Love You. The book is filled cover to cover with memories, fond observations, and even little sketches, all in Tammy's little loving hand. There's more than 100, she says, shyly tugging on your ear. I wrote the title first, but then I couldn't stop writing. You don't know what to say. Tammy's simply the best. The rest of the party goes off without a hitch. Even little Echinacea is well behaved now, letting Tammy light the cupcakes as you blow out your candles and everyone cheers. Your only wish is to feel like this forever, surrounded by love and support. Aw, that's so cute. Cal is almost maxed. Mars is also almost maxed. I will give you a crystal. Oh, an event. You find Mars going through old holophotos from when you were all kids aboard the Stratospheric. She gives you a sad little smile and pats the couch next to her. Come look through these photos with me. I forgot about some of these. Mars brings up a picture of Anemone and Cal from when they were probably 4 or 5 years old. They're both stripped down to just their pants and have painted monster faces on their chests and are standing on top of the table in the crash waving swords above their heads. You remember that table being a fort, a pirate ship, a haunted house, and a jungle cave depending on the day? Look at them. They used to be the best of friends, right? Whenever you saw one, the other was always tagging along behind them. It's so weird that they, never talk to each other anymore. I mean, I get it. Anemone got all weird about being a soldier after her brother died, and Cal really doubled down on the whole hippie aesthetic. She really never should have joined the Helios. Mars hums non-committally, and then goes to the next image. Tammy's gentle face smiles back at you. She's in the ship's galley, learning how to make soy sweets from antecedent. She's wearing an apron, but almost all of her is covered in different colored powders used for flavoring and coloring the sweets. Even the tips of her pointed ears are dusted with it. Oh, look at this one. Can't believe Tammy has a baby of her own now. She'll always be this shy little girl to me, you know? At least she has Cal to help out. Ganesha looks a lot like Cal did when he was a baby, you know? Don't you think? Kind of a pretty big coincidence if you ask me. Yeah? I don't know what we do without her. Mars tabs through some more photos, pursing her lips. I swear there's at least one picture of Dis in here. It takes almost a minute, but she finally finds one. Tangent Dis's joint 5th birthday party, complete with matching soy cakes. Their mother, Besk, is just out of frame, a drink in her hands. Oh, this was before Dis got all weird about his birthday. I still have no idea what happened there. I mean, who doesn't like birthdays? It's so weird to see them so happy together. Can't remember the last time I saw either of them really smile like that. And now Tangent spends all of her time cooped up in engineering, and just spends more time outside the colony than it spends in it. It's just so sad. Mars stares down at the little hologram in her hand. I didn't mean to bully him so much. I thought I was helping him learn how to fit in, toughening him up a little so he didn't cry so much, you know? But I guess I ended up just pushing him further away. When I was little, I didn't understand that words could hurt people because they don't hurt me. Could have been nicer to him. Mars sits back in sighs. That's true. Aw. It's weird looking back on when we used to be kids. We were so innocent. We had no idea about the wormhole or Vertumna. No dying, no famine, no killer pollen, no animal attacks. I mean, we didn't even have bad weather on the ship. All we cared about was playing and popularity. Now look at me, I'm working on the bridge, and you know it's all politics. It's like a professional popularity contest. Lum is an idiot, but he's got one thing going for him. The man has an absolutely impeccable social media game. If nothing else, he knows how to get people to vote for him. Really, that's all you need. Mars leans over and rests her head on your shoulder. Her hair smells like jasmine. Thank you for going through these pictures with me. I try to keep my eyes on the future, but sometimes it's nice to remember where you came from. Aww. I guess we're going exploring immediately again. Wait. I need to study to see if I can get the fucking fix the radioactive plant thing. I need to have the radioactive plant at least. You have all the right equipment to properly examine that radioactive plant you found. Maybe you can find a way to protect yourself from them so you don't need to... Yeah. Super confident, no problem. Yeah, you totally got a handle on this. You're an engineering wonderkind. You take all the correct precautions. You clear the area of anything that might be contaminated. You wear a radiation-proof hazsuit. You regularly check the radiation levels of the lab, and you have congruence on standby to call for help if you need it. Everything goes smoothly. You discover that the radioactive plant part of the plant is confined to the carpel of the flower, its reproductive organs, and that I would like to point out that that's flowers on plants on Earth have only existed for not long at all. They outcompeted most other plants when angiosperms appeared with their flowers, but it would be very unlikely for alien plants to have flowers. Yes, now we don't have to die to radiation every time we see those fucking flowers. Aw, they have echinacea with them. Have a crystal. Have another crystal. Hugs incoming. Have a stick. Give him some give Cal some bobber fruit. We have almost everyone maxed, actually. I'm gonna give something random to Anemone. Hi, Ursa John. Enjoyed the stream. We'll be back for more. Yeah. Yeah, it is cool. Oh my god. When I told Isamara about it, she was like, oh my god, that's such a cool idea. I can't wait to draw that. And then I told my rigger, Chaos Vermilion, about it, and he's like, oh my god, that's such a cool idea. I can't wait to rig that. And they did such a great job. But see you, Ursa John. Survey the ridge again. Ooh, Sim has something new to talk about. Oh! Sim materializes out of the force before you. Solana, forgive my directness, but you must come with me now. He places his hand on your shoulder. Please trust me when I say I have done my best to argue on behalf of your kind. I hope only for the continued survival of humanity. Ominous. He crouches down to slide into a hidden opening under the roots of a tree. You follow, feeling strangely as if you're crawling into the belly of some animal. You emerge into a cave filled with a hum of strange machinery. A bank of ancient-looking control panels and a crystal tank of glowing liquid seem almost to have grown out of the natural rock. Mineral deposits from moisture trickling down the walls have reclaimed some of them. Sim leads you to a console. This is the array, he says, pressing what seems to be buttons. As I've explained, this body I wear is only a vessel. My consciousness, the person who I am, is stored in the array. I return to it regularly, storing my body in the regeneration tank, while I back up what I've learned that day into the array. Physical forms are prone to injury and death. It is temporary, but highly unpleasant. Therefore, the Overseer prefers to remain in the array. Sim directs you to the two weirdly fungal growths. Please take hold of these interface handles. You touch the handles and say, I'm with the Overseer. Bodies are icky. The fluids are the worst part. I can't stand when they leak. A strange presence speaks in your head. Oh my god. Play it cool. You can feel the Overseer pause, then a sensation in your mind that reminds you of someone clearing their throat. I am the Overseer. I speak for the gardeners. We will now show you what we are. I'm ready. You have the oddest feeling of memories being inserted into your mind. First a trickle, then a flood. A civilization called the Convergent Domain once existed on this planet, over 20,000 years ago. In your mind, you see their dominion stretching from pole to pole, their farms and solar arrays glittering on the surface as their massive cities tunneled below. I already know about the domain. We are aware of that. The Overseer replies, its voice dry in your mind. We know most everything that happens on this planet. The Convergent Domain created the gardeners as their ecological control system. A vast network of artificial intelligences stored deep underground in a digital array. Self-propagating control towers and cloning stations were seeded, allowing a gardener program to take biological form, downloading a copy of its consciousness into a host body created to suit the task at hand. You think of Sim, his body created to suit the task of befriending you? Under the direction of the Convergent Domain, the gardeners controlled the weather, the acidity of the soil, the cultivated species in their farms, and the rapidly shrinking wild areas of the planet. The Overseer doesn't quite sigh, but you get the impression it would. Over time, the Domain nearly destroyed this planet. They didn't respect nature? Correct, the Overseer responds. They saw the natural world as an unending buffet of resources. The exhaust from their factories blanketed the planet, choking out sunlight and oxygen. They consumed too much, destroyed the planet's ecosystem, then fought bitterly over the remaining resources. The last directive the gardeners were given by the Domain was to repair the planet's destroyed ecosystem. The gardeners tried, but it was too late. When the crops failed and the atmosphere became too thick for sunlight to pierce, the Convergent Domain perished by the billions. The last survivors took to the sky in colony ships and never returned. You try to imagine a tragedy on this scale, but it's just too enormous, too abstract to wrap your head around. The Overseer continues relentlessly, new thoughts flooding into your mind. Over the millennia, the gardeners took their task seriously. It takes little effort to render a planet inhospitable, but significant dedication to restore it. Under the guidance of the gardeners and the final directive of the Convergent Domain, Nature at last reclaimed the barren planet. The garden existed in perfect balance. And now, your species has invaded it. We had nowhere else to go. Your kind had the option to stay where they were, the overseer replies, the tone of its thoughts darkening. Do you think we have empathy for the convergent domain who fled on colony ships? The ones who selfishly refused to give their bodies back to the planet they destroyed with their pride. You chose to come here, and you continue to stay here. You could instead choose to die. Damn! You shudder involuntarily. Some Vertunnan species have a technique of future sight, which the gardeners harness to catch glimpses into the web of timelines. We saw that you possessed this technique too, alone in your kind. We have foreseen that humans pose a great danger to this planet. You are a monoculture, an invasive species. You throw our hard-won balance in disarray. Since arriving, you have shown nothing but a willingness to consume this planet's resources and replace them with more humans. We didn't even know you were here. Is this an argument in your favor that you would feel guiltless in destroying Vertumna's natural habitat if there were no sentient species to claim ownership of it? The gardeners do not own the planet. We are the planet. Most gardeners would prefer to stamp you humans out like encroaching weeds. Indeed, we have tried using ecologically compliant organic methods. We are impressed at your tenacity to withstand these eradication procedures. The yearly attacks, the famine, the pollen, not random natural encourages at all, but gardeners' tactics to encourage the eradication of pests. But Symbiosis speaks in defense of your kind, and took effort to convince us that you were sentient and capable of communication. You present us with a quandary. You come from the stars, refugees of a catastrophe of your own design. One that you are intent to recreate here, on a planet which still bears the scars of the last time it was used so carelessly. So we ask, what are we to do with you? Humans could change help us. So we teach your kind to be stewards of nature. Perhaps your children take up the mantle as well, and their children. But soon you are dead, as are your children's children. Generations pass. No one alive remembers the time the gardeners came to the humans and taught them the proper ways to live. And now there are too many of you to teach, and your behavior too entrenched. What then? Genocide? You have no answer. There is silence in your head, and you only hear the sound of water trickling down the cave walls and the gentle hum of the machines. Eventually, the overseer speaks in your mind one last time. For now, you may leave freely. We will consider this quandary, and we will be monitoring you and the other humans. That is my boss. I'm terrified. That is the correct response. It is why I wanted you to know the truth. And now you know how to connect to the array. But you should not come here unless I am with you. When you interface with the array, the answer is mindworms. You hold everything we are in your hands. I took a great deal of negotiating to convince my fellow gardeners to trust you with this power. Please do not prove this trust mistaken. So how the fuck do I negotiate peace then? Obviously, you have to get rid of Lum, yes. Vlatircha? Yes, I do. Find a way in. Fauna, is this building hurting you? Oh my god, yeah. Neutralize the radiation. Keep going. Keep going. Tough it out. One more room. Endure the pain. Ooh, perfect. +2 toughness. Ooh, like lots of stats, yeah. Tell this what I saw. Include the juicy bits, yeah. Aw, he holds my hand after that because we were dating when I saw this now. We weren't the first time. Tell him about my dreams. Yes, and he believes me, which is incredibly cute. He's the only person to believe me. And now we can explore out in glow season. No, I want to go home and go somewhere else, actually. As chief administrator, Seek likes to think that they secretly run the colony behind the scenes. This manifests in them watching you very closely, suspicious of your motivations. To the adults, especially the older ones, you'll always be creche kids, not to be trusted with anything of importance. When you show off that at age 10 you know congruences, passwords, and can set off the self-destruct sequence, they'll have no chance to disbelieve you! Lana, I need your assistance for a classified mission. You can definitely trust me for sure. Zeke stares at you a long time as if gauging if you're really trustworthy. In that case, they say, I need you to run down to the depot and pick up some personal items for the governor. You didn't think people as young as Lum got hemorrhoids? When you bring her the gossip and gives you a few kudos as finder's fee. Within a day, word's gotten out in the holonet about Lum's unfortunate affliction. Oh my god, yeah? Wait a second. Wait a second. That's crazy, actually. Play a 7 there, that becomes a straight. +6 persuasion. Give you a gift, give you a stick. And also give you a hug. See you, James. It might. There's some stuff I didn't know from the previous, I'm gonna give her the flower. Because I want to get her relationship up, and I'm having trouble finding the items to do so. Anyways, we'll go exploring somewhere else. Hold on, I'm looking at something. Oh, Rex wants to talk. Stay, Solana, over here. You look around and see Rex gesturing you towards a bit of tarped up rubble. You head over and pop your head inside. Rex peers at you from the gloom. His heterochromatic eyes gleaming in the light of his holopalm. Okay, look, get in here and close the tarp behind you. Look what I found! Oh, wow, those people are not wearing clothes. They would very much like you to know that. Now that you're an adult, it stands to reason that you have access to adult entertainment, but wow, it's all just there, isn't it? And you can just look at it? That seems like a bug. Like you should tell an actual adult, maybe. But nope, it's all there. You can even log on to the Holo Archives with your own password and see for yourself. Truly, we live in interesting times. So, hell yeah. Oh my god. Go that shape. Oh my god, we just watched porn with Rex? I'm not gonna read that out loud yet. Old Earth humans had a lot of time on your hands. Oh my god. That's just for another wristband to storage. Oh my god, that's so funny. Just a couple of bros watching porn together. Check out the planes. Because that at the very least should have items I'm low on. It's been a while since we've been here. Is that persuasion going? It's almost at the second perk. Oh, Nomi Nomi event. You know what Dis and Nomi Nomi? They stumbled upon something strange and are arguing over what to do with it. It's a big blue crystal, knee-high and warm to the touch. It looks like there's something inside it. We gotta crack it open and see what's inside. It could be anything. Are you a psychopath? What if it's alive? You're gonna screw with the ecological balance because you're bored? It's for science. Come on, Solana, we'll do Solana. Scan it. Use some surveying equipment to detect a heartbeat, proving that yes, it is alive. You can't tell much else since the scanner seems to be blocked by your crystal, but it's something. Nomi is delighted. The three of you happily leave it at that. Yeah? Hello, Sim. It'd simply be a weird depression between your roots, but it pings something in your memory. The Overseer's Cave. Your hunch is correct. The depression opens up to a passageway just big enough to wiggle your body through, then widens even more to reveal a familiar door. You quietly push it open. The room you enter is not unlike the one where you interface with the array. There is a vat in the corner emitting a soft organic glow, and another computer panel slowly being reclaimed by the rock wall. It's not hard to assume the planet is lousy with rooms just like this one, where Sim and the other gardeners can rest and respawn if needed. This one, however, is not so empty. You enter to find Sim, who is, aptly so, as naked as the day he was born. He is stepping out of the regeneration vat, clad only in strands of bioluminescent goo that slide down his long limbs and patter to the ground. Sim's back is to you, treating you to a glimpse of skin usually hidden under layers of tattered dark fabric, the knobs of his spine and shoulder blades visible under his inhuman musculature. He looks unusually delicate and vulnerable. He reaches up and gently wrings out his thick hair, humming a song you recognize from the Hollow Archives. Solana, I didn't see you come in. You're naked! Yes! I just regenerated. Now that you know the truth about the gardeners, we can be far more free with our words. I have few secrets from you now. Come take a closer look if you'd like. A closer look at the vat, I mean. You walk over and check out the vat. The air gets noticeably warmer the closer you get, like sunlight on your face, and there's a faint organic smell that's not unpleasant. The vat looks like something you'd find in engineering, but seems to be constructed entirely out of natural materials. Spongy-looking fungal growths and mineral deposits and pulsating vine-like umbilicals. You can touch it. It's not dangerous. You sit on the lip of the vat and run your fingertips across the surface of the glowing liquid. A slight electric charge prickles up your forearms, and you feel the frizzen of a leak to the array. I'm glad we can talk freely now. Is there anything you wish to know about me or the gardeners? Dying and being reborn, and what's that like? It's more like opening a program after a system crash. Everything is still there, perfectly preserved, except for whatever I added since the last time I saved my work. Functionally, it feels more like teleportation. As for dying, well, I'm certain that dying can be extremely painful. Depends on the death, I assume. I have no memory of the moment of death, though I have died many, many times. And that we are the same. More about the gardeners. Compared to the gardeners, humanity is short-sighted. You're often unable to conceptualize the present or future beyond your own lives, or those of your direct descendants. Gardeners think on a much larger scale. I would spend 400 years as a mush tree, just to avoid talking to a gardener whose methods I disagreed with. He smiles. Juvenile, I know, but when your memory spans tens of thousands of years, 400 years is trivial, and has given me a true appreciation for all life, one that goes deeper than I can describe. When I tell you that the gardeners are Vertumna, I mean it quite literally. How many gardeners are there? It's hard to say. There are theoretically an infinite number of instances of the software that comprises a gardener. It's not uncommon for a particular instance, such as myself, to go dormant, possibly for thousands of years. And many gardeners, such as the Overseer, find they do not need to take physical form at all. There are only a handful like myself who do. How old are you? The question has many answers. This consciousness has ultimately been in existence for over 20,000 years, since the creation of the gardeners. But that means very little. I certainly don't have 20,000 years experience as a bipedal anthropomorphic organic capable of speech. And this body, why, it is only minutes old. Do you like being a gardener? Does the wind like being wind? I'm sorry to be cryptic after I told you I would not, but there really is no other way to answer that question. I am what I was created to be. There is a beauty in that, and a clarity of purpose that makes me feel fulfilled. I do not experience existential angst like a human does. What should we do? If I knew the answer, I would tell you. Pragmatically, I do agree with other gardeners. If our purpose is to protect the biosphere of Vertumna, and humanity poses a threat to that, then by the letter of our own design, humanity must be eradicated. However, I love humanity. I think you all are all an incredible species, and it would be a shame to destroy you. I feel like doing so would be a violation of the spirit of the conversion to Bane's last decree, and perhaps redeeming you will be the greatest act of love we could perform in the name of our imperfect creators. Please know that you can come to me at any time, and I will do my best to answer. However, I must apologize for something. I simply must... May I touch you? At your questioning look, Sim blushes and turns his head away. This body is new, and all of its senses are heightened. I confess I find myself unable to stop myself from wondering what it would be like to touch another. Okay? Sim looks delighted. Marvelous. Yeah, no, I'm dating someone. Truly a texture I have not been able to replicate in my own bodies. He runs his thumb over your eyebrows, then your cheekbone. His fingers dance down the bridge of your nose, then lightly into the dip of your philtrum, across your lips to pause on your own chin. Sim's gaze drops to your mouth, his own lips part with an unspoken question. I am dating someone. Yes, that is a concern for certain humans, isn't it? I was not aware you felt the same. My apologies. I would like to go outside. Have you ever swam in the lake nearby? It's incredible, especially when my senses are heightened. I love the feel of the sun and water on my skin. You're welcome to join me if you like. Sim is so fucking weird. I mean, he's an alien, yeah. It's fine, he's allowed to be fucking weird, yeah? He's also weird in mostly harmless ways, yeah. It is really strange how much you're allowed to hit on him while you're underage, though. I didn't like quite process that because like I didn't like talk to him very much when I was still a kid in my first game, but still. You've been trekking up a gentle incline for what feels like hours before you finally reach the edge of a cliff. The plains spread out before you, as far as you can see in every direction, sparkling lakes reflecting perfect circles of sky. Spark snow drifts lazily through the air, flickering like fireflies in the distance. Everything sounds muffled and peaceful. One of the suns is setting and the other is rising. It's spectacular. Dish joins you shortly thereafter, just as speechless. I'll focus on him. You and Dis exchanged some harsh words earlier as you were getting ready to set out. You'll smooth things over with them. Aw. At least Utopia takes it for an embarrassing crush. Yeah. I feel like the morality of that is confusing given Sim is an alien. Oh, Sim has to... Oh, he told me something about it. That was what we call a wanderer. Usually they live in the mountains, but some years they come out when it drains to drink from the clouds. They're a rare, remarkable sight. You're very lucky to have seen it. Damn. I don't think it's realistically possible for a creature to be that large, but... yeah. Stop to meditate. Shovel it out of the way. That gives me toughness. My mycelium spreads out over hundreds of kilometers, Vivi. Pick the fruit. Calm it down. There is my calm temperament. I could have reordered that to get slightly higher, but whatever. What if I pick one up? You feel intense fear. Oof. Did they swim out there? Aw. Okay, so the thought rocks really do not like being picked up. I don't know why I did this challenge. I'm not going to get anything for it. Hum diddy dum. I'm just gonna go home. This one doesn't give stress back, I think. This year, Governor Lum's ascension to Vertimnalia's stage is heralded by an entire military band, their instruments shiny and nanoprinted new. They march out of command in formation, splitting and forming a phalanx at the foot of the stage as Lum takes his place before you. Spotlights turn on with heavy chunk noises illuminating Lum in a halo of floating dust particles. He spreads his arms wide. Hello, Vertumna! Are we winning or what? The reaction is mixed. You look around. It's easy to see the ones cheering the loudest are Helios and people who have fully adopted their mortality. Like Anemone, the Stratas are more reserved, some even silent. Security Chief Red is one of them, his usual stony expression hiding his true feelings. Regardless, there's enough cheering that Lum has to wait for it to die down before he continues. We're killing it out there, people. Every day we claw a little more territory from the savage aliens of this planet. A potato pod arcs through the air and lands with a broken splort at Lum's feet, splattering him with the juice. You don't see who threw it, but the faction from Geoponics is looking restless. They begin to jeer and stomp their feet. Lum continues on, raising his fist. Those Xenos attacked us first, and now they're learning don't mess with humankind. The crowd is now evenly split between cheering and booing. The Stratas are agitated, and you hear calls for things to return to how they were and how Lum and his soldiers are killing the planet. Even the council lined up before the stage and facing the crowd looks conflicted. We left Earth to get away from this shit, your dad shouts, and you turn to him in surprise. He rarely swears. Now look at us. We're right back where we started, fighting each other and the planet. We brought it with us. Utopia hops up on stage and rats her Oni here speak through the speakers. He's lying, she yells bitterly. This year we lost 2 surveyors in the swamps, Sorrel and Quinny. They'd be alive today if Lum hadn't sent them to clear out a manticore den for no good reason. The only threat to the colony here is you. Lum's smile doesn't change, but his eyes grow cold. He snatches Utopia's hand and calmly, slowly crushes her holopalm crystal with his thumb. You can hear the crunch of the bones of her hand before her feed cuts out. Utopia yelps as her knees buckle with the pain, her bravado gone. She holds her broken hand to her chest and is too shocked to resist when Lum shoves her off stage. The crowd is stunned into the silence as well. Lum clears his throat and approaches the end of the stage, looming tall over the council. Thank you for your input. Your concerns have been noted. This isn't the buffoon Lum presents on his daily holovlogs, or the nuisance he is when he visits a worksite. You see something in his eyes you've only caught glimmers of before. Hatred. You Stratos are lucky we didn't crush you under our boots and take your colony by force. Before we got here, this colony was doomed. You're only alive because I was merciful. Just a bunch of burned-out, hippie fugitives. What was your plan for surviving out here? Wishful thinking? Singing songs and talking to animals? Laughter ripples through the Helios. He gestures to the council, then jerks his thumb at his chest. Need us, not the other way around. I'm done pretending I need to listen to your opinions. If you want to live, you'll do what I say. He stares at Dr. Instance, who glares up at him with hate in her eyes as she tends to Utopia's hand. Maybe it's time to clean house. We need team players here, ones who share one vision for the future for Tumna. After a few tense moments, Seek clears their throat. Sir? Shall I continue with the traditional formalities now? Lum scowls down at Seek, then throws his hands in the air. Whatever, do it if it makes you feel better. You're all cowards. He turns and stalks off the stage, his marching band scrambling to follow him with his exit song. Go find Dis, yeah? You don't find Dis on the walls or in the robotics lab or in any of his usual hiding places. Not even Congruence can get a read on his location. You creep up on Sim and Dis meeting in secret outside the colony walls. Trust me, Dis, I'm not concerned. The planet is in no danger of being subjugated by humans. You don't get it. They're really serious. They're going to use bombs. You've seen explosions, right? Explosions, what do they cut down every tree or poison the rivers or? I forgot sometimes you're so human. You're stuck in time, unable to see beyond the next 100 years. Even if your species manages to wipe all life from this continent, we will simply bring it back again. It may take 20,000 years, but this planet will outlive you. Why are you always so calm? Other gardeners aren't like this. Other gardeners know that humans are dangerous. Dis. Sim sighs, closing the distance between them and folding Dis into a gentle hug, like one would approach a biting animal. I'm not like other gardeners. Not anymore. Just like you're not like your humans. Dis sniffles and buries his head in Sim's tattered clothing. I just wish you'd let me help. Make some noise. You let yourself snap a branch as you move through the dry underbrush, and Dis slips away from Sim with a guilty expression. They both relax when they see it's you. Dis scrubs his red face. Hey, Solana. I guess I should go back now, huh? You and Dis sneak back into the colony as the sun sets, dodging Vase and his reveling friends. They've somehow wrangled themselves a live tripit and are in the process of skewering it to roast over a big bonfire. You can hear its dying squeals from here, and shortly after that smell the sweet charred scent of it roasting over the flame. Dis curls his lip. I hate this place. Sometimes I wish everyone would just hurry up and die. The week after Vertumnalia is one of the hottest since you landed. You're supposed to take time off for a much-needed break, but you're so humid and awful, and tempers are short. Shortly after the festival, you start seeing graffiti cropping up everywhere. It seems that a lively, if not particularly civil, conversation between the two factions is being held on the flat surfaces of the colony. Lum announces a zero-tolerance policy for political graffiti, but you notice that not every tag is being removed. Just the ones against the war, of course. The atmosphere of the colony is oppressive, as thick as the choking dust heat itself. Everywhere you try to relax, people just want to talk about the war. To make matters worse, the sweltering nights are making your nightmares intense again. Return to work feeling more stressed than before. Gonna make it worse again? Probably not. I'm gonna try and save everything. Hey, let's get out of here. Yeah? You and Dis check your gear and set off on a deep wilderness hike. Dis in the lead. After a few hours, he's led you both on a grueling switchback up the side of a cliff. And as you pull yourself over the ledge, you curse his name. Dis, who is somehow still standing and as hale and hearty as ever, just laughs. Come on, he says, and you groan. Just a little farther. The view is worth it. You stagger to your feet and loop your arms around him, letting him support you as you take in the view, which is, as promised, awesome in the sense that it fills you with genuine awe. A nearby waterfall begins its descent down the steep cliff, pooling in the bottom in an azure lake that glimmers in the second sunrise. From here, the colony is an insignificant smudge of dirt on the horizon. Dis takes a deep breath and releases it. I wish more people could see the colony like this, he says, holding you close. I think they'd finally realize how small and powerless we are compared to this planet. I'm at least attempting to fix this. He's doing yoga? Oh, Cal's an event. It's hot and humid inside the geoponics bay, making your clothes stick to your skin as you look around for Cal. Eventually you see him, his back turned to you as he lifts the bags of fertilizer into a wheelbarrow. You call out to him as you approach, and he turns to you with a beaming smile. Solana, I was hoping I would see you today. Oh, Vase, hey Vivi, does the engineering bay have any polonium? A note about gifts for most characters on their birthday cake will get the same bonus as their favorite time. Interesting. As you open your mouth to respond, you hear a quiet crack and a hiss from nearby. Oh, Dudette, watch out! Cal says, stepping between you and what you realize too late is a humidity sprinkler. Cal laughs as he's blasted by a cloud of mist. For one perfect moment, it looks as if it's been outlined with 1,000 rainbows. Ah, dip, Cal whines, smiling as he shakes out his hair and flips it back over his shoulder. I should have let you take that one, but your clothes would have gotten wet. He stands up straighter as your gaze passes over his body. He's really grown into himself is the thing. Before your eyes, a droplet of water bravely winds its way from the rise of his chest and down the rippling muscles of his abdomen to where it disappears into the shirt tied around his waist. Cal tilts his head, his smile turning a little teasing. He flexes his bicep at you. Caught you looking. I'm going to take off my own shirt. Cal laughs and jokingly covers his eyes as you take off your shirt. You twirl around your finger and launch at his face. Ah, Cal eyes, throwing your shirt back at you. Regular people are so sweaty. How can you stand being wet all the time? I'm always the right temperature thanks to my enhancement. I don't even need to sweat. You should try it sometime, bruh. Get on my level. You spend an enjoyable afternoon helping Cal deliver bags of fertilizer to every corner of the hydroponics bay. When the job's done, he claps you on the back. Oof, he's as strong as he looks. Cal chatters with you about his plans for the rest of the week as you leave the hydroponics lab. The relatively cooler, drier air of Autumna hits you like a slap, but of course Cal doesn't look bothered at all. Race you to the cafeteria, he teases you before taking off down the path. You yell and run after him, causing a ruckus that makes a few adults shake their heads fondly at you as you tear through the colony side by side. At the next FSC club meeting, Mars swears in Nomi and Rex. Do you swear that you will, to the best of your ability, protect and defend this colony against our enemies, and faithfully keep this secret oath forever and ever? Nomi and Rex both agree. The pledge sounds a lot more political than you remember. Mars hands them both pins with the SFC Club's logo. The first order of business is apparently dishing more about the governor, Lum. What do you think about him? Is he as ignorant as he looks? He's not like pretending to be a nullhead to lull us into a false sense of security, right? Rex clears his throat and scratches behind his ear. Nah, Lum's just another meathead military guy. Honestly, he wasn't even real good at doing that. So I think they gave him a desk job to keep him out of the way, then we came through the wormhole end. Bunch of people up top died and he was the only one left? Yeah, he's like pretty okay, I guess? We don't know him that well. Wait, you're telling me that he's the leader of the whole colony and he has all the governing experience of a Trippet sandwich? Nomi and Rex look at each other again, then shrug and nod. Ah, I would be a better governor than this idiot. He just sits in his office recording stupid HoloNet videos about how we're winning and winning. It's so pointless. Mars thumps in her chair and puts her head in her hands. What are we going to do about this planking nullhead? We should overthrow the governor. Ooh, Max Rebellion. Mars's eyes go wide. We could. Why not? If we want a better future, we're going to have to build it ourselves. Lum's war on nature is really bad, too. It's like he thinks everything will be okay if we just hunt all the animals here to extinction. But if he does, it's going to screw up the food chain real bad. Tammy nods her head in agreement. You look at the little SFC club pin on your shirt and realize your silly childhood club, secret club, might be turning into a bit of a political organization. This is terrible. Values wild, 7. Wait a second. 5. Perfect. Oda Marzipan's ambition. Ooh, I can max out my relation with Ship with her. Max relationship event? You're surprised by Mars's soft hands covering your eyes. Solana, she croods, come with me. I have a surprise for you. Giggling, Mars leads you to your bedroom and removes her hands from your eyes. Still giggling, she gestures to a canvas-covered easel in the middle of your bedroom. Ta-da! A present for me. Aw, Mars. Mars grabs the canvas and pulls it away from the easel with a dramatic flourish. In the painting, Mars is standing atop a mountain, raising her fist to the sky as lightning crashes around her. In her other hand, she is grasping a flag emblazoned with the image of the stratospheric. You are there as well, standing just below her, entering something into a holopalm. Something which has never looked heroic in the history of entering things into holopalms. But somehow the artist has pulled it off. A painting of herself is a very Mars present, yeah? Mars runs her finger down the painting's elegant frame. It looks like real wood, not nanoprint. I commissioned this from Nomi. Like a genuine patron of the arts, it might be the first piece of fine art ever created on this boring rock. What do you think? It's beautiful, thank you. Of course, darling, only the best for you. Mars folds the canvas and sets it aside, then sits down on your bed. She bids you to come sit next to her and takes your hand in hers. I just wanted to do something to thank you for everything you've done for me. She squeezes your hands. You're my best friend on this whole planet. You really get me. We're BFFE. Best friends for freaking ever. I'll always support you, Mars. I'm counting on you to challenge me. The problem with people in power is that no one has the guts to stand up to them and tell them when they're wrong. You talk for hours about your lives and plans for the future, and then as the yellow afternoon sun sets, the two of you step out to your balcony to watch the colony grounds. Mars pulls a glass bottle from where she's hidden under your bed. It's no 1945 Chateau Mouton Rothschild, she says, uncapping the nano-printed bottle with a satisfying thump. But it'll do. You pour what's left in your canteen into a nearby potted plant, and Mars fills it with a fermented mushroom wine. Cheers to us, she says, clinking the bottle in with your canteen. Together, there's nothing we can't do. Oh, this one gives kudos. Interesting. You smoking? Yeah. Have a freaking crystal. I know you love crystals. I know you love random ass crystals. Where you'd normally find Rex and Nomi together, you find only Rex. You ask him where Nomi is, and he kind of shrugs. Sorry, I don't know. They mentioned they were kind of under the weather. They're probably leveling their Legends of Avamar character. You could try messaging them on their holopalm. You thank Rex and go back to your room. You get comfortable on your bed and load up Nomi's private Legends of Avamar server. Back on Earth, there would have probably been thousands of people playing this game, but now it's just a few brave nerds. Just as Rex said, Nomi's log into one of their characters and they send you a message. Hey, sorry if you were looking for me. I feel super crummy, so I'm going to spend some time in Avamar. I'm leveling an alt right now. If you want to make a new character, I can help you with the first group quest. What kind of character do you want to play? Wizard. You log into the game with your new character after spending a few minutes having a minor existential crisis over their name. That's so relatable. You eventually give up and name them after yourself. Nomi is waiting for you with their new character, Midreus, an elven archer with long red hair. They jump a few times in your general direction. Your character is so cute. Hee hee. Let's play. Okie dokie, let's go. Oh my god. You do the first few quests with Nomi. Their character's a little more powerful than yours. Hi, Velpepper. So there's lots of time to chat. Nomi keeps up a running banter about your adventures, typing as if they're speaking for their character. Fear my bow, meddlesome creatures. The forest will not miss your presence. It's hard not to notice how much more serious and well-spoken Nomi seems when they're writing in character instead of speaking. You didn't know they had it in them. Forsooth I do. Arcane powers seal thine fate. Nomi sends you a string of hearts. You play for a little bit until you have to stop to sell your loot at the vendor, marveling at the accessories you'll be able to buy when you have some more gold. Nomi opens a trade window with you and plugs a necklace into it. It's one of the expensive ones. That'll look good on you. Wow, there's no nice option that isn't flirting. I'll flirt. Tipek, I shall ward into battle and think of you, my star. You and Nomi battle your way through a Knoll encampment and stand face to face with the big bad, Graz Mage Pelt. Nomi readies their bow. Heroes, we are called to battle. He's good with in-character flirting. Ah. I'll do that. I don't have a 7 anymore, but I have a lot of 6s. Well, that stops being 6, right? Wait, if I had a 5. There we go. You stand victorious over Graz Mage Pelt. When you click out of the loot window, you have a message waiting from Nomi. Our bond is greater than any evil that may befall this lad. The power of true love conquers all. Sends you a kissing emoji, then a string of question marks. Wait, what? I don't be weird, OMG, haha, just isn't in the game. Okay, yes, it's perfect for our characters. Yay, OMG, I'm happy you get it, Elmao. You wait for a few minutes while Nomi composes their message finally sent you. Midreus, Tree Wisp, turns and embraces Salon in their strong arms. My love, by your side I would hazard any foe. Nothing frightens me more than the prospect of a life without you. The fiery-haired archer bends to press their lips to Salon, is sealing their love with a kiss. She's RPing with me. That was really fun. OMG, yeah, thank you. I had so much fun too. Elma, maybe we'll use it for inspiration for my manga. Haha, I sure don't like anyone like that, OMG. Sometimes it feels like everyone's just a big ball of hormones here. Like all of a sudden everyone cares about who's doing smutty stuff and I'm just sitting here like, yuck. Maybe you haven't met the right person. I don't have the option that isn't. That's not how it works. Yeah, there wasn't really an option I liked there. I can't imagine liking someone that much or them liking me that much. Because it's gross. Neighbors become wild. Ooh. So yes, we learned Nomi Nomi is ace. Just that she is demi? Wasn't she asexual regardless? Like, I assume she is. Just not aromantic. They. Jason, you fucked me up. Yeah! I don't get the blame for misgendering them this time. It was Jason's fault. Oh, fuck. After Chief Administrator Seek, the unofficial heads of the construction crew are Aluminum and Burnish, Mars's dads. You don't know them very well, but they're great supervisors. Honest, friendly, straightforward guys with wide shoulders, strong backs, and soft hearts. Really nothing like Mars at all. You're working with them while they tear down the internal walls of the heliopause, scoring edges carefully with plas cutters, then using sledgehammers to knock great sheets of metal free. What are we using these sheets for? Reinforcing the garrison and other new buildings. Al replies, wiping his forehead with the back of his hairy arm. All these bulkheads and hallways have more important safety features in space. You don't want to explosively decompress the whole ship. No, he can't mine more metal because Lum used all the fucking explosives. You learn a lot working with Al and Bernie. They look like big tough guys, but like most of the people in the colony, they really care about sustainability and doing the right thing. And they love to talk while they work, with no shortage of gossip about the other adults. Ah, there's where Mars gets it from. If you keep your ears open, you're going to learn more here than just how to smash stuff and nail it back together. Yeah? Oh. What was that gas? Fuck. This is better because it matches up. Could have gotten 43, damn. This evening, when Dis isn't in his quarters or his usual spot near the expedition vehicles, you have a sixth sense of where to find him. His old secret hideout, in the big drainage pipe under the wall, where he still goes sometimes when he needs to escape and be alone. Sure enough, there he is at the entrance of the pipe, but something's wrong. He's fiddling with a package furtively. His head perks up as you approach and he clutches it to his chest. You can barely believe your eyes, but you know a bomb when you see one. Yeah, of course. We know about his deal with Noctilucent. What are you doing? With high enough rebellion, you can tell him to set it off and we'll leave together? Dis stares at you for a few moments, weighing the truth. I'm leaving. Terrorist Dis is back, yeah. Noctilucent made me a deal. Sabotage the colony during the attack and they'll let me become a gardener. Don't get in my way, Solana. I don't want to have to hurt you. Please don't leave me. Dis looks stunned but shakes his head. It's not about you, Solana. I'm going to do this. Except for you, there's nothing for me here. You're the only thing that makes me feel, well, human. We can make it work together, please. Dis considers the bomb for a long time in total silence. Solana, I don't know if I can. I hate it here so much. Give me the bomb, babe. Dis clutches the explosive to his chest tightly and lets out one shuddering sigh. Okay, he says finally. Okay, He shakes his head and hands it over to you. Take it, before I change my mind. You dispose of the deadly package and thank all the gods from all the religions you can name that you were here tonight to stop this. Teradis? I will make everything right without blowing up the colony, Dis. Don't worry. We need to talk about Governor Lum? Okay, I'm going to let you in a little secret. Looking around to make sure no one else is listening, she pulls you a little closer. I'm already working on it. I wasn't ready to bring it up to the rest of the SFC yet, but lately I've been thinking we should really try to make a difference. If we can convince enough council members that Lum is bad news, we can actually remove him from power. Mars calls this meeting of the SFC to order with a grim expression. I cannot just stand by while Governor Lum ruins everything we've built here, she says, clenching her fist on the table. He might know how to hold a gun, but he doesn't know how to lead a colony. From now on, this club is going to focus on getting Governor Lum out of power and getting someone competent in. We have from now until Vertumnalia to somehow convince the other council members that he's got to go. I agree, Cal says, and everyone turns to him in surprise. What? Lum's a jerk. All he cares about is killing animals. It's better for the whole planet if he's gone. But the question is, will we get to replace him? Obviously think I'm a great candidate, but I'm willing to consider options. I should be the governor? No, I agree. It should be Mars. Cal looks worried. No offense, Mars, but are you really going to stop the soldiers from killing the animals? Look, Cal, I don't want hunters going out and not coming back either. Maybe we can find a safer, more efficient way to deal with the animals, yeah? Sounds ominous. Cal doesn't look convinced. Nomi exchanges a look with Rex and clears their throat. We support you, Mars. We think you'll be a great governor, but... Nomi continues tracing their fingers idly over their tabletop. You're going to keep it so that the colony is fair and everyone has what they need, right? I like that we don't have to compete for stuff and everyone gets the same treatment. Of course, Mars says, look, I learned from history, okay? We can't let income inequality tear this place apart like it did on Earth. There's got to be a way to grow together. She shoots you a grin. Right, Solana? Just like we talked about. Mars gathers everyone close. So the plan is we campaign in all the departments. Geoponics, engineering, the garrison, the quarters, explorations, and here in command. Try to soften up all 6 council members and get them on our side. Try to keep this on the down and low. Then at the next Vertumnalia festival, we surprise the governor with a spontaneous council vote and replace him. I'll never see it coming. Do I end last? Okay. So what? Do I need to work somewhere and then I get an event? Interesting. Okay. Getting chief administrators seek alone is fairly easy. No one wants to spend time around them if they don't have to. You explain that you're intending to hijack the elections at Vertumnalia in order to depose Governor Lum. The more you speak, the more it's clear that Seek is already on board. Finally, they say, rubbing their hands together with a look of unbridled glee. I was waiting for everyone to realize what an imbecile he is. The man barely knows how to read. So can we count on your vote? It depends. You're not the only person with ideas around here. I was planning on making a go at governor myself. They extend their hand to you, rubbing 2 fingers together. Unless you can provide significant motivation to throw myself behind your cause instead. Former Governor Udicott props her frail head out from behind one of the high-backed command chairs. Obsequious, are you seriously intending to extort these young revolutionaries out of their candy money? Shame on you. Almighty, what would happen to all of you without me keeping everyone honest? 89 years old, and I'm still steering this ship. Seek has the decency to look ashamed. They sigh and drop their hand. Thanks, Udicott. Well, for whom do you intend me to cast my vote? It better be good. If you don't get majority support, Lum will come down hard on those of us who show disloyalty. He may be an idiot, but he's an idiot in power. Mars. Marzipan? Well, I suppose she is a rather cunning politician considering her age. Her materialism is a concern. Very well. I will support her. Them. Jason, you're doing it again. I will support her when the time comes. Though we will have to see what the rest of the council thinks, won't we? Okay, that does work that way. Good. You see, your brain is hardwired wrong? It's understandable. I also struggle with they, them pronouns. I don't know why. I do better with neo pronouns than they, them pronouns. Tutor children. After work, you ask Chief Engineer Instance for a few minutes of her time. She allows you into her office and begrudgingly listens as you explain that you and Mars intend to hijack the elections at the next Virtunalia. When you're finished, she heaves a long, suffering sigh and pinches the bridge of her nose in her fingers. Why in the world would I support this plan? We're barely surviving as it is. Lum is right. The planet is at war with us. Every year we come closer and closer to total annihilation. Is this really the time for dissent? Instance gestures to her office. Every horizontal surface is covered with experiments. He may not be the most suited to the job, but do you see anyone else with the time on their hands to run a colony? The idiot does the least damage where he is, doing busy work and making stupid motivational videos. Now he's making you work on the virus. He managed to do something few people have ever done. Render Instance speechless. She turns and gives you her full exacting extension. Now, where would you have heard a thing like that, child? She says dangerously low. Marzipan can stop Lum. Instance stares at you for a long time as if sizing up your mettle. Calculations go on behind her eyes you can barely hope to understand. Good. Tell her she can count on me. Well, that's an annoying one. You get locked there. Yeah, guard duty. You meet with Security Chief Rhett, knowing he'll be a tough sell on this whole political coup business. He sits behind his desk, hands clasped, listening intently as you explain how you and Mars have planned to depose Lum during the next Vertumnalia festival. When you're done, he shakes his head and sits back. You're not an idiot, Solana. You know what you're asking me to do. Having the garrison on your side will make this a military coup. If you learned Earth history, you know those aren't a good look. Why should I support you? Mars is the future of this colony. You're a regular little politician on the campaign trail, aren't you? You've got a lot of gusts asking me to remove a professional soldier from leadership during a time of war to replace him with a child. Why the hell shouldn't I go to Governor Lum right now when there's a mutiny underfoot? What can I say to convince you? Well, that's not too bad if I actually get cards with gems, which I apparently have not. Ah, not quite. Wait a second. No, I'll just do that for as much as possible. Wow, this is unfortunate. Need to do this. Shit, I don't have the ability to turn that to... the right color. Fine, I'll turn it to yellow. But that gives it too much of a bonus. Fuck. I'll push through. You manage somehow to convince Security Chief Rhett that it is morally imperative that he support your movement to depose Lum. You both know that Lum is dangerously inept, so it's really just a matter of assuring him that you'll do a better job and that you'll protect him from reprisal if you fail. You've won his vote against all odds. I need to relax. Alright, I can do it in the park, and therefore convince my mom. Relax in the park. Just find some time alone with the chief cultivator. Yeah, talk to your mom about it. Your mom is a busy woman. Probably the busiest in the colony, honestly, so you keep it brief. You explain the details of Mars's plan. Depose Lum, get voted in, save the colony, and maybe the planet. I hate all this bureaucracy stuff, she groans when you're done. Say what you want about the new guy. At least he doesn't waste my time with pointless meetings. This isn't a pointless meeting. No, you're right. This is important stuff. You're right to care about it. She leans back in her chair and puts her feet on their desk, linking her hands over her stomach. It's just, you're so young. You and Marzipan. Do you really think either of you could lead the entire colony? This isn't some hobby farm or secret club. This is the fate of a human civilization on a hostile planet. Are either of you mentally prepared for the tough decisions you'll have to make as governor? Of course I am. Might have accidentally had her vote for me, but whatever. Anyways. Okay, I'm 51, damn. Your mom smiles, one you haven't seen in some time. Look at you, all grown up and overthrowing the government, just like your old lady. It'd be hypocritical of me to tell you you're too young. I was about your age when I lost this, fighting on Earth for what I believed in. I didn't listen to my elders either. If I hadn't done the same thing you're doing right now, I probably wouldn't have had a place on the strata with your father. Wouldn't have had you. So who knows what you're capable of and where it'll take you. If you truly believe you're ready, you have my support. You're heading to bed when the sirens begin to wail, heralding the beginning of the yearly xenofauna attack. Outside your window, you see the soldiers begin to form up. This year, Anemone is heading up her own squad. You see her red hair bobbing along with the others as she rushes to defend the walls. Rush out after her. Anemone looks at you in surprise, but nods when she sees you ready to fight. Someone hands you a plasma rifle and you join your squad on the walls. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Anemone and watch the Xenos mass on the far side of the firebreak. Look at them all. They just keep coming more and more every year. What are they waiting for? Why don't they just attack already? Zealo's learn to march for... yeah. I already know this. I don't want to read this. Yeah, we're working on overthrowing the government, Alk, and we managed to convince Dis not to become a terrorist. Make that a straight. I was gonna do something like that. That's funny. I don't have any cards with gems, unfortunately. That was the wrong order anyways. Or the Super Fun Times Club can become the basis for the revolution, yeah. No, I want that to reduce it, actually. I could have gotten 61, damn. You and the... Age 19. I don't know, how about this? Well, I can have him build something again. You know what my hammock needs? Oh, it's the snack delivery, yeah. I think this is the last year. Fuck. Oh, another event. Rex is hanging out with Nomi in a secluded area of the colony, but as he approach, you can tell from the first aid kit and Nomi's tense posture that this isn't a casual visit. Please stop fussing, Rex, Nomi pouts, dabbing some ointment into Rex's eye. You have a cut right here. It's just a scratch, Rex protests. He sees you coming over and brightens, sitting up straighter and knocking Nomi's hands out of the way. Hey, Solana is here, he says over loud, and Nomi scrabbles for the first aid kit before realizing it's too late. And you've seen it anyway. They glance balefully at you, but Rex is all smiles. If it weren't for the purpling bruise under his eye and the cuts across his cheekbone and lip, you must think things were normal. What happened? Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. I wasn't watching where I was going, and I ran into one of the unfinished walls around here. Yeah, 17 times. You should tell Solana the truth. Maybe she can do something about it. What's really going on, Rex? Ah, it's nothing. Nothing I ain't used to anyway. It just happens sometimes. People get it in their heads that they want to stay on Vace's good side, and the easiest way to do that is to beat on someone he doesn't like. It's fine. They'll remember what I'm good at and come sneaking back eventually. It's getting worse, though. I thought it would stop when we joined the colony, but they're even bigger meanies now. Vace is just mad that you and I have real friends here. He hates that he and his bullies aren't the only big damn heroes in town anymore, and they can't control what people think about us. It makes him feel small, and he hates that. What is the deal with Vace, anyways? I don't even want to bring it up, because I'd rather think about the future, not the past, but... When we were younger, Vace was just a normal little kid like me. We were both kind of the runts of the litter, but he had a chip on his shoulder about it and always tried to boss people around like he was actually top dog. I tried to be nice to everyone because, you know, that's the pup in me. I just want to play and be friends. And Vace did not want to be friends with me. He kind of hated me because people like me more. Nomi takes Rex's hand and he shoots them a little smile before continuing. And then one day, I was just hanging out with my friends when Vace walks right up to me and starts picking a fight. Right, like calling me names and telling me I was just faking it to make people like me. My friends wanted to beat him for it, but I told them to stop, and I walked right up to him, hands out like, hey, we can still be friends, and that piece of shit just straight up broke my arm. We weren't even fighting, and he just got me on the ground and broke it right here. Rex shows you the scar on his arm where the bone must have broken his skin. He was dead set on proving a point, I guess, he says quietly. That's why everyone lets Vace boss them around. They know what he does when he gets angry. Everyone acts like a bunch of heroes, but they're just cowards who'd rather let Vace keep picking on Rex instead of standing up to him and pissing him off. Yeah, he's not like this with everyone. He is nice to people he likes. That's why everyone wants to be his friend. Hot air rises to the top. Why didn't he get in trouble? Rex laughs humorlessly. He managed to convince people that we jumped him. Like we were going to haze him or something. That's what he told the adults anyway, so that became the official story. Honestly, I just feel bad for Nomi. If it wasn't for me, people would probably leave them alone. It's not fair they get crap for being friends with me. I'd rather be friends with one good Rex than with 100 of Vace's bully cronies. Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm going to destroy Vace. Rex snorts. Don't think I haven't thought about it. Hey, I'm not perfect. If I thought fighting back would do any good, I would have done it years ago. Besides, if I win just because I'm stronger, it's not really a win at all. Besides, I'm a colony kid now. I can be anything I want, do anything I want, talk to anyone I want, and Vace can just die mad about it. Despite his bravado, Rex sighs and scratches the back of his head. I do kind of regret what happened, though. Like, it sucks that Vace got to the point where he thought the only way he could get respect was by being a bully. I mean, he's a douche and a half, but you don't have to defend him. I'm not defending him. I just think sometimes, like, if I could have seen he was hurting and been a better friend to him, I could have changed his whole life. Think about how different things would have been growing up on the Helio if he wasn't the friend who got away. That's why I try not to let it get to me. It doesn't matter what Vace does to me. You can't hurt someone who chooses not to feel pain. He's going to get his fool ass killed someday, and I'm still going to be right here. He reaches out and takes your hand, and Nomi takes your other, so the three of you are linked. And I have everything I need. Help in the kitchens. Anne is easy to track down. She's in the rebuilt creche, giving a bottle to one of the new babies. Despite everything, people are still having babies. It's incredible to think. Do you mind passing me that canteen? You hand Anne the canteen that had been just out of her reach, and she jiggles the bottle to hold in the baby in one hand while she takes a grateful drink. Never enough hands. Someone should figure out how to give us telekinesis. Let's see science work on that, She laughs, which rocks the baby in her arms. What can I do for you, Solana? Well... Anne listens patiently as you explain the plan to force a vote at the next Vertimnalia to depose Lum. When you're done, she sets the bottle down and lifts the baby onto her shoulder to burp. That's quite the plan. You've come a long way from when you were this little. I'm proud of you for sticking to your guns no matter what happens, so can we count on your vote? Well, I'm not one for fighting any wars on nature. Honestly, yes, news ad. I did it myself. Honestly, I'm so busy with living quarters in the kitchens and the creche, I barely pop my head outside these days. But I do trust Lum to do what's best for us. He's a little empty in the noggin, but he surrounds himself with good people, and that's what matters to me. Well, what do the others think? If they're on board, I don't mind chipping in a vote with them making it a majority. I have 4 votes. Oh, look at you. You're really serious, aren't you? How wonderful to see you all grown up. You'll have my vote, dear heart. You can count on your Aunt Anne just like always. Only Utopia left, yeah. I didn't really care about the outcome too much. As usual for this time of year, your dreams have been more vibrant and invasive. You have trouble distinguishing dream from reality that day, and you dread falling asleep at night. Huh. How did the hop-eye get into your bedroom? Follow it. You chase it out of your balcony door and find yourself on a thickly wooded path, the mushwood pressing in close on every side. The light is weird here, pink and glittering, casting teal shadows. The hop-eye disappears down a hole in the ground, and without thinking, you dive after it, squeezing your shoulders to fit through. You tumble into a cave, beautiful and surreal. Guess I didn't realize, oof, shimmering with a light that seems to come from within. When you take a step forward, granules of pink sand crush underfoot. The cave opens out to a forest that seems lifted from a fairy tale. The sunlight beams through breaks in the trees, illuminating a path of mushroom-ringed stepping stones that lead you to a small cottage. You spot the hop-eye hurrying down the path. You don't mind meet anyone in the cottage, but it isn't empty. There's something alive in the old green crate. Find yourself falling into the box. You land hard on solid ground. Your breath whooshing from you. It's hot here, impossibly hot. The twin suns beat down on you, burning your skin on contact, and the air is almost painful to breathe. In all directions stretches a barren wasteland of dead trees like bones puncturing the dry skin. Tangent's cool hand helps you from the dust-cracked earth to see the true extent of the devastation. Everything is dead. Everything. Why didn't someone stop us? Why didn't someone stop him? Tears roll down her face, quickly whisked away by dry air. I don't know how to stop it. Please, Solana, help me. A great roar shakes you, and you turn to see a chimeric nightmare. A manticore, but with Governor Lum's face. He towers over you from a podium, his claws clacking and his tail thrashing as he proselytizes. We, primeval forest felling, we, the rivers stemming, piercing deep the mines within, we, the service broad surveying, we, the virgin soil upheaving. Overhead, the sky is streaked with smoke. You hear a rumbling in the distance. Stand to face it. You plant your legs and refuse to look away from the beast. With a yell behind you, Mars appears and swings a sword made of light at the Lum abomination. Its head rolls across the dirt, but it continues to speak. You turn from the scene and walk away, feeling the memory of it cling to you as you push and claw your way through to another reality. You stumble forwards into a dark, glowing forest. Blessedly cool air brushes your cheek, thick with moisture and making your face wet as if you've been crying. The path wends upwards, flanked by humanoid figures carrying candles. Some are wearing robes, some armor, some lab coats and envirosuits in formal wear. Some are elderly, and some barely 10 years old. All turn to look at you, and you realize with a jolt, they're you. Every single one of them is you. You see yourself reflected in their eyes as they gaze upon you dispassionately, a line of possibilities stretching out as far as you can see. The Hawkeye crouches between the ranks and gazes solemnly out as you pass. You walk steadily, upward, feeling their unflinching gaze follow you. Overhead, the wormhole hangs in the sky like an overripe fruit, bending the heavy branch of space and time towards you. It's so close, you feel as if you could touch it. You shoot your hand out seeking. You wake up. Milky insomnia. Mental skill increases reduced. Interesting. Milky, quiet sunlight pours through your window, flakes of bromide snow piling up against the glass. You feel as tired as when you went to bed. It's your birthday. You're 19 years old. Only one more year as a teenager. Yep, birthday. Oh, Anemone's event. I'm pretty sure I've already seen this. It's Auntie Seaton shows up. I'm fine, Auntie. She's your mom. And Anemone freaks out because Love didn't help calm, and Vase acts like, puts on a serious face. Yeah. I challenge you, yeah. Oh, Vase is an event. Oh yeah, help him with his homework. Just wanted to see if you would help. You don't have to lie to get my attention. Oh yeah, it worked though. You know, I actually thought this xenobiology bullshit would give me hard, yeah. Survey the ridge again. You managed to partner yourself with the chief surveyor on your next expedition. This is the perfect chance to talk to her about Governor Lum, but she beats you to it. Ooh, this was easier trekking when we had hover bikes. I keep changing her accent. I don't know why. Utopia says as she hauls herself up to a particularly difficult stretch of terrain. She reaches back to help you up. That villain Lum's using them all to search for aliens now, like they're That's not like finding a needle in a haystack. You send half my teams out to the swamps now. Without weapons, I might add. He's bleeding us dry out here. She scrubs the back of her hand across her mouth. That snake of a man thinks every little thing is a war. I don't like getting attacked by animals neither, but I sure miss being able to explore this planet without Lum getting his paws all over my division and taking my resources for his damaging war. You tell Utopia about Mars's plan to overthrow Lum at the next river Tamalia. She seems excited for by the prospect. You forget how young she is compared to the other council members. Sounds stellar. The only question you've got in mind to replace him, Marzipan. Mars? Really? Isn't she well, she's young? Well, I guess there's only 22 when I became chief surveyor, I guess. It's not too far-fetched. But why Mars? What's she going to do different than the chauvinistic egg float cows arse? Pitch me. Let me tell you what we'll do. It's an easy persuasion challenge and it'll give me persuasion, so... Wait. Like that. I think we just do that. We can do that to lower it so we can force a straight. No, that doesn't work. I definitely want to play this. I'm gonna redraw a hand. Jackers, thank you for the follow. You and Utopia set up for a hard day's work surveying. As you work, you explain your plan and how Mars will do everything she can to protect Vertumna when she's governor. Utopia listens patiently to your pitch for her vote, giving you ample opportunity to explain your position. By the time the second sun is beginning to set and it's time to head back to the transport, you made it a solid ally. Here's a tip from one young buck to another. Don't let anybody ever tell you you're too young. You've been here on Vertumna for just as long as any of us have. We have every vote. Take some readings. I don't care too much. Hello. Oh, it's an engineering challenge. Unfortunately, I have insomnia, which is going to reduce the reward from this, but whatever. Oh, we got Hal's gratitude. +2 engineering. I didn't get anything from there. This is my insomnia, fuck. Oh, Sim wants to talk. Just the human I wanted to see. The Overseer would like to speak to you again. Sim leads you to the same cave as before. Nothing has changed, and you get the impression that nothing much does change here. You place your hand on the handles of the array and wait. We have thought over our conversation. We considered that symbiosis may be corrupt and in need of reabsorption, but his affection for your species is genuine. So we have an offer to make you. Humans wield godlike powers, but lack the capacity to understand the consequences of their actions. You have no connection to the land you claim beyond the short, brutal window of your own consciousness. Our offer is this. We will not eradicate your colony. Instead, you will be tended to, just as the gardeners tend to the rest of the planet. You will be given fresh water, clean air, and good soil, and be protected from outside harm. In exchange, humans will stay within their colony and limit their population growth so as to maintain the balance within their habitat. You will not leave this territory to procure more resources. You will cease all hunting, logging, and expansion outside of your valley. What, like the Human Nature Reserve? More or less. You are a curiosity to us, as well as a sentient species. We would like to preserve you without endangering the ecological balance of the planet. Now, you will go and convince the others of your species to go agree to our compromise. I'll try my best. An envoy will visit in glow season to discuss it formally. To be clear, an armed envoy. We suggest making yourselves look non-threatening by then. Sim gives you a slight smile. That seems like it went well. I fought hard for them to consider options other than eradication. I'm glad my trust in you was correct. I got Sim on the main menu. As Sim leads you back to the surface, you quietly wonder at him. This man, or rather this ancient artificial intelligence resembling a man, has pushed his directives to the limit to help humanity. His interest started with mere curiosity, but over time he's come to love humans and value your survival. Has he made a mistake? Stay at the Peaceful Rock for a while and then get some stress back, and then we'll go do events, I guess, and gather stuff. Take a close look at the alien solar panels. Yeah. God, I can't get any engineering because I have insomnia. Fuck me. Explore at random. You find the orrery, yeah. One of the artifacts you've picked up in your surveying, the crystal panel, yeah. A convergent domain battery. It's like an orrery for the wormhole? Oh. Yeah, I've seen this, I think. Go home. Right, how close am I to being, like, max with you? Oh, she doesn't like crystals, okay. Oh, right. I should be able to buy the fidget spinner, right? No, I won't bring it to the Lum. Fuck. No, I'm going to overthrow him and then I'm going to pose it to Mars. Vintage focus device. We have purchased a fidget spinner. Right, I want toughness. That's what I want. You have won every single challenge from now on? Yeah. Shovel dirt. Oh, Roboplow. Yeah. Wanna try doing this? Yeah, control the Roboplow. Robopower. Easy peasy. Oh, I should have not chosen that. Because that's quite bad. Oh, I should have played the plus tough flushes. Whatever. Updated basic cards in the Garrison Gym. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Can you block someone from sending you hollows just temporarily? I really screwed up and now Vase won't leave it alone. I said I was sorry. Enhancements and starting cards? Ah. Oh, I have an egg to give her next time I have a chance to give her an egg. You know what? Maybe I can stop it. Tangent goes with you to confront Governor Lum. She looks scared. Lum is alone on the bridge. This is your chance to try to convince him to change course on his genocidal virus. What is it? I'm busy. Tangent raises her chin and takes a breath to steady her nerves beside you. You hope she's still willing to go through with this. You tell Governor Lum that you know everything about the bioengineered plague he tends to unleash upon the planet. How he pressed instance and Tangent in creating it under the threat of death, and how he'll kill every living thing on Vertumna. You don't understand what you're talking about, Solana. I'm the governor here. I'll tell everyone. You show him what he found in Instance's lab. All of her notes and recordings, even her personal logs about her concerns about how they haven't managed to find a way to neutralize the dangerous fauna without causing a complete ecological collapse. Lum's face goes red, but he's uncharacteristically somber. I don't know how you got this, but it is damning. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. That means you can go. Leave before I change my mind and throw you in the brig on espionage charges. You have averted what could only have been the complete destruction of the Vertumnan ecosystem and saved Instance's life. You can breathe a little easier today. Okay. So that works. I probably want to max out engineering. Oh, Hal is here. Programming is super cool. Blackmail is about as effective as terrorism, yeah? Oh yeah, now I can do this. And I just sort of play the highest cards possible. Almost maxed. I will give you the egg. Or pair robots again. Hal and Congruence are just like a human couple. They bicker affectionately and share inside jokes just like your parents used to. Aw, that's cute. You always knew Congruence was more advanced than all those other bots put together, but you didn't realize that the assumption was literal. She programs all the bots based off her own code. Huh. She'll joke that it tickles, yeah. Your bot in particular is just eccentric. It's broken one you can't permanently fix, but keep patching it up and sending it back out. Rosie. Yo, little Rosie. See you again in a few days. That also works with my wild cards, of course. This really trivializes everything, doesn't it? Equip an additional gear, finally. What I'm really waiting for is the chance to make our move in Vertumnalia. Well, I guess I should tutor children to get my reasoning up. Today you're tutoring Nougat. Oh yeah, this is about the Earth. Tell her the sad truth. Almost have the second reasoning perk. When is somebody's birthday again? Early dust. I'll give you a cake. Oh, it does give +4. Hal is almost maxed. I'll give him the cake. I still have no fucking clue when his birthday is. Aw? Dis is stripping off his expedition gear when he sees you and smiles. Hello, beautiful, he murmurs as you lean him in and give him a kiss. I love coming home to you. You make being here worth it. Oh my god. Is he, like, healing, finally? Because holy shit. Aw? Oh my god, that's really cute. He's like coming to terms with it. Finally. Alright, so next month is the coup. Catgirl fixing him, yeah. Let's take a look at this. Can you do it? No problem. Yeah. Teach them about engineering, yeah. Well, that item really does just trivialize everything. Well, Governor Lum enters the colony square to his customary bombastic fanfare. Brass band, red carpet, banners with the Heliopause logo snapping in the hot dust breeze. It's disgusting. The governor gets his usual tithe of applause from the die-hard soldiers, but it's obvious how tired and fearful everyone has become in service to his war. You catch Mars's eye, and she nods in solidarity. You've planned this for so long, and now is your chance to strike while everyone is watching. If you can get the entire council to speak against Lum today, maybe the rest of the colony is ready for change. Anyone is better than Lum, even a teenager. The governor raises his hands for silence, though it's largely unnecessary. Pioneers of Vertumna, we stand here today not shivering and quaking in fear, but with our hands around the neck of the planet herself. Before he can continue, Mars leaps up from her seat and runs to the front of the stage. A ripple of fear goes through the crowd. You all remember what happened to Utopia last year. It doesn't have to be like this. We don't have to listen to him. He's just a bully with a gun, like the ones we left behind on Earth. Join Mars at the stage. You put yourself between her and Lum's honor guard. She flashes you a giddy, grateful smile and turns to the crowd. She points to the governor. This man has made you think that the only way to survive is through violence. He's just a soldier, and not even a good one. Violence only makes small, weak men feel powerful. She turns to the council. He's not powerful. We're powerful. We broke free of Earth. We broke free of war and bigotry and inequality, and we can break free of him too. Please, stand with me. Reject Lum and bring in the new era. A colony led by someone born among the stars. Me, I can lead this colony. Governor Mars is the future. The buzz of the crowd is deafening, like a swarm of bugs all chirping together. Some of the council members are nodding, but it isn't unanimous. This is bullshit. 2 children saying they can lead the colony? What's their first order of business? Taco Tuesday? Soy sweets for dinner? Have your stupid vote. We'll let the council decide. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see his guards with their weapons lowered, just waiting. Some of them look as interested in the change in leadership as you are. If you have the council behind you, even Lum supporters in the military could fall in line. Or just wouldn't let the council vote. The council stands to deliberate amongst themselves and one other person too. Udicott. The former governor is unsteady on her feet. She looks at you and Mars, then nods. You see her exchanging words with the council. The council deliberates. You and Mars clasp hands and tensely await their decision. The council shuffles off to the side and deliberates. To your relief, they come to a decision quickly. They must all be unanimous, or the Central of the Colony won't rise against Yunt and Lum. After a minute, Linsens looks up from the group and shouts, "Someone get that man off that stage!" Lum starts to laugh, but when he realizes that his own honor guard is coming up onto the stage to cart him away. Wait! As his arms are held behind his back and he's taken off stage. "You can't do this! I'm the governor! I'm the leader of this godforsaken colony!" You search the crowd for any hint of dissent. The soldiers are uneasy, but everyone else just looks tired and relieved. You can't believe that all it took was a few kids to point at the obvious. The council returns to their positions and instance remains standing. We've decided to reward these young patriots for their bravery by accepting their bid for leadership. On a trial basis, we're pleased to recognize our new governor, Marzipan. It's a coup! I got an achievement. Mars shrieks and jumps up and down, then gives you a big hug. We did it! We really did it! Thank you, Solana. Yeah! Mars releases you and waves at the crowd as they cheer her name. She looks overwhelmed but bursting with happiness. Zeke shuffles forward and directs Mars to place her hand on her chest and repeat after them. Watch the swearing-in ceremony. Mars swears on her honor to act in the best interest of the colony. Taking power for myself, yeah. And to uphold the tenets of the Vertumna group. Peace, understanding, and harmony with the planet and each other. Not just for herself, but for generations to come after. It's official now, Lum is old news. You won. The two factions of the colony regard each other carefully. On one side, those who went along with Lum out of fear, either of him or of Vertumna, are cautious, unsure of what to do now that their leader's been deposed. On the other, the peaceful faction can't quite believe their nightmare is over. Mars sees this and directs Lum's military band to start playing something festive. I know we've been through a lot, but we've been through worse. Tonight, let's just enjoy being together again. Let's eat, dance, and celebrate. After the politicking is over, the crowd adjourns to the feast tables and eventually the dance floor. The sun set on the long day, the heat breaks, and the colony. After the festivities, Mars gives everyone 2 whole weeks off for much needed rest. She spends the time meeting with every colonist individually, and it does a lot to endear her to the people who are still having a teenager as governor. Mars is governor now! Have a log. What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to dedicate my life to knowledge. Wow, it's so cool that you already know what you want to do. What's that like? I've been thinking about what I want to do with my life, but I just don't know. I thought that being here would mean I could find something I'm good at, but everything I tried just sucks. I'm not good at anything except drawing and writing. Before we landed on Vertumna, I thought I'd end up doing whatever was assigned to me. We had this duty roster, right? And I figured I would keep working in the canteen, and then I could spend the rest of my time playing holo games and making stories. I've peeled a lot of potatoes. But since we landed here and I've been talking to Mars, and she's real serious about the idea that any colony worth living in needs to have artists and writers like me. So I was thinking, what if I really did follow my dreams? I could be a comic artist or a holo game designer or a writer. Or I could be anything as long as I get to make stuff that people like. The colony needs people like that. Do you really think so? Nomi exclaims, holding their hands to their cheeks and popping one foot off the ground. Oh, I'm so happy. Did you know that in ancient times there used to be people called bards whose only job was to tell stories? That sounds like the best thing ever. You get a summons to report to command to Mars's new office. Oh my god! Her new outfit? Mars waves away the holoscreen and leans back to consider you. Solana, just the rebel I wanted to see. But first, you're not going to lead a mutiny against me now, are you? Of course not. She stands to press kisses to each of your cheeks. That's exactly what I would say in your position. Actually, I called you here because I haven't had a moment to myself since Vertumnalia. We knew Lum was a real piece of work, but every day I seem to uncover yet another problem he was just letting fester. And the department heads. Half of them treat me like an interim governor. Good enough to oust Lum, but not enough to stick around and do the actual work of governing this colony. They'll come around. You're right, of course. I just wish I knew who I could trust. They're so sick in their old survival mindset. Just survive until the food runs out, or until the animals finally destroy the colony. Just survive until we can vote out Mars. I don't want my time as governor to be just about survival. She gestures you to come look out the windows at the bustle of the colony below. I just wanted to thank you for everything you did to get me here. She says seriously. Far below, you watch a team gathering up to head out on an expedition. There's construction happening on the next phase of residential units. A group of toddlers, the first children born on Vertumna, cross the colony square like a herd of Hawkeye. Everywhere you see the bustle of a thriving, healthy colony. It's all mine now. Instead of sounding boastful, she seems almost scared. Takes her hand. Can I trust you to help me? I need people around who believe in me, but who will still tell me if I'm making the wrong choice. You can count on me. Thank you, Solana. I'm glad I have you. You and Mars watch the colony a little while longer, until Mars's holopalm buzzes and she says, well, duty calls. Thank you again for all your help. You'll always have a friend in high places. Bring the Overseer's deal to Mars. Start by telling her about Sim. You tell Mars about meeting Sim, a gardener, a member of a real actual sentient race sharing the planet with Mars. Planet with humans. After second thought, you get the impression Mars isn't surprised at all. You trail off and Mars smiles. We know. What? Don't look so surprised. Did you think the council thought the animals were coming for us every glow because we smell bad? Sorry I couldn't tell you. Top secret colony business. But to be fair, you didn't tell me you were meeting with an alien in secret this whole time. But it's a mathy game? No. But you're saying you're actually friends with one of the aliens? Honestly, we don't know anything about them except they have to exist. Otherwise, we wouldn't be getting attacked every year. What are they like? Tell me everything. Tell her about the Overseer's offer. Mars listens intently as you outline the Overseer's deal. This is huge, Solana. It might be the only chance for peace with these gardeners that we'll ever have. But how am I supposed to convince people to surrender to something we don't even fully understand? If we can't go anywhere except this valley, how are we ever going to grow as a people? In a few generations, our technology is going to break down, and we'll be scratching in the dirt like animals. We'll come up with a new way to live. Mars sighs and is silent for a long time. You said they'll send someone to negotiate during Glow. She says finally, well, I guess we'll be ready. Thanks, Solana. We are all set up to negotiate peace. Sure, I'll give you a random object. I'm very close to being max friendship with you, Cal. I will give her an object. All right. Aw! You spot Dis returning home from one of his long expeditions. He's covered in sweat and grime, his hair matted to one side of his head, but he looks happy. More happy than you thought he could be here. Aw. I'm gonna forage in the valley, mostly just get items for gifts. To try and raise my relationship up in the rest of the year I have. Because the game is almost over. Yes, we have accepted the Overseer's offer. Fallout, no. So if you haven't seen any of the previous streams on this game, this planet is host to like an alien consciousness spread throughout its crust in the form of like an organic supercomputer. And the Overseer is like the governing process of that supercomputer. And it's been attacking us every year to try and like get us off the planet because it considers us an invasive species. And it offered that if we let it, that if we like basically, and it basically offered us terms of conditional surrender. Like for us to surrender to it. Where it's like, I will let you live as long as you agree not to like exceed the carrying capacity of your valley or expand beyond it, because I do find you interesting as a species. And I will allow this to be your habitat. Can't have vehicles through here. I have a better plan using biology. And then we use friends in high places here. You know, I just leave, but we can't. We don't have a way to leave. We don't have a way to leave though. I take it it's a manticore. Fight the manticore. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, it's like you play a little card game instead of having a like skill check, like in most other VNs like this, and it's neat. Oh, capture a living hive. I'll do the toughness challenge. Just pick it up. By being good at the game, yeah. Colin have her bike and hoist up a sled. Yeah. This thing should be brought inside the colony, but you can always taste the sweet honey, yeah. Your Majesty, make sure she gets settled in? Yeah. Okay. Leave a squeezer hive to domesticate. Okay. You spot a hop-eye nest. Steal some eggs, why not? Use animal psychology, yeah. The two different sets of eyes on hop-eye have different purposes. Burning eyes are hardwired for perceiving danger, but the small forward ones are consecutive. Okay. I'm not reading all of this just because I'm like trying to get to the end of the game before the end of tonight, because we are right near the end of our second playthrough, having managed to get like the good ending. Because like actually accepting the Overseer's terms is, as far as I can tell, the best possible ending. Kill the planet? No. That is an ending. Everyone dies when you do it, though. This is his birthday? Oh, did I max him out? Yeah. You've been invited to Cal's house for, as he puts it, a real grown-up party. When you arrive, Auntie Tira gives you a warm hug and shows you inside to where Cal's set up on the living area with little twinkling lights and lots of blankets. You sit down on the table across from Cal, and Tira pours you both a glass of mushroom wine. She leaves the open bottle on the table. You kids can finish off this bottle if you like. It's a good vintage, one of your dad's first brews, Solana. A little on the strong side, she winks. I'll be out late. Holler me if you need anything, but don't you two wait up for me, okay? Wow, Auntie Tira is cool. Cal smiles at you as you tuck into dinner. I'm glad you could come. This isn't really Tammy's scene, and Rex is like zero chill, you know? Besides, you're one of my best friends in the whole colony. I can't think of anyone else I'd rather be with. Cal puts his fork down and looks at you earnestly. I'm really glad you're my friend, Solana. I'm so proud of everything you've done. Sometimes I think I really love you as a person, you know? Sorry, I know that's a lot. I'm just really grateful for you. You and Cal share a wonderful dinner and polish off with a bottle of wine. Afterwards, you settle into a big pile of blankets to lie back and look at the stars through the big skylight in his living room. And so that's why I think we should domesticate more Unisaur. It just makes sense. Cal finishes and you laugh. He's right. Who doesn't want to ride a unicorn? You deserve a unicorn. You've been laughing a lot. Everything is just so funny and also so pretty. The stars look like they're swimming in a big dark ocean, and the little twinkie lights Cal put up look like stars you can touch. Reach out to grab one and come up hilariously short, and Cal giggles at you. Are we high? Cal is warm and soft against your side, and the blankets are so soft, everything is wonderful. You talk the rest of the night away, sharing your thoughts about everything and nothing. So nice to share this simple intimacy with a good friend. Eventually, you're both yawning too much to continue talking. Cal pulls a blanket over both of you, cocooning you in comfort and warmth. I'm so glad we're friends, Cal mumbles. You sound sleepy, and you realize your eyes are getting heavy as well. Aw. Morning arrives unceremoniously, pouring through the skylight directly into your face. You grumble as you turn your head away, burrowing into something that's soft and smells sleepy sweat. Oh, it's Cal, and your face is smushed into the soft skin of his armpit. His arm is curled around your shoulders protectively. Thank God that Cal's genetic augment is that he doesn't sweat. Your legs tangled together under the blankets. Cal shifts underneath you and blinks his bloodshot eyes open, squinting into the merciless sunrise. Ah, dip. That's so much. He laughs as you peel yourself off of him, sticky from drool and sweat. Gross, bruh, he says, and you smack him on the shoulder. Before long, his mom pokes her head into the living area. Hey kids, ready for some breakfast? Breakfast sounds incredible. Oh my God. You share a breakfast of roasted trippet and eggs with Cal, his mom, and her 3 partners. Even though the rest of the colony is in chaos, you feel somehow healed having taken the night. Aw, that's cute. Aw. He's wishing he did. No, Dis, do not think about how good it would have been if you had done the terrorist attack I talked you out of. I was just thinking the same thing. Oh yeah, this is the swimming. I don't know if you like anything. Yeah, no. You will refuse random gifts. Let's work on tutoring some more till the end of the game, I guess. Looking for tutoring in biology. You're struggling primarily with anatomy, specifically the reproductive system. You bin the message and she should reply that she should... Oh, she wants me to come have sex. No, I have a boyfriend, Mars. You find Tangent in engineering and set down the bag of squelchy, goopy Hopeye eggs. Her eyes go wide. You found them! That's wonderful. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten all about my request. You just the exhibit stops. Wait, what is that sound? Are they? Oh, they're hatching. Analyze the process. Take the notes. You and Tange watch in wonder as the gel-like shell of the largest Hopeye egg splits like a ripe melon in the sun, spilling out a tiny, squirming pink baby and a small puddle of amniotic fluid. You watch the last two eggs intently, but through the clear eggshells you can't see any movement inside at all. It's okay, we only need one. The tiny Hopeye is on its feet, foot within minutes, taking cautious little hops on the sleek surface of the lab bench. Magnificent. This is keeping the palm-sized Hopeye from falling off the table. I expected them to be helpless at birth like kittens or birds, not already moving around like an ungulate. Incredible, I can't wait to study it. It's yours. Perfect. Let me get a specimen container. Probably for the greater good of the colony. Well, we stopped them from doing their plague egg project. It's an alternate way to get a Hopeye pet? Oh. If you don't get the one that you rescue in the wild. I don't think I'm going to be able to max out Nomi Nomi before the end of the game, unfortunately. You're supposed to meet Anemone for lunch, but you didn't see it show up. The garrison. You spot Anemone's shock of red hair over by the close-range fighting ring. As you approach, she finishes a flurry of blows with a roundhouse kick that almost knocks the training dummy's head clear off. Kia! Anemone roars, echoing off the vaulted ceiling of the garrison. Anemone steps back from the ring and pulls up the bottom of her shirt to wipe her face, flashing you a glimpse of her muscular stomach and the blue-green scaling that dances over her ribcage and down her hips. Her skin shines with sweat under the harsh lights. You catch her eye and she shoots you a smile, as quick and bright as the sun glinting off a metal roof, before it disappears behind her usual bleak expression. She jogs over you. What are you doing here, Solana? Oh shit, were we supposed to eat lunch together, okay, today? It's okay, you were busy. Yeah, but that's not an excuse. I should have been more aware. Anemone grabs her water bottle and drinks from it, then pours the rest over her head and flicks the water through her shaved side. We can still go get some chow if you want. Just give me a sec. Anemone pulls an oversized sports ball, all sweater of her workout clothes, her thumbs popping through the holes worn into the cuffs, fluttering on the backwards kombucha. Yeah, her dead older brother. Yeah, they all know I'm dating face is weird. It's like I'm a hero. Yeah. I train every day, though. Probably like 6 or 8 hours. Feels good to work hard. Like it just wipes out all the bad thoughts. Anything that's bothering me, it just goes away. Poof. What are you fighting for? To lose my focus, I can't let myself get distracted. If I do that and someone dies because of it, null it, man. The thought of it, it keeps me up at night. Sometimes I just get up and run around the colony until I'm too tired to stand. No one else is gonna die on my watch. You understand, right? For the future of the colony. Me too. When it comes down to it, that's all that matters. Wait, where is Nomi? This is standing at the edge of the wilderness, looking back at the colony with a wistful look. I hope Tammy's kid will be okay. She didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, she's human, but that doesn't mean she has to carry the burden of all of our sins, right? Maybe things will be different when she's older. Maybe we'll be better. I am going to explore nearby for gifts to give people. Because I don't have ones to give Rex, and I think I can max Rex even if I can't max Nomi. My favorite place... Willing to get there, I'll just do the bravery challenge, yeah. Keep exploring. I am mostly looking for items, honestly, out here. Pick all the seeds up. Yep. Don't actually care to do any events. I am glad to see that Dis has become less Ted Kaczynski-like. Tutor children. Oh shit, I forgot to give things to people last month. Blech. Oh my god, did I finally max Rex? I just barely managed it before the end of the game. You swing by Rex's lounge for some much-needed rest and relaxation with your friends. Rex is there, as he usually is these days, slinging drinks and conversation behind the bar. Solana, he exclaims when he sees you, gesturing you to a seat at the bar. I was just talking about you. You take a seat, and Rex pulls a few bottles down from the wall. Now that you're here, I get to unveil a new drink. I named it after you. He pours various liquids into a shaker and, a few minutes later, pours you a light blue drink that almost glows white in the bar's light. You take a sip and then another as you begin to appreciate its full flavor. It's a sophisticated drink, worth a few passes. It seems to change in body the more you drink it, developing new flavors over time. Rex leans his elbow on the bar. It's good, right? It's for sipping, you know. When you're here reading reports or something, I call it Solana's Mind and Body Tonic. Aw? You didn't have to do this. Aw, it's nothing, Rex says as he watches the shaker. I've been thinking about it for a while. You're one of my best friends. I'm honestly just like so happy I met you and we became friends. Nomi, who's sitting beside you at the bar, nursing their own drink, it has an umbrella and a potato skewer and little popping candies, clears their throat and Rex laughs. I said one of my best friends, jeez. Can't a guy have two best friends? Rex jumps to the bar and swings his leg over. Why don't you stay a while, Solana? You've been working so hard, let me help you relax. What do you want to do? Let's play a board game. Rex goes over to the game closet and stands there thoughtfully. What about this one? I don't think we've played it before. Oh, it's Monopoly. You settle down to play the game. Mars joins you. Oh, this one. I've played it before. It's a game from Earth about, like, owning property and making people pay rent for staying there, and eventually making them so poor they can't keep playing, and then you win. Rex looks at the box dubiously. What's rent? Yes, and Mars shrugs. Oh, fuck. Ah. You set up the game under Mars's guidance and play a few rounds. After a while, it's clear that Mars is the only one with any sort of killer instinct. You and Rex just let the others stay for free on your property. After a while, Mars complains that you're not playing the game right and she leaves it off. I guess we all win. What do you want to do now? That was really funny. Let's do karaoke. Yes, great idea. Rex cheers and leads you over to the karaoke machine. Nomi and Mars join you as soon as they realize what's going on. Those two can never resist a chance to show off. Chrysimia? We are a small colony of 200 people on this planet. You sing a song with each of them and then go for your show-stopping solo, My Heart Flies Over the Resting Ridges. Always a crowd pleaser, that one. Rex holds up his lighter while Nomi and Mars fake big theatrical sobs. It's a total blast. Afterward, Rex asks, what's next? Shots, shots, shots. Absolutely. Shots, shots, shots. He goes back behind the bar and pours a line of 7 shots. Let's raise. You start on that end, I'll start on this end. Ready, go. You slam through the shots in record time, relying on your superior constitution to easily outpace Rex. You drink the middle mark first and stop, not wanting to be greedy. Ooh, Rex says, finishing the rest and then putting his head down on the table. Okay, wow. Remind me to make your drink stronger. I underestimated you. Afterwards, Rex asks, what's next? Let's dance. Rex grabs your hands. That's a great idea, he says and leads you to the dance floor. It's usually empty this time of day, piped with fairly unobtrusive lounge music from the Hollow Archives. But Rex fiddles with the sound system until something fun and danceable comes out. Come on! I love this song. You and Rex throw yourselves around the dance floor for a few songs. It doesn't matter that it's the middle of the day, or that you're the only ones dancing, or that you can feel other people watching you with amusement. Honestly, it's just good to move your body around without caring about whether it's right and strong or smart. For a few blissful minutes, you're just two bodies moving through space. Aw, had a great time, thank you. I'm glad, Rex says and wraps you in a big hug. I'm serious. You're like the best part of this whole colony. I don't know why you picked me, but I'm happy you did. He walks you to the door of the bar and waves as you depart. What's a landlord? Yeah? To be clear, Chrysimia, this colony was settled by a cult that shares all property communally. Mars at one point wanted to reintroduce capitalism because she thought it would help, like, allow for, like, people to, like, be artists and stuff. But then, like, we like, showed her how bad capitalism was in the textbooks. And she was like, oh, yeah, capitalism's fucked. Never mind. Chrysimia, it takes 20 years to get here from Earth. Tutor children. You tutor Nougat this month, yeah. I have trivialized all the card challenges with that stupid fucking fidget spinner. Right. This is like the end of the game. How's the research coming? Oh, you are formidable. I have been coming at it wrong the entire time. Thank you for being someone on this stupid rock I can trust to know what they're doing. I noticed everyone's outside who wouldn't normally be. Or at least a bunch of people are. And then we, like, overthrew them in a coup. I guess I keep tutoring? Because we can't teach? Earth had some weird ideas about teaching. Yeah? Almost max reasoning, but I'm not going to manage to before the end of the game. Knowing the attack is coming, as it always comes in Glow, does nothing to calm your nerves. There's only so long you can handle sheltering in your quarters. As the month draws longer, you find yourself almost compulsively walking the walls when you're not working, scanning the tree line for the first sign of trouble. You're there when you see them, dark on dark shapes coming out of the forest, perfectly silent. Supposed to handle 3. Yeah. Oh no. There's 3 facelesses. Yeah. The mood on the wall is discouraged. 1 faceless destroyed your colony. 2 faceless required an irresponsible number of explosives to take down. How are you supposed to be able to handle 3? A familiar being cuts through the horde and stands at the front like a general leading their army. Gardeners must come in all shapes and sizes, but you know this one from the hatred in their eyes. It's noctilicent. For millennia, I have been tasked with keeping this planet safe from invasive species. Extreme weather, plague, famine, the migration of predators, all tactics I have used to ensure an invasive species cannot find a foothold where they do not belong. Their command of the human language has vastly improved since you saw them last. The gardeners learned quickly. Controlling you by indirect means has proven ineffective, they say, glaring up at the row of horrified colonists atop the walls. I can no longer ignore the destruction you have caused and the threat you represent to the planetary ecosystem. However, Sim steps out of the tree line and stands beside Noctilicent. His eyes find yours unerringly across the firebreak. Some gardeners argue that you have the capacity for reason. So I have come to offer you an alternative. Your unconditional surrender. Noctilicent smirks up at you. Surrender is the correct word, is it not? Something your singular, violent brains can understand. The terms are simple. Humanity will cease reproduction, cease expansion, and in return will be allowed to live out your remaining lifespans within the bounds of your walls. Do you accept? Mar steps forward. It's the moment you've been trying to make happen. Solana, there's no way people are going to accept never having children. Let's just go extinct. Can you make them give us a better deal? Yeah. You look down at Noctilicent, a figure of malevolent patience across the firebreak. This might be the only chance you get, but you can try. The Overseer did not mention the slow extinction of humanity was part of their deal. The other colonists would never accept something as drastic as forced sterilization, living like pets or curiosities in a zoo, dwindling into oblivion behind these walls. You couldn't even ask them to make that choice, which leave you to, we need a better deal. Noctilicent's patience is running out. Behind them, the amassed animal army lies in wait. The offer is already generous. Do you think I consulted with the venomous slapfingers when they overhunted the abyssal driftworms? Or the creeping crossthorn vine when it choked the southern shoreline? No, I did what was needed to restore balance, as my gardener directive entails. Sim lays his hand on Noctilicent's arm. The humans can be reasoned with, he says firmly. Just hear them out, please. He turns to you. What do you propose, Solana? We must be allowed to reproduce. Hard challenge, fuck. Really? This gets locked in place? Fuck you. Well, deal with it. Yep. I guess I gotta. Well, I have just enough to push through. You are well spoken for a pest. However, is humanity even capable of considering the survival of all creatures over their own? Even if it means accepting limitations. Of course we are. Reasoning challenge. God, these have like scores required of like 100 or above. It's crazy. Hi, we're arguing with Noctilicent at the end of the game. You argue that the success of the Vertumna project in leaving Earth shows that you've learned from your mistakes. Maybe humanity as a whole wasn't able to change trajectory back on Earth, but the colony self-selected those that could. Noctilicent listens to all this, looking a little more convinced. Have you learned anything from living here, though? Can you even coexist with this planet's native wildlife? No. In fact, we'll just do that. The triple challenge, yeah. Noctilison seems impressed. You've learned all that in 10 years? It seems you aren't completely ignorant. Very well. You have argued your case and shown you can adapt to your surroundings, and the new terms are. The Overseer has agreed to grant the humans reproductive autonomy and limited expansion within your ecological niche. Additionally, the gardeners will ensure the continued health of this valley. Fertile soil, clean water, favorable animal migration patterns, and so on. Behind you, colonists are beginning to carefully come forward to listen, murmuring in wonder. To be clear, there will be no hunting, clearing, mining, or expanding beyond the valley. Humanity must live in harmony with nature, rather than attempt to control it. You will come to understand that you do not stand above the needs of the planet. Your mom comes up beside you and puts her hand on your shoulder. It's what we've wanted this whole time, she says in disbelief. When we left Earth, this is everything we dreamed we could be. But the Helios arrived on a military mission, carrying their burdens from Earth, and may resent any deal with the gardeners. This decision may not be popular, but it will give humanity a chance at peace, a true peace. We agree to your terms. The animals surrounding the colony begin to filter back into the trees, disappearing into the gloom of the late glow wilderness. Your knees buckle. You feel like you could sleep for a week. All around you, you hear people crying. In relief, maybe, or fear. Tears pour down your face unbidden as the colony comes out to clamor around you. Many are smiling and some look numb and scared. Some look angry. It hasn't sunk in yet, even as you're hoisted onto someone's shoulders and paraded back into the colony. You did it. You won. The party continues well into the night, and for a few days after that as well, until the suns rise above the horizon once again. It begins to set in that the colony will never again see another monster attack, or famine, or plague. Most people think this sounds pretty good. The others are soundly overruled for now. As for you, now you can focus on just being your best self, without worrying about day-to-day survival. That relief carries you through until quiet breaks on a new year. Your 20th birthday. You turn 20 amidst a time of tremendous joy and unity in the colony. You aren't a teenager anymore, so you guess that makes you an adult. Though in many ways, you've already been one for a long time. You step out onto your balcony to greet the new day, and start the rest of your life on Vertumna. The end. Ah. Oh, I became a teacher. Okay. Professor Hal shows you the ropes. He's excited to have a second teacher in the colony. You teach a wide range of subjects, but it's because it's a small colony and you have to. But it's okay. You like to learn. When the kids come to class, you tell them to question everything. You put rebellious ideas in their minds, suggesting they always do their own research and not just accept what they're taught. Sure, you incubate a few conspiracy theorists, but didn't rejecting the popular narrative work out for the Vertumna group? It's better to have a diversity of opinion. Tangent becomes chief engineer when Instance retires to focus on her research. She isn't a very communicative boss, but she keeps the engineering wing shipshape. She has no interest in teaching children, leaving you to your own devices. Curriculum and grading falls entirely to you, which is probably for the best. You watch your many, many children grow up and take on their own roles in the colony, always remembering you as their beloved teacher. Dis is a hard person to love, but once he's let you in, he's by your side for life. Utopia keeps him on as second surveyor, recognizing that a man like Dis needs to feel useful or he's prone to wander. Over time, he straightens up his act and even learns to play nice with authority, though he and Utopia together certainly keep the council guessing. Dis is instrumental in the colony's transition to gardener authority. Together, the two of you provide an example of fearless submission to the forces of nature. Dis actually talks to people about everything he's seen in the wild, the incredible and the horrifying, and champions the idea of being a part of it, not in control of it. The idea that peace with nature involves cooperation and compromise, not subjugation, is unpopular, but being unpopular has never stopped Dis before. Aww? Once you've put in the work to get past Dis's defenses, he proves to love you with the same single-minded obsessiveness with which he loves Vertumna. It's a little overwhelming at times. Honestly, he's very intense, and after growing up an outcast, he can often seem dependent on your attention. You're one of the only people he's ever truly loved, and it felt like he was loved in return. Deprived of it for so long, his hunger for it is bottomless to the point of self-destruction. It's something you keep revisiting during your relationship, but never to the point of breaking up. You're a bit of an odd bird yourself, and you have your own jagged edges that only Dis can soothe. After all, who else would believe you're stuck in a time loop? Dis continues his work as an ambassador for gardenership for many decades until one day he announces that he's leaving. In recognition of his lifetime of service to the planet, the Overseer has extended an offer to make Dis a gardener. It's a bittersweet day for you, tempered only by the knowledge that he'll be in a better place, and that he'll always be watching over you, literally. He's made a lot of friends since his loner years, and his ascendance to gardenerhood is celebrated across the colony, even by tangent, having long reconciled their differences. For years afterward, people report seeing strangely docile animals approach the colony, watch for hours, and slip away into the forest. It's a comfort knowing Dis will be always out there somewhere. Your friend Cal grew up, but he never lost his boyish charm. Thanks to the gardeners enticing nearby plants to grow heavy with fruit and nuts for the colony, Cal gets to do what he loves, getting dirty and growing things for fun. He never has to deal with the burden of providing for the colony as your parents did. The planet provides everything you need. Cal and Tammy formalized their relationship after a few years. Before the colony, they state their intentions to live together, loving and caring for each other as a family unit. It's a beautiful ceremony. Echinacea is the first of many children they raise together. Together they have a tidy little sum of children, and that's the only tidy thing about them. Their children grow up in the dirt, eating bugs, nearly getting mauled by farm equipment, and having a great time being kids. Cal dotes on every one of them, and adores his partner Tammy. Cal himself becomes an example for other colonists who become somewhat of a spiritual leader for those who accept their role under the gardeners. He lives a long and happy life, ages gracefully, and outlives you. Chief Engineer Tangent has a nice ring to it. It always seemed like Tangent's life was laid out for her: work hard, discover amazing things, and eventually replace Instance as Chief Engineer. However, after only a year on the council, Tangent surprises everyone by stepping down. She says that she simply doesn't have time to run engineering and do her research. But you know the truth, she doesn't want to be used like Instance was. Her brush with genocide made her realize that she needed to think more about the repercussions of her actions. Instead, she contents herself with being a regular researcher, quietly pushing the boundaries of medical science and having a hand in every major discovery. She trains up new researchers in every discipline, passing on everything she learned from Instance and everything since. It's an unremarkable life for someone as impossibly promising as Tangent, but she seems happy. She smiles more often and has more time to spend with you, and gets more than enough sleep every night. Her love life remains fairly private, though she's not as frigid as she's always claimed. You hear from the colony gossips that she carries on a string of casual relationships, mostly with other scientists, mostly women. She donates genetic material to a number of children, but she actually did choose to have genetic children. Neat. She's quite picky about their genetic enhancements, obsessing over any markers of anxiety or depression that run in her family. But ultimately, her children grow up healthy and in loving families, far removed from Tange's own childhood. It's a bittersweet reminder for her. Tangent lives and dies in the shadow of what she almost caused to happen on Vertumna. Knowing that she almost killed every living thing on the planet weighs heavily on her for the rest of her days. Unfortunately, even with genetic alteration, the human body was not meant to withstand long periods without sleep, and Tangent's willful negligence in taking care of herself certainly doesn't help. She develops a heart condition in her early 60s that outpaces the healing capacity of the medbeds, and it eventually takes her life. Aww. Ah, the indomitable Marzipan. That's Governor Marzipan to you. Mars learns from her flirtation with capitalism and, true to her word, abandons her plan to turn kudos into a true currency. She wants to raise everyone's standard of living together, not create a luxurious nouveau riche on Vertumna. Steering the colony under gardenership requires a calm hand. Mars initially chafes at the idea that she can't build the beautiful metropolis of her dreams. However, with much of the external pressures taken off the colony, Vertumna already is a paradise. Few people need to labor for subsistence anymore, so more can devote themselves to the arts. Just as Mars had hoped, peace brings an unprecedented time of cultural growth and, eventually, the luxury she craved. Just a little different than she imagined. As for her love life, Mars has never really wanted to settle down for the long term. She enjoys a string of lovers: Tangent, Utopia, Rex again, a number of people from the Heliopause. Everyone wants her, nobody can cage her. She does eventually have one child, just for the novelty. She enjoys being the center of attention while carrying a surrogate pregnancy, but enjoys being the child's wealthy, generous Auntie Marzipan even more. Mars surrounds herself by as much luxury as one could expect on an exoplanet, and though she complains about wanting more, she never seems anything less than happy about her life. Your friend Tammy blossoms into a fine mother, not just to her own children, but to every person in the colony who needs a mother's love. Cal and Tammy's commitment ceremony is the event of the decade, bedecked with flowers, streamers, and holographic images of unicorns and fairy tale castles. They stand before the colony with echinacea and profess their intentions to live together as a family unit. A foregone conclusion for most, as Tammy is already beginning to show her second pregnancy. The 3, soon 4, then many more of them are a symbol of hope for your growing colony. They live on a homestead near Geoponics, and their home is filled with love and laughter. Tammy insists on cooking for you on your weekly family dinners, and she even begins to get pretty good at it. Quite without meaning to, Tam becomes an advocate for the communal raising of children, just as you yourselves are raised. The more militant Helios resist, not wanting to associate with the Stratos' hippie nonsense, but as the colony grows, so too does her influence over the next generation. Though Aunt Anne stays on as the chief steward well into her 90s, Tammy takes over the new creche and becomes something of a mythical figure in the colony, Auntie Tammy in her own right. There's no child born who doesn't know the safety and warmth of Tammy's arms. Your buddy Rex grows from a good boy to good man. He continues to work hard in the bar, turning it into the place he always dreamed, where people can come and unwind from a long day, enjoy some libations, dance their butts off, and maybe even find love. He gets a reputation for being a matchmaker. In a small colony, there aren't a lot of romantic options, but Rex has an eye for figuring out who would be a good match together. Giving Rex a kiss for luck becomes a tradition among those looking for love. And if some people find something a little more temporary than love with Rex, that's their business. Rex just wants to have fun, and he doesn't discriminate. Saying he enjoys a string of lovers implies that he's consecutive in his affections. It's really more like a big puppy pile of lovers. Makes your dying in the playthrough even worse, yeah. Sometimes when he tells you about his not-so-romantic adventures, you have to beg him to stop because it's too confusing. Rex insists it's not complicated at all, and it's kind of true. He's so easygoing that it just seems to work for him. He still loves the idea of having kids and contributes to a few of his own. He keeps up good relationships with his co-parents and spends lots of time with the children. In the colony, there's no stigma against single parenthood, and his children all grow up loving their great dad even if he doesn't live with them. Rex always seems abundantly happy living with his lot in life. Like crashing in Vertumna was the best thing that ever happened to him. It's remarkable that the Heliopause could have made someone like him, but you're glad it did. He slows down a little as time goes on, mellowing out and becoming more quiet in his self-confidence. He confides in you that his dog genes will probably mean that his life will be a little shorter than the average human's, but they won't trade any minute of it. Symbiosis, the bridge between two peoples. Undying, never aging, ever patient Sim, remains one of your closest confidants. For a few years, it's quite common to see gardeners move around the colony in various forms, teaching the humans about the history of Vertumna and how to live in harmony with the land. Sim is one of them, of course, and the only one who doesn't treat you like some kind of curiosity in a zoo. After a few years, the other gardeners leave humanity to figure things out on their own. Sim stays on to act as an emissary and moves in the colony to live with you full time. You, specifically. You move into a gardener-like abode where Sim can form a connection to the array, glowing pool and all. It's an odd roommate situation, prone to some sitcom-level hijinks as you work out the finer details of sharing your space with an alien, but your friendship helps him acclimate to living in the colony. You and Sim enjoyed the bachelor life for a few years, becoming better friends through your many miscommunications. He's a good roommate, though a little dense when it comes to picking up when you would like some private time, please, Sim. The few brave souls try. Sim never bonds with anyone in the colony in the romantic sense, but instead cultivates many new friendships. You think Sim enjoys living in the colony, but he never quite fit. He reincarnates a few forms into forms that look more human, but he also once famously returns to the colony as a swarm of hecklebees, just to prove a point about how the gardener consciousness transcends form. It's a bit unnerving, but that's Sim for you. Strong and true Anemone sticks by your side, one of your most trusted friends. She may be friendly towards all, but few people know her like you do. No one's really quite sure to believe Nectilison would really cease his attacks during Glow, but as the years pass and the colony breathes a collective sigh of relief, the garrison's resources eventually get siphoned away into other departments. Anemone is downsized, becoming a reservist instead of staying on with the much smaller standing army that remains. One of her last acts before she retires is dismantling the walls she helped defend. She goes back to playing sports ball and finds her joy again, running teams for children just like her brother did. Little Nougat grows up idolizing Anemone just like you both idolize Calm. However, as the years pass, you begin to see cracks. Yeah, I did manage to figure out how to break them up. Fuck. As the years pass, you begin to see cracks form in Anemone's happy household. Vase's overbearing nature really leaps out when he has her trapped with 3 of his kids under their roof, insisting he doesn't want his kids to be raised in some hippie creche like Anemone was. Eventually, their relationship takes a turn for the worst. Anemone shows her physical wounds on her skin, but it's harder to see the emotional ones. When she flees to your quarters late one night with bruises, you welcome her in and give her all the support you wished you could, and have given her all those long years she couldn't see. Abuse, yeah. Vase is the worst, yeah. Anemone lives a long, happy life, becoming something of a cool aunt figure to everyone who crosses her sports ball pitch. But what about... Your parents get to see their pioneer dreams come true. With the forest bursting with food, they're both able to lay down the burden of feeding the entire colony. They still work in geoponics, but recreationally. Your dad cultivating dizzy weed and hops, your mom working on her personal garden of earth plants. Now that the gardeners are keeping an eye on the colony too, her earth plants flourish without threatening to take over the local flora. They live long, happy lives, and you eventually return them both to the soil they love so much. They'll always be with you, and the ground you walk on, in the trees that give you shade, and in the cycle of life that sustains you. Your Hopeye is a good companion, but you're no replacement for its own species. When a herd of Hopeye roam close enough to the colony, you release it back into the wild. And a few years later, you're greeted by one morning by a whole litter of Hopeye kittens outside your door, and Optimus Prime, proudly showing off their family. Oh my god. Yeah, Vase is terrible. Your Riki grows from the size of a small dog to the size of a bear, becoming more and more unwieldy, and terrifying to small children. Before the council can force you to do anything about your arachnid octopus friend, Squidly Feederson just disappears. You look everywhere in the colony for it, but your answer comes from outside the wall. A new Vriki nursery tree. Soon the colony is host to many curious pups who call your Squidly Feederson home. Yeah, because Vriki are immobile in their last stage of life. And in my later years, the days turn to months, eventually becoming years, then decades. Before you know it, you're old. Living under the gardeners, lovingly tended like any other species in their garden, is like a paradise. The trees are heavy with fruit. The weather is mild, and the colony's unbothered by the larger xenofauna that once menaced the colony. You even see faceless ones sometimes, sitting in clearings like inert sentinels, their broad, mossy bodies home to clusters of small animals. Over the years, a few dissenting groups refuse to believe that the entire planet is off limits to humans. In the spirit of human expansion, they break off from the colony in search of somewhere outside gardener influence. Some return chastised, but others never do. Pruned, just like any invasive weed. The surveyors work exhaustively to map the boundaries of the human territory. and the scientists and engineers work on countless simulations to test its carrying capacity. Vase and Lum are among the pruned? Probably. I think there's like an ending you can get for him where he explicitly like is one of the people who leads a group outside the colony and fucking dies. Within a few years, you have concrete numbers about how many humans can live comfortably while still maintaining equilibrium with the planet. Mother Vertumna is generous, and humanity flourishes. There's more than enough space to live and for future generations to enjoy as well. You do so well, in fact, that the Gardener Emissary comes to you with an offer. A second human territory. It's a show of trust, but also a chance to prove your worth by helping keep down a population of a stubborn but delicious invasive mollusk. They've prepared a proto-colony and take 100 humans to begin their new lives as a seaside community. You're sad to see them go, but it's a great sight for the future of humanity on Vertumna. Vertumna's your home now, and you've made it a good one. You die at ripe old age, surrounded by loved ones. In the moment of your death, as your brain cells fizzle out one by one and shut down forever, a vision swirls in your mind's eye. Is that a person? They seem so familiar. You feel like you know them so well. Oh, it's you. Only ancient. Her arms are covered with so many data bands, so many lifetimes of knowledge. The ancient you speaks without moving her mouth, not in words, but in something like pictures. Still, you understand. She greets you with the love and you can feel suffused through your soul. You did well. It's not easy to make someone put aside their ego and surrender to a greater power. Humans have tried before, and it hasn't always been pretty. I hope you can manage to do it again, because you're not done yet. I live my best life. I can tell from the weight of your soul that many of your friends and family died before their time. People who might not have, perhaps, if you made different choices. It's natural in grief to wish you could have done something different, to have saved someone. But we're special, aren't we? We really can save them. We have a chance to take another path, to change the way our life turned out. Come with me. Endings gallery. You have the one for joining the gardeners. Oh, there's a background. There's backgrounds I'm missing, which is interesting. I wonder how I didn't discover those. Yeah, I didn't manage to get like the perfect golden ending, but I did get the best special ending. And now I have a bunch of people on the main screen. I didn't manage to get Nomi or Anemone, unfortunately. I do not think I will be returning for to stream a third playthrough. We got the good ending. We got the best ending that we can reasonably get without doing everything person. So who are we going to raid? Anyways, wait, I have a Discord. You should join it. Tomorrow I will be playing more Cyberpunk 2077. We are going to raid... Let's raid Melissa. Oh no, she's sleeping. Let's raid Stella again. I will see you all tomorrow for Cyberpunk 2077. Sleepless Rats, thank you for the follow.